Chapter 41 Luo Bingning's New Suitor. Zhao Dong, you just fell asleep from exhaustion. How do you feel? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Zhao Dong looked at Lin Tian. I don't seem tired anymore. Lin Tian, how is my illness? Can it still be cured? Oh, your illness has already been cured. Really? Zhao Dong was excited. After all, he was only a teenager. Lin Tian nodded. You're already better. Go and eat. I can already smell the delicious food in the canteen. Thank you, Lin Tian. Dean, Mr. Luo, I'm going to eat. Zhao Dong ran off cheerfully. Hu Guifang said excitedly, Xiaolin, has Zhao Dong really recovered? Lin Tian smiled and said, as long as he doesn't receive any more stimuli within 6 months, his second personality will completely disappear. That's good, that's good. Xiaolin, I don't know how to thank you. You came here, and now Zhao Dong and Su Hu have recovered, and Zhang Long will recover too. Hu Guifang said gratefully. Lin Tian smiled and said, in the future, if Bing Ying bullies me, you can scold her for me. Hu Guifang smiled, that won't do. You are all kind-hearted, and I believe you will definitely achieve the right result. Are you going to eat something in our cafeteria or go out for a romantic dinner? Luo Bingning said, Dean, we won't bother you. We'll go out to eat. We'll come back next week to visit the children. Luo Bingying now has a lot of things she wants to ask Lin Tian alone. Okay. Hu Guifang nodded. Soon, Lin Tian and the others drove away from the orphanage. On the passenger seat, Luo Bingning kept staring at Lin Tian. Bingying, what are you looking at? We still have decades to go, and there will be plenty for you to see in the future. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning's face turned slightly red. A thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps it wasn't impossible to spend a few decades with Lin Tian. Lin Tian, don't you know a little bit of ancient medicine? Luo Bingning asked. Are you saying that you are very strong in ancient medical techniques and have given yourself special tonics, so your body is much stronger than the average person? Lin Tian's heart stirred. Lu Bingning's brain supplement is okay. In ancient times, medicine and martial arts were inseparable. It is normal for him to be strong in ancient medicine and to expose martial arts in the future. Since his medical skills can make his body stronger, it is normal for him to become smarter. There is an explanation for his arrow skills. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, did you only notice that I have a strong body, but not that my IQ is much higher than yours? Lu Bingning. You have a thick skin, I can see that. While saying this, Luo Bingning thought of one thing. Lin Tian's driving skills are good, and this may have something to do with his IQ. Of course, it may be more related to physical fitness. Lin Tian may have quick eyes and hands, and his reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. You admit that ancient medical techniques are very strong? Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian laughed and said, I'm just saying that I've only learned a little bit of ancient medicine, and you probably won't believe it, right? Of course. Many famous doctors like Su Hu have come to you, but you only spent half an hour with Su Hu and Zhao Dong. Lu Bingning was convinced that Lin Tian was very strong in ancient medical techniques. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Bingning continued, Lin Tian, what is wrong with my illness? Lin Tian said, I just diagnosed that there is something wrong with your lower abdomen, but I don't know what it is. But your problem is definitely more complicated than Su Hu's. Lu Bingying turned her head to the window, then let's go back, and you can check my stomach. Isn't the dantian in the stomach? Luo Bingning's ears turned red as she spoke. Let's find a place to eat first. Lin Tian Dao. I know there is a restaurant nearby that tastes pretty good. You turn right at the next intersection. Luo Bingning directed, and soon Lin Tian and his party arrived. The restaurant was quaint and tastefully decorated. In a conspicuous place in the restaurant, Lin Tian saw a guqin, which should be played by a professional in the restaurant. Let's sit here. Someone will play the guqin later. It's very beautiful. Luo Bingning said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. The table they were sitting at was in a good location. The guests who had just left, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten such a good seat. Lin Tian, I'm treating today. You saved Su Hu and the others. Thank you. Lu Bingning smiled coquettishly, and she said that she picked up her phone and scanned the QR code to place an order. I said I would pay for the living expenses. Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning whispered, it's not cheap here, and you don't accept the million. Save some money to go home for the new year to give to your parents. You and I go home for the new year? You're dreaming. Lu Bingning quickly ordered the dishes. Not far away, someone was looking at Lin Tian and his friends with annoyance. Lin Tian looked indifferent. Since leaving the orphanage, he had noticed that someone was following them. When they arrived at this restaurant, the person following them also entered the restaurant. Ding! The food had not yet arrived, but the melodious sound of a piano began to play. The pianist was a woman in her 30s, and she played quite well. Of course, her level is certainly far from that of a master, let alone Lin Tian's top master level. There are clear grades for guqin and piano in China. There are 3 main levels: amateur, professional, and performance. There are 10 levels in each of the amateur and professional categories. From low to high, the performance level is divided into 3 levels: performer, second-class performer, first-class performer, master, and grandmaster. At Lin Tian's level, he could easily tell that the woman playing was at a professional level of about 6, which was already pretty amazing. After the song was over, Luo Bingning applauded softly. Many other people in the store applauded as well. Bingning, you like music very much. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning nodded, yes, but my father didn't want me to develop in the entertainment industry, so I only learned a little bit. At this time, someone walked over to the performance area. Everyone, there is a guest who wants to play a song. Let's give him a round of applause. The woman who had just played stood up. Occasionally, a guest will come in and play. Those who dare to play in public are generally not bad. Lu Bing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Tian Dao, Bingning, who is he? We've been followed by cars since we left the Welfare Institute, and he came in behind us. Luo Bingning frowned and said, his name is He Yuhao, a classmate from my university. Has he chased you? Yes. Lin Tian looked at He Yuhao. This guy is quite handsome. At this time, He Yuhao happened to look over at Lin Tian and the others. I'll play a song for you. For a girl. He Yuhao smiled and said. Many people looked at Lin Tian and his friends. They easily judged that He Yuhao's song must be for Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning's appearance is there. Even if He Yuhao didn't look at it, he said he was giving it to a girl in the audience, and some people probably knew it was for Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, I have nothing to do with him. This guy is arrogant and I don't like him. Luo Bingning whispered. Chapter 42 Bingning, how much hope do I have? Lin Tian, why don't we go somewhere else to eat? Lu Bingning suggested. The waiter was just pushing the trolley with their food. No need, the food is already on the table. It's not good to waste food. Lin Tian smiled slightly. If He Yuhao played the piano or something, he might be able to show off in front of him, but the guqin is just a hammer. He is a master of the guqin. According to Wu Lao, there is a guqin master in China, but even if that master were present, Lin Tian would still be confident of winning. He is the pinnacle of the masters. Ding! He Yuhao quickly plucked the strings, and the sound of the zither rang out. The woman next to him brightened up, and He Yuhao's level was very good. He's got some skills. Lin Tian thought to himself, he judged it after listening to a little bit, He Yuhao's guqin level is probably professional level 7. This level is even better than the woman who just played. Lin Tian, although you are not good at music, you are much better than He Yuhao in running, swimming, and medicine. Try this, it's delicious. Lu Bingning said, try this. It's delicious. He is handsome and plays the guqin well, but unfortunately the girl likes someone else. Money is still the most important thing these days. Who says it isn't? Someone at the other table whispered. They saw Luo Bingning serving Lin Tian with food and immediately concluded that Luo Bingning chose Lin Tian because Lin Tian's family was richer. Bingning, this flavor is really good. But if you feed me directly, it should taste even better. Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning flirtatiously gave Lin Tian a look. Every day you think about beautiful things, it's good that I can pick up a dish for you. The two did not look at He Yuhao again, but instead talked and laughed while eating. This situation made He Yuhao a little out of control. When the song ended, many people applauded. He Yuhao got up and walked over to Lin Tian and the others. Bingying, I didn't expect to run into you here. It's really a coincidence. He Yuhao said to Luo Bingning. He seemed to have not seen Lin Tian, treating him as if he were invisible. Luo Bingning frowned. He Yuhao, first of all, I have a boyfriend. Secondly, do you think it is appropriate to follow me here? Next time I will call the police. He Yuhao's face became a bit ugly. Luo Bingying's words did not spare him any face. Bingying, we are classmates. We both like music, and you and I have a common language. Online dating is not reliable. What is there about him that you like? He Yuhao took a deep breath and said. He knew phone, and Luo Bingying told him that she had a boyfriend. He hurriedly came from the imperial capital. Some people at the surrounding tables looked surprised. Online dating? Lin Tian said slowly, classmate, don't look down on people like that. I still have a few strengths. Pop. Someone at the next table was drinking tea and sputtered when they heard Lin Tian's words. Sorry, I just thought of something funny. The man quickly said to his friend. His friend also looked a little strange. Could it be that was his strength? Bingying, don't let him fool you. He's worthless. He's only approaching you to cheat you of your feelings and your family's money. He Yuhao said angrily. Lin Tian frowned. You're going too far. It was Bingning who took the initiative to be with me. Lu Bingying gave Lin Tian a cold look. He Yuhao. He felt very hurt. He had been chasing Luo Bingning for a long time in college, but to no avail. Luo Bingning was with Lin Tian, and yet she was still the one who took the initiative? Bingying, what language do you share with him? You are a top student at Peking University, he is from a second-rate university, you are proficient in singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments, but he probably doesn't even know how to play the piano. He Yuhao said in a low voice. Bingying, let me play a song for you. Lin Tian got up and walked to the performance area. He Yuhao had learned to play the guqin himself. He was a system-given skill. He didn't want to step forward and slap He Yuhao in the face. He was a little embarrassed. But He Yuhao despised him again and again. This made him unable to tolerate it. He was able to awaken the system, which was also his opportunity and his strength. Lin Tian, you. Luo Bingning was a little dumbfounded. Lin Tian playing the guqin? According to the information she had obtained, Lin Tian didn't seem to have any experience with the guqin, and it would take a lot of time to practice. Hello, may I play a piece? Lin Tian asked. The woman who had played before hurriedly said, of course, sir. But, if you play badly and disturb the other guests, I may ask you to stop playing. It's definitely not okay to just go up and play whatever you want. If the other performers were to do the same, the customers would all leave. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and sat down. The familiar sound of the piano began to play again, and Lin Tian also played The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. Many people looked surprised. Comparing the two, they clearly felt that Lin Tian was better. Lin Tian did not show off his virtuoso skills, but he also showed a professional level 10, which is much better than a professional level 7. If it were only a difference between a professional level 7 and a professional level 8, the difference would not be obvious, but a professional level 7 and a professional level 10 are distinguishable by ordinary people. That's amazing. The woman next to Lin Tian's eyes showed surprise. She had worked very hard to achieve a professional level 6. She was already surprised that He Yuhao was better than her, but He Yuhao was 10 years younger than her, so he naturally had less time to practice. Lin Tian is even better than her, and much better. How is that possible? He Yuhao couldn't believe it. He was a professional level 7, and he had a famous teacher to guide him. He could tell that Lin Tian should have reached professional level 10. The next level up is the performance level. The performance level in China is very strict, and any of them is very good. This. He Yuhao couldn't believe it, and Luo Bingning was the same. She looked at Lin Tian stupidly. Lin Tian had a powerful impact on her. She thought Lin Tian had few musical cells, but she never imagined that Lin Tian was even better than He Yuhao at the guqin. Before long, the song was over. Hooray! The store was filled with warm applause. The applause was even more enthusiastic than when He Yuhao played. Thank you all. Lin Tian stood up, took the microphone and smiled. Soon, Lin Tian returned to Luo Bingning's side. He Yuhao was no longer there. He had left in a huff before the applause began. Lin Tian, why didn't you tell me that you were so good at the guqin? Luo Bingning whispered. She looked at Lin Tian with surprise in her eyes. You didn't ask either. And showing it at this time, isn't it a surprise for you? Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, how much hope do I have now? Luo Bingning's pretty face visibly turned red. Yesterday, it was only 20 to 30%. But this morning, Lin Tian demonstrated ancient medical skills and even treated Su Hu and the others. Now he has also demonstrated his amazing piano skills. I won't tell you, it's still far from enough. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. If you like it, please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you very much. Chapter 43, Showdown. I am Master Lin. Looking at Lin Tian, Luo Bingning suddenly thought of the masked hero, Master Lin. Master Lin's surname is Lin, and Lin Tian's surname is also Lin. Could Lin Tian be the masked hero? This thought popped into Luo Bingning's mind. But she quickly dismissed the idea. How could this be possible? Lin Tian plays the guqin, but he is so young, how can he be a master of the guqin? Besides, Master Lin is also a master of the Eru. Lin Tian, do you know the masked hero Master Lin? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, yes, I know. I also like to make short videos. He already has 15 million followers now. Lin Tian did not say that he did not know. He showed off his very good guqin skills. Master Lin is quite famous now, so it would be a bit hypocritical to say that he doesn't know him. Master Lin has 16 million fans. He should know martial arts, and swallows are all fans of Master Lin. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning seriously. Bingning, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my hand. In fact, I'm Master Lin. Why don't we hurry up and get married and have a baby? Having a baby is secondary, the important thing is the work ahead. Luo Bingning. She said in a bad mood. Swallow said that Master Lin should be a martial arts master, and internal strength takes a lot of time to cultivate and accumulate. Master Lin should be close to 40. Can't an old man pass on his internal strength to me for decades? Lin Tian smiled and said. Go to bed early at night, and you'll see everything in your dreams. Lu Bingning giggled. The more Lin Tian said this, the more she didn't believe that Lin Tian was Master Lin. Lin Tian could play the guqin, and his surname was Lin, so he was Master Lin? This was too ridiculous. Bingning, how was my phoenix seeking phoenix just now? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Luo Bingning recalled the way Lin Tian played the piano just now. It was, okay, much better than He Yuhao's. He was so angry with you that he left without finishing his meal, but he probably won't give up just like that. At this point, Luo Bingning frowned slightly. For many girls, having a suitor like He Yuhao would be a great pleasure, but Luo Bingning was quite annoyed. Since junior high school, she has had all kinds of suitors around her. The Luo family's tens of billions of assets are too tempting. Don't panic, I can beat 8 of him. Lin Tian said with a smile. Damn it. He Yuhao left the restaurant with a very bad expression on his face. He had already achieved a level 7 in the guqin, which was quite an achievement, but he had not expected to be so unlucky as to run into Lin Tian, who was like a steel plate. Do. Back in the car, He Yuhao dialed Li Feng's phone. Both of them are second-generation rich kids, and they have known each other for a long time because of their family business. However, they are very different. Li Feng bought a college education and studied very poorly, while He Yuhao was admitted to Peking University and had a good talent for music. Of course, Li Feng is not without advantages compared to He Yuhao. The Li family has 3 to 500 million in assets, while the He family has 1 to 200 million. Compared to the Luo family, they are only a fraction of the wealth. But in the eyes of ordinary people, the Li and He families are both billionaires. Li Feng, how did you investigate? You said Lin Tian was very ordinary, but his mother's Lindian guqin attainment is higher than mine. He is probably already a professional level 10. He Yuhao said angrily. Li Feng was stunned on the other end of the phone. His guqin skills are so high? This is impossible, he hasn't had much contact with the Guqin. Did you make a mistake? He Yuhao said with a dark face, I played a piece of Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix for Luo Bingning, and he played a piece of the same song, and he played it better than me. I was slapped in the face by him, how could I be mistaken? Li Feng was incredulous, but the information I got says that Lin Tian has no talent in music. I checked with a private detective. He Yuhao gritted his teeth, the private detective you hired is too trashy. Can't you spend a little more money on this kind of thing? He Yuhao was very angry at being humiliated in public. Li Feng's face darkened on the other end of the phone. He Yuhao, I only told you this because I don't want Bing Ying to be cheated by Lin Tian. Don't be ungrateful. We are actually competitors. Do I owe you anything? He was speechless. Sorry, I was just really angry at him. Find a place and let's have a drink tonight and figure it out together. He Yuhao took a deep breath and said. Okay, let's invite Guo Liang. Guo Liang? Okay. He Yuhao knew Guo Liang. He had invested 10 million yuan in Luo Bingning's company, which accounted for 10% of the company's shares. He also got a position in the company. He wasn't really worried about Guo Liang. He knew that Luo Bingning would never look for him in the company. Business is business, and feelings are feelings. It would be a bad influence if a boyfriend was found in one's own company. Luo Bingning took the lead, and there might be a couple in the company by then. Office romances can easily affect work. Is He Yuhao still following? After dinner, Lin Tian and the others drove away. Luo Bingying asked. No. Lin Tian shook his head. Bingning, shall we go to the amusement park? Luo Bingning's eyes lit up, yes. Although her family was very, very rich, Luo Bingning didn't go to the amusement park very often because her parents were busy. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and the others arrived at a large amusement park with a roller coaster and a drop tower. Are you scared? Before long, Lin Tian and the others were on the roller coaster. I'm not afraid. Luo Bingning was confident. In fact, she had never been on a roller coaster before. When her parents took her to the amusement park, she would never play on such rides. Her parents are very wealthy, and the Luo family has only one child, Luo Bingning, in 3 generations. They can't afford any accidents. Creak, creak. The roller coaster slowly reached the top. Luo Bingning's face turned pale. Lin Tian reached out his hand, and Luo Bingning quickly grabbed it. Ah! The roller coaster plunged downwards, and Luo Bingning screamed. She clung tightly to Lin Tian's hand, while Lin Tian looked very calm. The average speed of roller coasters in China is about 100 kilometers per hour. Lin Tian has the cultivation level of a martial arts master, so his speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour, which is not much slower than a roller coaster. Lin Tian, aren't you afraid? After getting off the roller coaster, Luo Bingning said with a weak voice. It's okay. Lin Tian had a little regret. After riding the roller coaster, Luo Bingning's emotions fluctuated quite a bit, and no treasure chest appeared. Maybe it's not possible with normal emotional fluctuations. Are you still going to play? Lin Tian smiled. Play? I haven't played it yet. Pirate ship, bungee jump, swing. Lin Tian accompanied Luo Bingning to play a lot of thrilling and exciting projects. Naturally, he held Luo Bingning's hand quite a few times. Unfortunately, no treasure chest appeared later. It could be that this kind of emotional stimulation is not enough, or that the treasure chest has already been found today, and there will be no second one. Hello, Gui Gu. We talked in the group chat, and we finally met. In the evening, Lin Tian and the others left the amusement park, and He Yuhao, Li Feng, and Guo Liang met at a restaurant. He Kaizi, what do you want from me? Guo Liang asked. There was a hint of hostility in his words. He knew that He Yuhao was a classmate of Luo Bingning and a relatively strong competitor. Li Feng coughed lightly. Brother Guo, there is a situation you may not know. Luo Bingning already has a boyfriend, named Lin Tian. Guo Liang frowned. He knew it all too well. Lin Tian has been to Luo Bingning's company. Chapter 44, The 3 conspired against Lin Tian. I've seen Lin Tian. He went to Bingning's company. He looks ordinary, but Bingning actually likes him. Guo Liang gritted his teeth, and Li Feng and He Yuhao felt much better. They weren't the only ones who were affected, it seemed that some of the damage had been transferred. Order first, Li Feng said, and the three of them quickly ordered their food. Brother Gua, we are in a competitive relationship, but now the situation is that Lin Tian has become Luo Bingning's boyfriend. We have to unify our position and get rid of Lin Tian first, Li Feng said in a low voice. Guoliang nodded. Li Xiao, He Xiao, are you both deflated? Share your experiences and we can discuss plans together. Li Feng said with a gloomy face, they are living together. Some time ago, they went to the movies together, and I followed them. I wanted to get someone to threaten Lin Tian to leave, but I didn't expect Luo Bingning to find out. She said that if this happened again, our family would go bankrupt. Guoliang's face changed. They are living together? He Yuhao said, with the Luo family's wealth, if Luo Bingning really targets your family, your life will be difficult. The Li family has assets of 300 million, while the Luo family has tens of billions. The difference is 2 orders of magnitude. The Luo family's mere threat will have a huge impact on the Li family. Yes, they are living together. I even tried to pay Lin Tian to leave, but he didn't agree to it for $1 million. Li Feng said in a low voice. Guoliang frowned. He had no idea that Luo Bingning and Lin Tian had already moved in together, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, if he could catch up with Luo Bingning, he would definitely continue to pursue her. Even if Lin Tian and Luo Bingning have already had a relationship, in front of the Luo family's tens of billions of assets, these are just minor problems. What about you, He Xiao? Guoliang looked at He Yuhao. He Yuhao frowned and said, today, I went to a restaurant with Lin Tian and the others. There was a guqin inside, and I played a song called The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. Lin Tian also played this, and his level is a little higher than mine. Guoliang was stunned. He knew that He Yuhao was a talented student at Peking University and had a high level of musical talent, but he was actually being bullied by Lin Tian? Li Feng frowned. The private detective I hired clearly found that Lin Tian's parents were both ordinary farmers, so he couldn't afford to learn this. Music is expensive. Especially when you get to the advanced level, the cost of a single lesson is not small. Wait, doesn't Lin Tian drive a BMW X5? If he can afford such a car, his family must be doing well, right? Guoliang asked doubtfully. Li Feng shook his head. His family definitely couldn't afford it. His father is a carpenter, and he earns a little money in the countryside, about 200 yuan a day. This kind of work is not always available, and with a little income from farming, their family can barely make ends meet, with an annual income of 30,000 yuan. His car was probably bought by Luo Bingning. Guoliang and He Yuhao listened with a heavy heart. They had been pursuing her for a long time in college, and one of them had even pursued her in the company, but they had worked hard and achieved nothing. When they wanted to spend money on Luo Bingning, she wouldn't accept it. Luo Bingning actually bought Lin Tian a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Damn! Guoliang cursed. We must find a way to get him. Even if we can't get Luo Bingning, we can't let Lin Tian take advantage of us. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded. Li Feng said, we can only use formal means. If we use underhanded tactics, Luo Bingning may not be kind to us. They have a lot of assets at home. If they mess around and the Luo family targets them, their family will go bankrupt, and they will want to die. Mr. He, you are a great talent, what do you think? How can we target Lin Tian in a fair and square manner? It would be best if they broke up, and Luo Bingning would also owe us a favor. Guoliang looked at He Yuhao and asked. He Yuhao thought for a moment and said, we need to dig up dirt on Lin Tian, or find evidence that Lin Tian deliberately approached Luo Bingning. Li Feng sighed. He deliberately approached her. Isn't that obvious? It's a pity that Luo Bingning is a talented woman, but she's actually in love. I don't know what method Lin Tian used to seduce Luo Bingning. Guoliang thought for a moment and said, I forgot to mention one more piece of information. Do you know about Tianmu Group? It is an industry controlled by the Qiao family. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded. Ordinary people don't pay much attention to this kind of thing, but they have a lot of assets at home, so they must pay more attention to some information. Tianmu Group's Qiao Ziming also had thoughts about Luo Bingning. Li Feng and He Yuhao frowned. There is one more competitor. But it's not a big problem to have one more. Among the men pursuing Luo Bingning, there are more than 1 or 2 who are better than Qiao Ziming, and some have more assets than the Luo family. Some of them don't know the situation, and some of them are too proud to act casually. In their eyes, Lin Tian is nothing. The Luo family will never agree to Lin Tian marrying Luo Bingying. If they try to stop Luo Bingning from pursuing true love at this time, they might be hated by Luo Bingning, which would reduce their success rate. As long as they succeed in the end and get the billions of assets of the Luo family, they don't care whether Luo Bingning has slept with Lin Tian. Brother Gua, do you want to drag him in? I don't think it's a good idea. Xiao family has billions of assets. He is not on the same level as us. His chances of joining us will be much lower. Without him, we can discuss things together. If he joins, will he be the one who decides everything? Li Feng shook his head, and He Yuhao also shook his head to refuse. You're right. As the talented, he said, let's first try to find some dirt on Lin Tian. Should we hire a more capable private detective to investigate? Guo Liang asked. He Yuhao and Li Feng nodded. They quickly came to an agreement. They each put up 100,000 yuan and spent 300,000 yuan to hire a good private detective to investigate. If the other party finds important information, they can also add money. Li Feng, you should hire someone reliable this time. Also, we have to make it clear to the other party that we can only investigate within the scope permitted by the law and regulations, otherwise we may get into trouble. He Yuhao told Li Feng. Li Feng has done this kind of thing more often than they have, and is more experienced than they are. I know a pretty good private detective. Whether she can find anything or not, her starting fee is 100,000. As long as Lin Tian has dirt on her, she will definitely be able to dig it out. Li Feng said confidently. Should you contact her now? Guo Liang said. Li Feng dialed the phone, and it took half a minute for the phone to be answered. Li Feng, don't call me for your trivial matters. Sister Yao Hong, this is a big deal. 300,000, you help me find someone, and I need solid dirt on the other party. If the dirt is valuable, we can pay more. Li Feng quickly said. Yao Hong's eyes lit up on the other end of the phone. Interesting. Transfer me the 300,000 and I'll do my best to help you investigate for 2 weeks. If we don't find anything in 2 weeks, the 300,000 won't be returned. Soon, Li Feng transferred the money to Yao Hong. Guo Liang smiled and said, I've heard of this Yao Hong. She's a very good private detective. She should be able to handle this. As long as Lin Tian has black material, she can find it out in 9 out of 10 cases. Chapter 45, The private detective came to the door. Yao Hong quickly received Lin Tian's photo and name. She also received Luo Bingning's information. Ha! This person looks a bit familiar. Yao Hong stared at Lin Tian's photo and thought about it. She had a good memory, and it didn't take long for Yao Hong to find a video online. In the video, a young man was holding a little girl as they came out of the sea. The lights at the beach were not very bright at night, and the video was dark, but Yao Hong recognized that it was Lin Tian in the video. Lin Tian is actually the Sea King who became an internet sensation. He didn't come forward despite the hype, and his girlfriend is still the Luo family's daughter. Was the so-called rescue of the girl deliberately staged? Yao Hong thought about it carefully. As a private detective, she knew that the Luo family had billions of assets and that the Luo family had only one daughter, Luo Bingning, in 3 generations. It is entirely possible that the rescue was staged to attract attention to the huge assets. Yao Hong flipped through the comments on the video. Someone in the comments had revealed Lin Tian's identity, but the photos and videos they provided were quite different from Lin Tian. Some people also said that Lin Tian's physique was not that good. Saving people was last night's business. Since becoming a martial arts master, Lin Tian's appearance has changed slightly every day. Yao Hong's photos are from the last 2 days, and they are different from the comments. According to the people in the comments section, Lin Tian is quite ordinary, but Lin Tian is extremely fast when running and swimming. His level of Guqin playing is probably at the professional level 10. Yao Hong's face showed a faint smile. She was interested. It didn't take long for Yao Hong to find Lin Tian's phone number. She entered Lin Tian's phone number into a program she had written herself. Soon she got a new mobile trajectory map. Children's Welfare Institute? Yao Hong raised an eyebrow. Is she trying to create a caring image for orphans? Yao Hong felt that Lin Tian was a bit suspicious, so she quickly went downstairs to the Red Sun Children's Welfare Institute, where Lin Tian and the others had been during the day. By the time Yao Hong arrived, it was already dark. But the children were still awake. Many children were playing in the orphanage. Yao Hong went straight to the director of the orphanage, Hu Guifang. "Hello, Madam Hu, my name is Yang Qin. I want to donate something to the children, but I don't know what your orphanage needs most recently." Yao Hong asked. Hu Guifang smiled and said, "Ms. Yang, thank you for your kindness, but with the help of many caring people, we don't lack anything recently, and we don't need donations. Perhaps you can give your love to people who need it more." Yao Hong was surprised. "No donation?" "Dean Hu, when I first came in, I heard many children discussing teacher Luo and her boyfriend, Lin Tian. Are they the volunteers who came today?" Yao Hong asked tentatively. Hu Guifang smiled and said, "Xiao Lin is here for the first time. He was dragged here by the children's teacher, Luo. The children all like them very much." Yao Hong pretended to be surprised and said, "Lin Tian came here on the first day, and the children liked him right away? Aren't the children shy?" Hu Guifang, "The children are indeed a bit shy. But he is Bingying's boyfriend. Bingying has been a volunteer here for a year and has been here 20 or 30 times. The children know her very well. The main reason is that Lin is a very good doctor. He cured 2 of our children today, and another child is also much better." Yao Hong was a little surprised. How could Lin Tian's superb medical skills be related to him? "Director, I wonder if you could elaborate. To be honest, I am a writer and I am quite interested in this kind of thing." Yao Hong asked. Hu Guifang said with a smile, "I can tell you, but I have things to do next, so I can only tell you casually." 5 minutes later, Yao Hong walked out of the welfare institution. She looked very complicated. She had saved a child at the beach last night, and today she had actually cured 2 children, and the 3rd child would also recover in the future. Yao Hong muttered to herself. If it was possible to fake last night's incident at the beach, it was definitely impossible for the Welfare Institute to cooperate with Lin Tian to fake it. It would be too easy to investigate this kind of fraud. It is impossible to hide the fact that the 3 children have been treated in which hospitals and whether they have been disabled all along. It's a pity that I won't be able to make the 300,000 yuan. Yao Hong shook her head. She loves money, but she still has a conscience. She felt bad about deliberately finding dirt on Lin Tian to make people target him. Seeing Lin Tian and Luo Bingning? Yao Hong had this thought in her mind. She acted on her thoughts and an hour later she was at Lin Tian's apartment building. Ding dong. The intercom rang. Luo Bingning answered the call. The intercom was from the property management company. "Hello, Miss Luo, you have a visitor," the property staff said politely. Soon, Luo Bingning saw Yao Hong, who smiled and said, "Miss Luo, I have something important to discuss with you and Mr. Lin. Is it convenient to come up?" Lu Bingning was a little confused. Why was Yao Hong coming to see them? "You can come over." Lu Bingning agreed. She could fight 2 or 3 strong men, and a woman like Yao Hong wouldn't be a threat even if she came. It didn't take long for Yao Hong to arrive outside Luo Bingning's house. "Please come in." Lu Bingning opened the door. Yao Hong glanced around, but she didn't see Lin Tian. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" asked Luo Bingning. Yao Hong handed her a business card. "Miss Luo, my name is Yao Hong. I am a private detective and have a small reputation in this field." Lu Bingning's eyebrows furrowed. "Are you investigating me and Lin Tian? You have a lot of nerve." Luo Bingning said coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Yao Hong was stunned. She had seen some big scenes, but Luo Bingning's aura still made her feel uncomfortable and made her feel inferior. Luo Bingning's looks, temperament, and family background all crush her. "Miss Luo, I have no ill will. I did receive a commission to investigate Lin Tian, and the commission was 300,000 yuan. But I found out that Lin Tian saved a little girl last night and treated 3 children at the Welfare Institute today. I won't do this job," Yao Hong quickly said. After hearing her say that, Luo Bingning's aura was greatly reduced. "So you came here to tell me this?" Luo Bingning said in a low voice. Yao Hong nodded. "Telling you this information may be able to sell you a favor. In addition, I am a little curious about Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked out of the bedroom at this time. He had just finished taking a shower. Bingying, what's going on? Lin Tian asked. With his cultivation, he actually heard very clearly what Luo Bingning and the others were talking about. Luo Bingning quickly said. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, Miss Yao, it's a bit of a pity that you're giving up the 300,000 commission fee. Yao Hong said calmly, I don't need the 300,000. Lin Tian shook his head. No, you do. Yao Hong frowned, and Lin Tian said, you should get a thorough checkup at a big hospital, especially your lungs. Honey, is she sick? Lu Bingning was stunned. Yao Hong looked healthy, not like she was sick. Lin Tian nodded, I think so. We'll find out when we check. Yao Hong was not feeling well at all. Chapter 46, Another Super Local Tyrant? Miss Yao, if you don't find it, do you need to return the 300,000? Lin Tian asked. Yao Hong shook her head, no need. I never return the commission. If I find them, they will give me a lot more money. They? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Yao Hong said in a moment of silence, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I can't disclose client information. I can't tell you who commissioned it. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian said, the commission has a deadline, right? Yao Hong nodded, whether or not I find anything, I must give the client a definite result within half a month. Lin Tian smiled, you can take the 300,000 yuan and rest assured. Even if you continue to investigate, you won't find anything. At that time, you can just say that you haven't found anything. Yao Hong nodded, Mr. Lin, Miss Luo, goodbye. Yao Hong left soon after. Luo Bingning said in surprise, Lin Tian, is she seriously ill? Yes, it should be lung cancer. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. You can tell from her voice and complexion. She is now undergoing active treatment, so there is still a chance that she can be cured. Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning nodded, the fact that she gave up 300,000 yuan to come and talk to us shows that she is not the kind of person who is greedy for money. This matter must have something to do with He Yuhao. I can ask my father to get He Yuhao to tell us who else was involved, and let my father teach them a lesson. Lin Tian shook his head, we haven't been married for long, and your father has to do something like this. He will have a bad impression of me. It's not necessary to call the parents for such a small matter. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glint of light. This matter is not so serious that Luo Bingning's family needs to step in, but he will not let this matter go. He Yuhao and his friends targeted him, and he will definitely get his revenge in the future. Then I won't tell my dad about it. I will definitely not spare them in the future. Luo Bingning frowned slightly and snorted. Lin Tian smiled and said, do you want me to hold you while you watch TV? If not, I'll go back to my room. Hurry back to your room. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a cold look and said. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Lin Tian met with the landlord. The two of them went to the real estate transaction center to complete the transaction. The price of the store was 14.36 million. In addition, Lin Tian also paid the deed tax and other miscellaneous fees. He originally thought that after buying the shop, he would still have $1 million or so left, but in reality, after buying the shop, he only had a few $100,000 left in his account. Shaolin, congratulations on your good fortune. The city is still suitable for young people like you to make a name for themselves. Old folks like me should find a third-tier city to retire to. The landlord handed over the keys to the shop and other things to Lin Tian. Uncle Zhao, come over for tea whenever you have time. Lin Tian smiled. Soon the two said their goodbyes, and Lin Tian went inside the store. Looking at the things inside the store, he felt different. Even if the shop was well decorated before, it was still someone else's. Now that he had bought the shop, he had a foothold in the city. Even if one day the skills he has suddenly disappear, as long as the shop is still there, the rent is enough to support him. Drip. Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was a strange number. Hello. Mr. Lin, this is Yao Hong. The results of my physical examination have just come out. Early stage lung cancer. The doctor said there is hope for a cure. Thank you. On the other end of the line, Yao Hong said in a trembling voice. She couldn't believe the result, that she had cancer. Fortunately, Lin Tian had reminded her in time, otherwise there would be no cure. Miss Yao, you kindly reminded us, and I had the chance to remind you. You'd better make the most of that 300,000 yuan. Cancer is expensive. Mr. Lin, the person who entrusted me is surnamed Li. Yao hung up the phone after saying that. Li? Lin Tian immediately thought of Li Feng. Li Feng had previously hired a private detective to investigate him, and it was very likely that Yu Hao had met him. Li Feng must have suspected the results of the previous investigation. It was normal for them to pay for a more capable detective together. Half a month? Lin Tian muttered. Yao Hong can delay Li Feng and the others for a while. He should be able to get a few more treasure chests from Luo Bingning. By then, he would have the ability to fight back against Li Feng and the others. He is a martial arts master, but Li Feng and the others did not use violent means, so he can't just rush over and beat Li Feng and the others up. It would be best to fight back economically. Li Feng and the others are just relying on their family's wealth. If they lose money, they will probably suffer more than if they were beaten up. I strongly request that Master Lin conduct a live broadcast of the Guqin. Yes, the arrow is live, but what's wrong with the Guqin not being live? Master Lin, please go live. I'll steal an electric battery and give you a gift. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app. He had just uploaded a new video, and soon there were many comments on it. A live broadcast of the Guqin? If I learn a new skill in the future, I'll do a whole live stream about it. Lin Tian thought to himself. He estimated that he would definitely acquire new skills, and he would not do a live broadcast of each new skill every week. That would be too tiring. But a special live broadcast for each new skill is something he can do. A special live broadcast of the Guqin will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please look forward to it. There will be no more than 3 special live broadcasts of the same type per year. Lin Tian posted a message at the top of the comments section. Wow, the Guqin special is finally here. Live streaming is still more exciting than video. It's amazing that there are no more than 3 of these special live broadcasts a year. Master Lin is too salty. It's more like 30 times a year. Soon, there were many comments following Lin Tian's message. Imperial City Courtyard. What's with the Guqin special? The arrow special was so much better. Shin shook his head. His favorite instrument was the arrow. Old Liang. Old Shin dialed the phone. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Master Lin will be performing a Guqin concert live. Do you want to come and support him? On the other end of the phone was a friend of Mr. Shin's, Liang Xianda, who loved the Guqin. Old Shin, you're really a big fan of Master Lin, and you even called me to ask me to give him a gift? Liang Xianda said with a smile. Do I need to buy him a gift? Do I need money for gifts? I'm only reminding you because of our long friendship. After you leave, your son might have to ask someone to play a piece for you as a farewell gift. Now, buying a gift will earn you some goodwill. Shen Lao said in a bad mood. Liang Xianda. I'll watch it tomorrow on time. I want to see if he's worth my support. I also have to see if it's the same person. Lin Tian wears a mask, and some people speculate that the Arrow Master Lin and the Guqin Master Lin are not the same person. There are many people who hold this suspicion. It is difficult to reach the level of a top master in both Arrow and Guqin. Lao Liang, come over and watch it with us. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liang Xianda's face showed a faint smile. It's good to see an old friend. As for the live broadcast, it's just a matter of spending a little money. Although he is not as wealthy as Mr. Shen, he is still worth billions. A few million is just a drop in the bucket for him. By the evening, Lin Tian had bought a lot of things. Recording a video or live broadcast may require some props. Like flying knives. The number of fans is growing much more slowly. Lin Tian thought to himself, yesterday at noon there were 16 million fans, and after a day, there were only 500,000 more. If he wants to increase his number of fans quickly, he'll have to work hard tomorrow. Drip drip drip. Zheng Han called. Zhang Gu, what's the good news? Lin Tian asked. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Han said, Master Lin, for your Guqin live broadcast tomorrow, Huayin will do its best to recommend you to our audience. In addition, we will arrange a super administrator to enter the live broadcast room to help you manage it. Lin Tian smiled. Brother Zhang, that's great, thank you very much. Zhang Han, some companies want to cooperate. They couldn't get in touch with you, so they came to us. Do you want to take some ads? The prices they offer are very good. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Brother Zhang, let's talk about advertising after my fanbase reaches 30 million. Dear brothers, can you send me a little gift? I don't even have enough money to pay for electricity at $3 or $4 a day. Chapter 47, Revenge Killing, a little medical knowledge. Bingning, I'm off work, I'll be home in half an hour. Lin Tian sent a message to Luo Bingning to prepare to drive back. Lu Bingning had probably already returned home, and his wife was preparing a delicious meal. Unfortunately, Luo Bingning has not yet really married. Drip. Lu Bingning quickly called. Lin Tian answered and put it on speakerphone. Lin Tian, I don't have time to cook today. I just got home and got a call. Uncle Tang was in a car accident and was taken to the emergency room. I have to go over there. Lu Bingning quickly said. Lin Tian was stunned. Uncle Tang had a car accident? Bingying, is that Tang Yan's uncle? Yes, I just got the news. Why don't you go to the hospital too? Uncle Tang helped with Wei Jun's case. Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bingning quickly sent the address. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning arrived at the hospital. Swallow, what's the situation? Lin Tian and the others saw Tang Yan. Tang Yan's eyes were red, probably because she had been crying. Her uncle, Tang Pangyuan, had always been very good to her and had always taken care of her. Tang Yan sobbed, uncle must have been retaliated against. A sanitation truck suddenly accelerated and slammed into uncle's car. Uncle Tang was seriously injured. The driver fled. Lu Bingning hugged Tang Yan. Swallow, Uncle Tang is a lucky man, he will be fine. Didn't you say that Uncle Tang is a master martial artist? He has a stronger vitality than ordinary people. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Uncle Tang Yan is a martial arts master? Tang Yan said in a tearful voice, although Uncle is a martial arts master, he was injured on a previous mission and his strength is not as good as before. Otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely be in charge of criminal investigation instead of public security. Luo Bingning said, how long has Uncle Tang been in the operating room? More than an hour. Tang Yan was extremely worried. She was very nervous because she hadn't heard anything from him for over an hour. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian. She hesitated a little. She wanted Lin Tian to help, but Tang Pengyuan's identity was special. If anything happened to him, Lin Tian would be responsible. In addition, the hospital they are in now is not low level, and the doctors at the hospital are unlikely to let Lin Tian participate in the treatment. Swallow, has your aunt come over? Luo Bing asked. Tang Yan nodded, my aunt is here. She is at the door of the operating room. I came to pick you up and take a breath. I'll take you there. Soon, Lin Tian and the others arrived at the door of the operating room. There were quite a few people waiting. Tang Yan's uncle, Tang Pangyuan, is the deputy director of the bureau. He had a car accident, and it wasn't an accident. This is no small matter. Auntie, don't be too sad. Uncle Tang will definitely be fine. Luo Bingning comforted. Bingning, thank you for coming. Tang Yan's second aunt Zhang Roman said with a pale face. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Tian, Bingning's boyfriend. Lin Tian also said hello. Hello. Zhang Roman looked at Lin Tian a few more times. She had heard from Tang Pangyuan that Luo Bingning had already gotten married, and Lin Tian was actually Luo Bingning's husband. Auntie, is there any news inside? Tang Yan asked. Zhang Roman said in a hoarse voice, a doctor just came out and asked me to sign a few words. The situation is not good, but the doctor said he would try his best to save her. Lin Tian listened intently. He could hear the sounds coming from the operating room. The situation is relatively critical, but Tang Pangyuan is a martial artist, and his vitality is stronger than that of ordinary people, so he should still be able to survive. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The lights in the operating room finally went out. The operation was successful, and the patient has been removed from danger. The patient will be transferred to the ICU, and the family can visit again tomorrow. the doctor took the lead. Soon the patient was also pushed out. Lin Tian's face changed slightly. At close range, he discovered that Tang Pengyuan's situation was different. Tang Pengyuan still had serious problems that had not been handled. Wait a minute. Doctor, the patient still has an underlying problem that has not been dealt with. If this underlying problem is not dealt with, the patient will be in critical condition again within 10 minutes. Lin Tian said in a serious tone. Several doctors glanced at Lin Tian, but they didn't pay any attention to him and quickly left with the patient. Lin Tian, why are you cursing my uncle? Although I oppose you in Deepening, you don't need to do this. Tang Yan said angrily. In her opinion, Lin Tian was just talking nonsense. Tang Pengyuan had just come out of the operating room, and she definitely didn't want to hear such things. Swallow, Lin Tian is a very skilled doctor. Lin Tian, what kind of hidden danger is it? I'll talk to the doctor. If the doctor doesn't listen, I'll let my grandfather talk to the doctor. Lu Bingning quickly said. Tang Yan was stunned. Lin Tian's medical skills are very good? Lin Tian is only 23 years old, how good can his medical skills be? You have to know that this is S City, and this is the top hospital in S City. The doctors here are all very good. The doctor who operated on Tang Pengyuan is an authority in this field. Lin Tian said in a low voice, Uncle Tang Yan has been given an anesthetic, but he is a martial artist, so he will recover much faster than an ordinary person. Once he recovers, his internal strength will be able to operate. The problem is that the meridians in his body are blocked, and his internal strength cannot operate smoothly. The activation of internal strength will cause him to bleed profusely. Tang Yan asked, Lin Tian, how do you know all this? Swallow, Lin Tian has inherited ancient medical techniques. He can tell at a glance that someone has lung cancer. Lu Bingning said solemnly. They quickly told the doctor about the situation. However, the doctors here are not powerful martial artists, nor do they know ancient medical techniques. They simply could not detect Tang Pengyuan's problem. As family members, it is normal for you to be anxious. But please trust us, the patient's data is fine. The equipment doesn't lie, and the data doesn't lie either. The doctor gave Lin Tian and the others an answer. Lin Tian shook his head. The data does not lie, but the data can change. Soon, 8 or 9 minutes passed. Tang Pengyuan woke up in the ICU. It usually takes at least 2 or 3 hours for a normal person to wake up, but he woke up much faster than the time he was under anesthesia. Drip, drip, drip. The alarms sounded rapidly. Soon, Tang Pengyuan's data deteriorated rapidly, and his meridians were blocked, causing his internal energy to surge. Tang Pengyuan passed out again. Excuse me, excuse me. Tang Pengyuan was taken back to the operating room. How could this happen? Tang Yan was dumbfounded, and Auntie Tang Yan's face also turned ugly. Lin Tian shook his head in secret, expecting this to happen. Lin Tian, can you solve the problem with Uncle Tang? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If Uncle Tang can come out of the recovery room alive, I should be able to restore his meridians. He happened to have a box of silver needles with him. He bought the silver needles this afternoon. After all, he had inherited ancient medical techniques, so it was a good idea to bring a box of silver needles. Whoosh! Hearing Lin Tian say this, Tang Yan burst into tears. The second time he went into the emergency room was probably even more dangerous than the first time. Young man, do you know how to practice medicine? The hospital director hurried over in no time. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. If Tang Pengyuan died because they didn't listen to the advice, the hospital would be held responsible, and he, as the hospital director, would definitely be held responsible. I know a little. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Chapter 48, Into the Operating Room to Save Lives. Young man, I am the director of this hospital, my surname is Sure. You have made a very accurate diagnosis of Director Tang's condition. What do you think are the chances of a successful operation for Director Tang? The hospital director asked solemnly. Lin Tian looked at Tang Yan and her aunt. President Sure, there is no need to hide it from the family at this time. You can say whatever you want. Saving the patient is the most important thing. Lin Tian, tell us. Tang Yan said with teary eyes. Lin Tian listened carefully to the sounds coming from the operating room. The chances of the patient coming out of the operating room alive were about 20 to 30%. When she heard Lin Tian say this, Tang Yan's aunt's legs went weak. Lu Bingning quickly helped her up. Director Shi's heart rate accelerated. Goodness, 2 to 30%, which means that the Grim Reaper is already on his way to take him away. Shaolin, what if I agree to let you help in the operating room? What percentage of success do you have in saving Shiju? Don't worry, I'll take all the responsibility. President Shi asked after some consideration. Lin Tiandao said, Dean Shi, I don't have a medical license. Are you sure you want me to go into the operating room to save someone? This is no joke. Tang Pengyuan came out and said, if you give him a shot and then go into the operating room to save him, the two of you will have different levels of responsibility if something goes wrong. First, tell me how confident you are. Dean Shi said. Lin Tian said without thinking, if I go in, I have an 80 to 90% chance of success. I can make up for the shortcomings of the doctors inside. Lin Tian, please save my uncle. Tang Yin begged, I've saved up a lot of my allowance, I'll give it all to you. Lin Xiao, please save my uncle. Don't worry, even if something happens to him, our family will never make trouble for you. Auntie Tang Yin also hurriedly said. Dean Shi said in a deep voice, Xiaolin, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I have a responsibility, but that is also the responsibility of the dean of this hospital. You can rest assured. At that moment, the door to the operating room opened. Ms. Liu, I need you to sign a few things. A doctor came out. Tang Yan's aunt's surname is Liu. She said in a pale voice, Doctor, is my husband's condition very dangerous? How much confidence do you have? This. The doctor looked hesitant. Director Shi said, tell the truth. Okay, Dean. Ms. Liu, Mr. Tang's condition is very bad. We can't find the cause of his deterioration, and the chance of a successful operation may not be higher than 30%. The doctor said honestly that he had seen this situation many times. Lin Tian. President Shi looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian said, where to change clothes? Hurry up and take Xiaolin to change into a sterilized gown. The dean ordered. Soon Lin Tian entered the operating room. In the operating room, the surgeon, Dr. Dong, was sweating profusely. Tang Pengyuan is not a low-level person. They didn't listen to Lin Tian, and as a result, a second surgery was required. They are very responsible for Tang Pengyuan's death. Even if the consequences are not considered, Tang Pengyuan's current situation is very difficult. The chances of saving him are less than 20%. Dr. Dong, the dean asked me to come in and help. If you need help, just say so. If not, I'll just watch from the side. Lin Tian said. You are the one who reminded us young people? Sorry we didn't listen to you, we need your help urgently. Dr. Dong Renchang, the chief surgeon, hurriedly said. Lin Tian approached, and his hand rested on Tang Pengyuan's pulse point. Lin Tian quickly determined Tang Pengyuan's specific condition. He didn't show off his skills, but instead inserted a few silver needles slowly and steadily, with the last needle landing on the point where Tang Pengyuan's meridians were blocked. Lin Tian pinched the needle lightly, and a trace of internal strength surged into Tang Pengyuan's meridians. Soon, Tang Pengyuan's blocked meridians were unblocked. It's rising, rising. His blood pressure was rising. The instrument showed that Tang Pengyuan's condition was improving rapidly. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Lin Tian said, and gave Tang Pengyuan a few more silver needles. The two large bleeding points quickly reduced the amount of bleeding. Dr. Dong, it's up to you now. Lin Tian stepped back. Dr. Dong said gratefully, thank you. We'll take it from here. The key problem was solved, and the two large bleeding points were also taken care of. For Dr. Dong and his team, the rest was a minor problem. In less than half an hour, Dr. Dong and his team completed the surgery. Young man, these silver needles. Dr. Dong looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and said, the silver needles can be removed. Lin Tian quickly removed the needles, and all the indicators were normal. Young man, would you please take the pulse of Director Tang again? Dr. Dong said. Lin Tian nodded, and he quickly took Tang Pengyuan's pulse again. No problem, in a week, Director Tang will be able to get out of bed and walk around. So soon? Dr. Dong was surprised. Lin Tian smiled and said, Director Tang is a martial artist. He recovers faster than normal people. A normal person may need more than half a month. I'll be going out first. The lights in the operating room went out and Lin Tian went outside. Tang Yan hurriedly asked, Lin Tian, what's the situation with my uncle? Behalf of the Municipal Public Security Bureau at Shijiazhuang, I would like to thank you for your help. As soon as Dean Sure let go of Lin Tian's hand, someone else shook his hand. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Shishir is a high-level city, and Tanjinghua's status is very high. Director Tan, is Deputy Director Tang being retaliated against? I just saw a doctor who looked a little strange. He walked like a martial artist, and he was heading towards the intensive care unit. Lin Tian reminded him. Tanjinghua's face changed, and so did Tang Yan and the others. Who was protecting them? Tell them to be on high alert immediately. You guys come with me. Tanjinghua hurriedly asked. Lin Tian had just saved Tang Yuanping's life. Tanjinghua did not dare to be careless about Lin Tian's reminder, and they moved quickly. Lin Tian, you stay here, I'll go help. Tang Yan quickly said. She is a master of martial arts, and most people are no match for her. If I go with you, you may not be able to recognize me. Lin Tian also followed, but Luo Bingning did not. Although Luo Bingning had practiced martial arts, she did not have the level of cultivation in the realm of Mingjin, and her strength was not enough to deal with the bandits. She might even be a hindrance. Lin Tian, you stay behind me later. Don't be too proud. You're just an ordinary person. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child. Tang Yan whispered a reminder. Do you know how to throw knives? Lin Tian asked. Tang Yan shook her head. Our Tang family has nothing to do with the Tang family in the novel. We don't know how to throw knives. We are good at swords. We are also good at kicking and boxing. Soon, Lin Tian and the others approached the intensive care unit where Tang Pengyuan was being held, guarded by 2 police officers with guns outside. Have you seen the suspect? Tanjinghua asked. Commissioner, a doctor just walked down the stairs. We didn't dare leave our posts and couldn't identify the suspect. One of the policemen replied. Tang Yan quickly rushed to the stairwell. Lin Tian followed closely behind, not slower than Tang Yan. Stop. Tang Yan rushed into the stairwell and saw a doctor. At this time, there was a small chance that the other doctors would be in the stairwell. The other person immediately turned around, and the black muzzle of the gun pointed at Tang Yan. Be careful. Lin Tian quickly pulled Tang Yan back. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The bullet passed through the spot where Tang Yan had just stood. If Lin Tian hadn't pulled her, Tang Yan would have probably been shot in the heart. Ah! The next second, the murderer screamed. Lin Tian smashed his head with his cell phone. Lin Tian didn't use his inner strength in a hurry, but his physical fitness was strong, and the force of the phone he threw was full. Die! Tang Yan was shocked and angry. She jumped over a dozen steps and kicked the murderer in the chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the assailant had broken several bones. Tang Yan had not held back in her kick. If the criminal had weaker physical fitness, he might have been killed by her kick. Crack! Without giving the murderer a second chance to shoot, Tang Yan smashed his wrist with a punch, breaking the murderer's forearm bone. Tang Yan, Lin Tian. Several policemen rushed into the stairwell. They were shocked by what they saw in the stairwell. Lin Tian and Tang Yan were fine, but the criminal looked miserable. Tanjinghua soon appeared. Commissioner Tan, that's who I saw. Lin Tian pointed to the murderer who had been knocked to the ground by Tang Yan. Tanjinghua asked, he fired a gun. Are you okay? Lin Tian shook his head, and Tang Yan said in a frightened voice, luckily Lin Tian pulled me back, otherwise I would have definitely been shot. Tanjinghua was relieved, it's good that you're okay. Immediately, he reassured the crowd, saying that the police had just fired a warning shot at the thugs. The gunshots were so loud that many people in the hospital heard them. Yes, Chief. Tanjinghua said angrily, Xiaoyan, Xiaolin, you were too impulsive. What if something happened to you? Xiaoyan, your uncle is still in the hospital. If something happens to you, how can I explain to him when he wakes up? Tang Yan said apologetically, Uncle Tan, I'm fine, aren't I? Tan Jinghua said in a bad mood, if it weren't for Xiaolin, could you still say that? Then your uncle will scold you. Take him away. The culprit was quickly taken away, and the police would naturally handle the follow-up. Lin Tian, thank you. You saved my uncle and just now you saved me. Tang Yan said gratefully. Lin Tian smiled and said, since I saved you, you should say less about me and Bingning not being suitable for each other in the future. Tang Yan shook her head. One thing is one thing. I'm Bingying's best friend. She's so outstanding. I still don't think you're a good match for her. Why don't you consider me? I'm not as good as her, and you saved me. How about I be your girlfriend? Lin Tian. He shook his head. Not very good. I'm so good that I deserve better. To be fair, Tang Yan is still quite pretty, but it depends on who you compare her to. Compared to Luo Bingying, there is a clear difference. Tang Yan is more suitable for being a brother. Aren't you leaving? Lin Tian turned around and was about to leave. Tan Jinghua and the others had already left. Tang Yan said awkwardly, I just twisted my ankle when I kicked you. You go ahead, I'll rest here for a while. Lin Tian turned on his phone. It had just hit the murderer's forehead and then fallen to the ground, but the phone was still fine. It really was not for nothing that Xiao Xiao was the leader. Bingning, we are in the stairwell of the intensive care unit. Lin Tian called Luo Bingning. Soon, Luo Bingning and Auntie Tang Yan came over. Tang Yan told them what had happened, and Luo Bingning and the others were also very scared. They thought the police had fired the shots, but they didn't expect the culprit to be the one who fired the shots. Lin Tian, does Swallow need treatment for her sprained ankle? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian shook his head, just go home and apply ice. She is a martial artist, she will recover in no time. Shaolin, I really don't know how to thank you. You saved old Tang and Xiaoyan, and you also found the murderer. Auntie Tang Yan said with deep gratitude. If Lin Tian hadn't found the murderer, Tang Pengyuan might have been killed. Lin Tian saved the lives of both Tang Pengyuan and his wife. Auntie Lu, it was nothing. Lin Tian smiled and said. Auntie Tang Yan said solemnly, for you, it may be a trivial matter, but for our family, it is a great favor. When old Tang is discharged from the hospital, we will come to thank you together. Lin Tian took Luo Bingning and left quickly. He couldn't stand being so polite. Outside the hospital, Luo Bingning's heart rate gradually slowed down. Lin Tian, why did you follow Swallow and charge at her? She is a martial artist, but you are not. Don't do that again. You were lucky this time, and the gods were on your side. If you do it again, I won't talk to you. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Bingning, are you worried about me? If something really happened to me, would you cry? You're talking nonsense. I'll beat you. Lu Bingning's right hand was held by Lin Tian, and she hammered her left hand into Lin Tian's chest. Lin Tian's right hand reached out, and suddenly Luo Bingning was in his arms. In an instant, Luo Bingning's face turned red. Her heart began to beat faster. A black iron treasure chest appeared above her head. Brothers and sisters, please give a 5-star review with your lucky hands. May you live a good life. Chapter 50 Bingning, I have a system. Lin Tian, you, let go of me. Luo Bingning said weakly. Her heart was beating fast. Lin Tian wouldn't kiss her, would he? Although her feelings for him had further improved, she wasn't really prepared for this. Lin Tian's head leaned forward slightly. His forehead touched the black iron treasure chest. The black iron treasure chest disappeared in an instant. Ding, the black iron treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level firearms skills. The system's voice rang out. A flood of information also quickly poured into Lin Tian's mind. Long and short, domestic and foreign, the information that poured in contained a lot of knowledge about firearms, and of course, relevant practical experience. It won't take long for him to reach the master level in all his firearms shooting skills, and he will be a top master. The shooting level of a military king should also be at the master level. There are not many military kings in China, and the number of masters should be extremely small. It is unlikely that their shooting level will reach the master level. The FN-57 pistol uses 5.7mm pistol bullets, has a 20-round capacity, a muzzle velocity of 650 meters per second, and can penetrate standard body armor within its effective range, earning it the nickname Police Killer. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the information about the pistol used by the murderer today. He had actually acquired the ability to shoot a gun. Lin Tian thought to himself. Guns are banned in China, and ordinary people don't have access to firearms at all. But he is no longer an ordinary person now, so he might have access to them. With such a skill, he might need it at some point. Grandmaster level martial arts are very powerful, but if he encounters several armed robbers, he might not even get close before being shot to pieces. If he had a gun in his hand, he could kill the enemy from a distance. Lin Tian, you don't do anything rash. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Lu Benjing's face turned red. She pushed Lin Tian hard, but he didn't budge. She had practiced martial arts, but she had not reached the level of Ming Jin, and her strength was smaller than that of an ordinary man. How could she push Lin Tian? Bingning, I was just hugging you. Where did you get that idea? Lin Tian said with a smile. He let go of Luo Bingning. If he had kissed Luo Bingning at this moment, perhaps she would not have resisted, but there was no need to be rude to her for the time being. They had only known each other for a little over a week, and the timing was not ripe. Moreover, Lin Tian felt that when Luo Bingning was nervous, the chances of opening the treasure chest were high. Now that he had kissed her, the chances of opening the treasure chest might be reduced. You pervert, you're not allowed to hug me anymore. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Hurry home. Lin Tian smiled. He ignored Luo Bingning's refusal to be hugged. He had already hugged her a few times, so what if he hugged her again in the future? This kind of thing is second nature. Lu Bingning nodded. Both of them drove over and got back into their cars. Luo Bingning looked in the mirror and saw that her face was still a little flushed. Bad guy, there are so many people at the hospital entrance. Luo Bingning thought to herself. Half an hour later, the two returned home. It was quite late, and they had waited for quite some time outside the emergency room. The evening's training was delayed. But they did get a treasure chest from the hospital, which was worth it. In addition to the treasure chest, he also had other gains. He added several WeChat friends, including Dean Shi and Director Tan. He had helped them a lot today. If it weren't for him, Tang Pengyuan would have died, and Dean Shi would have been in trouble as the dean, not to mention Director Tan Jinghua. Especially the latter. If the murderer killed Tang Pengyuan in the hospital, Tan Jinghua, as the highest-ranking leader on the scene, would be held responsible. Ordinary connections may not be useful, but connections like Tan Jinghua's may come in handy at some point in the future. Lin Tian, where did you learn your ancient medical skills? Luo Bingning asked curiously. Lin Tian saw that Yao Hong had lung cancer, cured Su Hu and the others, and saved Wen Tang Pengyuan today. His medical skills are definitely very strong. One thing may be a coincidence, or Lin Tian may just be good at one thing, but when it comes together, it's not just a coincidence. A wandering Taoist priest passed by our village once. Stop. Lin Tian was interrupted by Luo Bingning as soon as he started to speak. She said in a bad mood, Lin Tian, isn't your reason too fake? Lin Tian spread his hands. It seems that I can't fool you. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I have the system, and the system gives me the ability. Luo Bingning. She rolled her eyes. Your reason is even worse than the one before. Lin Tian shook his head in secret. No one believes the truth these days. Didn't the system give him his skills? I'm too lazy to ask you, so go to bed early. After saying that, Luo Bingning returned to her bedroom. If she really ends up with Lin Tian in the future, it doesn't matter if Lin Tian is a good doctor, he'll still be her husband. If they divorce, it will be even less important. 10. The interrogation results are in. The murderer is named Yu Quan Su, a drug dealer from the Black Triangle. 3 years ago, Deputy Director Tang killed his younger brother in a drug raid. He didn't bring a gun with him before the operation, and he wanted to kill Deputy Director Tang directly. When he found out that he was fine, he sneaked into the hospital to prepare for a second operation. He has killed more than 10 people, including 2 of our border guards. Someone called Tan Jinghua to report it. Yu Quansu had broken several bones, but even so, the interrogation had to be carried out immediately to prevent Yu Quansu from having accomplices. Contact the original unit of Deputy Director Tang and tell them the results. They may also be looking for Yu Quangsu. Tan Jinghua said in a low voice. Yes, Chief. Tan Jinghua hung up the phone. Old Tan, what's going on so late? Tan Jin's lover was awakened by the noise and said in a daze. Tan Jinghua smiled. Deputy Director Tang was attacked, wasn't he? The murderer who killed him was caught, and it was a big fish. I also met an interesting young man today. Tan Jinghua's wife said, if you find someone interesting, it must be someone special. Is it a man or a woman? If it's a man, why don't you introduce him to our daughter? You're afraid that our daughter won't get married? Tan Jinghua said with a bad temper. Besides, Xiaolin has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend is the daughter of the Luo family. Which Luo family? Tan Jinghua said, which Luo family? The richest one. Luo Renjia has a good daughter, but unfortunately no son. But it's not bad to have a good son-in-law. Tan Jinghua's wife was surprised. Bingning has a boyfriend? I used to hold her when she was little. She was very cute. Later, Luo Renjie went into business and you went into politics, so our two families have had less contact. Why don't you invite them to your home for a visit? You're flattering them so much, you must owe them a favor. Tan Jinghua laughed and said, okay, I'll invite them to dinner at my house someday. I do owe Lin Xiaoqing a favor. Deputy Director Tang owes even more. If it weren't for Xiaolin, we could have gone to Tang's home for a banquet. Tan Jinghua's wife said angrily, you're not serious. Deputy Director Tang is still in the intensive care unit, so you can't say anything good. I'm saying this because he's not in serious danger. Let's go to bed. Tan Jinghua smiled. A stone fell from his heart, and he could finally sleep peacefully. Chapter 51. Is Master Lin a master? Just wait for Master Lin to sink. I don't think the two Masters Lin are the same person. They're wearing masks to make us think they're the same person. A double master is more likely to attract followers. The Chinese like to deceive, and in this regard, we should learn from Europe, America, and the East Asian countries. The next morning, after Lin Tian finished his training, he opened the Huayin app and looked at it. His brows furrowed, and there were many skeptical comments in the comments section. Some of the doubts are normal. Some of them were simply blackmailers trying to smear him. If it was just a simple smear campaign, Lin Tian wasn't really very angry, but some of the strange comments made him feel sick. Some people have been kneeling for too long, and their knees have softened and they can't stand up. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer. When he came out of his room, Lin Tian saw a note on the mirror in the bathroom. He had not practiced last night, so this morning he practiced for an extra week. Luo Bingning had already gone to work. No mention of my husband, bad review. Lin Tian muttered. After breakfast, Lin Tian hurried to the studio. The shop he bought is now his studio. In the courtyard of the imperial capital. Old Shen, Master Lin is very popular. Liang Xianda smiled and said, Master Lin is very popular. In front of them was a large screen showing Lin Tian's live broadcast room. The live broadcast room is currently black. But the number of people in the studio is already 100,000 plus. The live broadcast room is very popular, and many fans are already sending gifts there. Shen Lauda, if you are sure of Master Lin's level of Guqin, and you are sure that he is very young, will you fully support him? Liang Xianda nodded slightly. If he really has that level of skill, I will support him. Shen Lao smiled and asked, why? Why? Liang Xianda thought for a moment. Our country's economy has developed rapidly in recent years, but culture has lagged behind. If he is really a top-notch master of the Guqin, he may be the leading figure in the Guqin field in the future. Mr. Shun gave a thumbs up. You've hit the nail on the head. Since you know this, you should know why I support him and why Chairman Ouyang and the others support him. You still need to confirm the Guqin, but we have already confirmed the Eru. It's a pity that Master Lin is actually doing a Guqin concert this time. Mr. Shin shook his head with a hint of regret. Different people have different hobbies. He likes the Eru better. Here it comes. Liang Xianda said. Suddenly, the live broadcast room had a picture, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared in an instant. Many people quickly flocked into Lin Tian's live broadcast room. Compared to the Eru, the Guqin has a wider audience. And last time when he opened a live broadcast, Lin Tian only had 5 million fans. This time when he opened a live broadcast, he already had 17 million fans. He and Huayin also signed an SS-level contract. Huayin's support for him has naturally increased a lot. Lao Liang, I'll send a little gift to show my support. If he cheats later, I'll scold him with you. Mr. Shen said with a smile. He has already learned how to give gifts. Fan Old Playboy gives away 100 super rockets. One rocket after another rose into the sky. A super rocket costs 1,000 yuan, so 100 rockets cost 100,000 yuan. Master Lin, there are many people who doubt that you have changed people. Can you first play a song on the Qin to verify your identity? Shen Laofa sent a message. As Lin Tian's #1 fan, his words were enlarged and bolded, and they floated directly from the screen in the live broadcast room. Support! Support! Many messages of support floated up on the screen. Among the people watching the live broadcast, there are many fans of Lin Tian's Eru, so of course they support it, and the rest don't mind verifying their identity first. Lin Tian smiled, everyone, today is a Guqin special, but since everyone is supporting it, let's start with a song. This time is not counted, and the Guqin will still be broadcast for 2 hours later. Lin Tian did not leave the screen. He reached over and took the arrow from the side. A piece of horse racing for everyone. Soon, Lin Tian began to play the arrow, and the passionate music began to play. It is a real treat to hear Master Lin play the arrow. Arrow and arrow are indeed different. Yesterday, I heard an old man playing in the park, and it almost sent me away. Many barrage came out. But more people were listening attentively. Before long, the song was over. Fan Old Childish sent a spaceship *100. Countless people were stunned. A spaceship is the most expensive gift, costing 28,888, and he gave away 100 of them. Old Shun, you. Liang Xianda was shocked. Mr. Shen smiled, I'm too old to take my time giving it away, so I'll just give it all at once and watch the live broadcast with peace of mind. Thank you for the gift from the old child. Lin Tian never thanked him before. This time he thanked him for the rare occasion, and the 100 spaceships and the 100 superfires were already worth nearly 3 million. If he were a beautiful anchorwoman, he would probably be delivering takeout at the speed of light. Everyone, next you will listen to the piano quietly, and I will play it with all my heart. Let me know what kind of music you want to hear. The first piece is Guangling San. Lin Tian played the famous Guqin piece Guangling San with a relaxed air. The beautiful sound of the zither clearly reached the ears of each listener. Absolutely top-notch master level. I'm no match for Master Lin. Anyone who says that Master Lin is not a top-notch master can rest assured. After the song was over, several Guqin masters sent out a barrage of compliments. They are officially certified. Lao Liang, what do you think? Although your Guqin skills are not up to par, your level of appreciation should be fine. Shen asked. Liang Xianda looked puzzled. Old Shen, Master Lin's playing gave me the feeling of listening to Su Zongshi. Master Lin is a master of the Guqin? That's impossible. Mr. Shen shook his head. From his hands, it is clear that Lin Tian is not very old. It is already incredible that he is a double master, but a master of the Guqin? I'll call Master Su to watch the live broadcast. Liang Xianda dialed the number and soon the call was connected. On the other end of the line was a 70-year-old man, the only Guqin master in China today, Master Su Guochang. What's the matter, Liang? Su Guochang's voice came through. He seemed a little excited. Master Su, a young man is playing the Guqin on live broadcast. I think he has a bit of your style. Would you like to take a look? Liang Xianda asked. On the other end of the phone, Su Guochang laughed and said, Brother Liang, are you talking about Xiaolin? I'm watching him live right now. Master Su, is Master Lin a top master? Su Guochang said after a few seconds of silence, Brother Liang, he is not a top master. If I'm not mistaken, he should have already become a Grandmaster. Liang Xianda's eyes showed shock. Master Su, are you sure? More or less. Brother Liang, Don't tell anyone. He's still young. Such a good seed shouldn't be cut down. Su Guochang warned. After hanging up the phone, Liang Xianda was in disbelief. Lao Liang, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Asked Shun Lao. Liang Xianda took a deep breath. Master Su said he should be a master. Chapter 52. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Shun Lao looked at Liang Xianda blankly. After a while, Shun let out a sigh. If he really is a Grandmaster, his future is limitless. In the future, he might very well become a double Grandmaster. Liang Xianda shook his head. Maybe it's more than that. Don't forget that he's good at martial arts. He's probably a martial arts master. Shun's eyes lit up. I forgot about that. He was poor in the past and couldn't afford a good arrow. It is estimated that he reached the level of martial arts master before he revealed his strength to make money. He is also wearing a mask in this situation, which is very cautious. Master Shin and Liang Xianda smiled at each other. Master Lin is cautious enough to live a long life, and they are happy to see this. Old Liang, are you going to reward him with money? Laughing, Shin said, this is the future 3-time Grandmaster. It is no exaggeration to say that in the future, he may be invited to attend some big events that we cannot attend. Liang Xianda nodded, this is very likely. For example, if some top foreign figures come over, what do they have to offer? Billions of dollars, and they don't even take it seriously. A 3-time Grandmaster is different. If the country invites Master Lin to play a song or something, for some foreign bigwigs, that would be a sign that China values them. Fan Liang gives away a spaceship *100. Liang Xianda quickly topped up his account and sent out a gift. Seeing this, many people watching the live broadcast had their eyes wide open. I'm going, 2 diehard fans have given away 5 or 6 million. Is this for real? Is this the money of the local tyrants, or is it the 30-70 split of the poor? Upstairs, let me introduce you. The person who just gave you a reward is the chairman of the Liang Group, worth more than 50 small goals. Countless barrage of comments came out. Shen looked at Liang Xianda, old Liang, you're too cunning. You used this account to reward, publicly sold face and also advertised. Liang Xianda's reward is so generous that it might even be trending on the search engine. The advertising effect is likely to be more than 2 or 3 million. I didn't think about that. I only have this account. Liang Xianda spread his hands and said, besides, what kind of advertisement am I running? I'm just a semi-retired old man. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Listen to the piano. Shin lay down leisurely. Huayin headquarters. Zhang Han arrived at the office of the director, Fong Zhengming. Director, in less than half an hour, Master Lin's reward has already reached 7 million, and it may even break through 10 million. Zhang Han said excitedly. He couldn't believe it. It wasn't hard to make millions from a live broadcast of a top anchor selling products, but it was very difficult to make millions from rewards. They knew very well that Lin Tian had not done this himself. Chairman Liang and the others should have done it all at once. If there are no more super local tyrants, 10 million is probably impossible. 8 million is not a big problem. Fong Zheng Mingdao. He sighed, even if you deduct the rewards from the 2 local tyrants, Shen Lao and them, Lin Tian's other rewards are not small. Director, I think 10 million is possible. Master Lin's Guqin and Eru are definitely of top-notch master level. Will one of them become a master in the future? If both become masters, or even martial arts masters. Zhang Handao. Fong Zhengming took a deep breath. You mean, some people who know this clearly will reward the note first to create good karma? Zhang Han nodded, I think it's entirely possible. Fong Zhengming thought for a moment, I'll talk to the higher-ups and see if we can give Master Lin some more traffic support. You're busy, Director. Bingning, did you watch the live broadcast? Master Lin is too strong. He is indeed a top-notch master in the field of Guqin. Tang Yan excitedly called Luo Bingning. No, I was busy. If you're not busy, I recommend you take a good look. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bingning quickly picked up her phone and entered the live broadcast room. She was now free. It's beautiful. The top master is really amazing. Lu Bingying's eyes lit up. She likes music and has a good level of appreciation for the Guqin. Ha! Lu Bingning stared at Master Lin's hand in the phone. She always felt that Master Lin's hand and Lin Tian's hand seemed to be somewhat similar. Why did I think of that guy Lin Tian again? Luo Bingning shook her head. Although Lin Tian's Guqin level was good, compared to the Master's free and easy performance in the live broadcast room, the gap was very obvious. It's a pity that I don't have any money now, otherwise a performance of this caliber would be worth a reward. Luo Bingning muttered to herself. As time passed, Huayin gave more traffic, and many local tyrants also appeared in the live broadcast room. These local tyrants are not as wealthy as Shen Laosher and the others, but some of them have also given rewards of 100,000 to 800,000. When the 2-hour Guqin performance was about to end, the total amount of rewards had already exceeded 9 million. Master Lin, what about your special skills? Master Lin, what stunt will you perform today? Countless barrage of questions came out. Many people came for this. Fans of the Arrow and Guqin also hoped that Lin Tian would perform some amazing skills. Lin Tian looked at his fans. There were already nearly 18.5 million. Everyone, if you haven't paid attention to me, I'll show you some amazing skills. The one who said they would give me a monkey, thank you. The host is married. Lin Tian smiled. With Lin Tian's reminder, those who hadn't followed him quickly did so, and in less than a minute, his number of followers skyrocketed by 300,000. The total number of fans is 18.8 million, which is not bad. Let me show you a little sound attack. After Lin Tian finished speaking, a screen full of question marks suddenly appeared. Holy cow, Master Lin, are you talking about the sound attack in the movies of Mr. Star? Is that true? Many people watching the live broadcast went crazy. If Lin Tian really did that, it would be amazing. Lin Tian smiled and said, that's the kind of sound attack, but it's not that strong. Let's all just watch the fun. Lin Tian bent down and picked up a piece of wood that was more than an inch thick. The board was thicker and larger than the rice at home. Everyone, this is a real board. Let's hear the sound. Lin Tian picked up a steel bar and smashed it on it, and the board only made a few small dents. Everyone, let's get started right away. Lin Tian smiled. He stood up and hung the board on the wall 4 or 5 meters away. Everyone, take a good look. Lin Tian sat down and smiled. He has acquired a very comprehensive martial arts skill, and naturally he can also attack with sound. Millions of people stared at their phones with their eyes wide open. Ding! Lin Tian plucked a string, and an invisible sound attack erupted. Bang! A loud bang, and the board hanging there was suddenly split by a 3 or 4 inch deep gash. Holy cow! What is going on? Honey, come out and see. Oh my god! Many people watching the live broadcast were stunned. The board was fine, and there was no other attack, so a deep knife mark suddenly appeared. This time it was 2. Lin Tian smiled lightly, and he quickly plucked 2 strings. Bang, bang! 2 more deep knife marks appeared on the board. One more time. Lin Tian said, and then he swept his hand forward, plucking all 7 strings, and the 7 invisible attacks slammed into the board. The board, which was more than an inch thick, shattered into pieces. Family, this is dangerous. I don't recommend you follow suit. That's all for today's live broadcast. Chapter 53, it's official, 3-star master. He really is. I'm crying. The host is so concerned about us. I would like to follow suit, but I'm risking my life. Master Lin, let's just take a look. I believe you. That thick piece of wood was chopped up into pieces. Is that a make-do? Lin Tianxia broadcasted, and the live broadcast screen went black. But most people didn't leave the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room took off, and countless gifts came pouring out. 950, 960, 970. 10 million. Zhang Han stared at Lin Tian's live broadcast room with excitement. The original reward was not going up, but I didn't expect Lin Tian to come up with such a trick, which allowed everyone to break through the defense. Zhang Han had already sensed that Lin Tian would soon be trending on the search engine after cutting a more than 1 inch thick wooden board with sound waves from 4 to 5 meters away. But this wave of operations, everyone really can't follow suit. As the netizens said, risking your life? Even martial arts masters may not be able to play the piano or use sound attacks. Boss, you're so excited, it's like you're being rewarded. A man next to Zheng Han laughed. Zheng Han looked at the other person. Master Lin was discovered by us first. The farther he goes, the more bonus our group will get when we arrive. You kid, I don't think you want the bonus this year. The other person quickly apologized. Boss, I was wrong. Zheng Han said, keep a close eye on things and don't let anyone cause trouble in Master Lin's live broadcast room. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be sent an airplane ticket. Report any serious cases to me for punishment. Several people around him nodded. They are now in charge of the super management. A place in southwest China. Dad, is Master Lin faking it or is he really good? A young man in a training suit asked. A middle-aged man next to him had just watched Lin Tian's live broadcast. He looked at his son and said, if you were in his position, you would be a top master of both the Guqin and Eru. Would you be able to fake it? No. The young man shook his head. Why fake it? It would ruin your reputation. The middle-aged man said, that's it, then. You don't know how to do it, so you think Master Lin's IQ is lower than yours? The young man laughed. Dad, doesn't my IQ come from you? The middle-aged man looked around, wondering where the stick was. Dad, I was wrong. You are a martial arts master, and I was hoping you could talk about it from a professional perspective. Has Master Lin reached the level of a master in martial arts? The young man quickly admitted his mistake and changed the subject. What nonsense is this? Internal strength only begins to develop in the middle stage of the dark power. He can release his internal strength through the Guqin, so his internal strength has definitely reached the level of a martial arts master. He looks relaxed, but he may be more than just an early master. He has a good chance of becoming a martial arts master in the future. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. Envy was evident in his eyes. He reached the level of martial arts master at the age of 52, which is not bad in the whole country, but he will never become a grandmaster in his lifetime. Dad, a grandmaster is a godlike figure like Zheng Sanfeng in the TV series. Is Master Lin really expected to become a grandmaster? The young man said in disbelief. The middle-aged man nodded. If he were only in his 30s, he would indeed be a promising master, but it would be difficult to reach the height of Zheng Sanfeng. There is a difference between a master and a grandmaster. If you give him a reward, he might be able to give you some pointers in the future. The young man coughed. Maybe next time. He's already off the air. You can tip him now, but it's like giving money to a ghost. Can't he see from the backstage? I think so. Then that's it. The sooner the better. The young man quickly rewarded Lin Tian with 100 super rockets, which added up to 100,000 yuan. He could still afford it. His family is a martial arts family, and his father and grandfather both practice martial arts. Although they are not as good as the top business families, the family assets are also quite considerable. Knowing that Master Lin might be a martial arts master, many martial artists in the country watched the live broadcast, and many of them gave rewards. If Master Lin really becomes a grandmaster in the future, it would be good to start off on the right foot. A grandmaster's guidance is something that is hard to come by. In the martial arts world of China, there are no masters on the surface. They don't know if there are masters in the shadows. If Master Lin becomes a master, he may be the only one on the surface. Martial arts masters are not very clear about how to proceed after reaching a certain level. Dad, do you think there is a master behind Master Lin? He is not very old. If he doesn't have a good master to guide him, can he become a martial arts master in his 30s through self-study? The young man said with some doubt. The middle-aged man said lightly, you finally thought of this. If he has a martial arts master behind him, his weight will be even greater. The young man said, but when he first started broadcasting, he was dressed very modestly. If he had a master backing him up, his living conditions wouldn't be like this. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, if you want to make progress in martial arts, you have to control your material desires. If you indulge in enjoyment, you will be as useless as you are. Young man. The middle-aged man thought, he may not be able to control himself simply. He didn't start to show his strength until his 30s. Maybe he really has a martial arts master behind him. Even if he doesn't, his father or master must be a great martial arts master. Remember, Master Lin can only be befriended, not offended. The young man pouts, Dad, I'm not stupid. He's already a 3-time master. How can I get by after offending him? He may become a master in more than one area in the future.
A double master, Dad, you'll have to bow and kowtow to him in the future. The middle-aged man nodded. Even if he becomes a master in only one area, I will still have to politely call him Master Lin when I see him.
Okay, you've rested long enough. Go practice.
Until you reach the level of dark energy, you're not allowed to fool around.
The young man was dumbfounded.
He had mastered the Ming level, but who knows when he will reach the dark level.
The days ahead would not be easy.
A reward of 11.8 million. The number of fans has also reached 19.3 million.
The live broadcast room was completely closed, and Lin Tian couldn't believe it.
A live broadcast had actually received more than 11 million rewards.
Of the 11.8 million, he would get 70%. This 70% is not entirely his.
Huayin will withhold 20% of his income as tax, but he earns so much that he will definitely have to pay tax at the end of the year. After the tax is deducted, he will probably be able to keep half of the money he received as a reward.
That's not bad.
Lin Tian didn't think about trying to evade taxes like some celebrities. Together with the money he had earned before, it was a lot of small change.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
The background display showed that the total gift amount had reached 16 million, and he could withdraw 70% of it the following month.
Master Lin broadcasts live, performing amazing stunts again. Shocked, Master Lin's live broadcast rewards exceeded 10 million.
It's true, Master Lin is a master of the Guqin, arrow, and martial arts.
Soon, several news articles about Lin Tian appeared on the Weibo trending list. This situation naturally attracted many netizens to click in and watch. From 4 or 5 meters away, the sound attacks and shatters the wooden board?
Shit, if I had known that Master Lin would show off such a stunt, I would have skipped work and taken a leave of absence the next time Master Lin went live.
3 Material Master, that's amazing.
The hot search on Weibo and Huayin, and the crazy forwarding of related videos in various groups, Lin Tian's popularity exploded. In this situation, his fans easily exceeded 20 million, and the number of likes and comments on previous videos also increased. Many people also went to praise the videos he had posted before. Fortunately, Huayin has kept Lin Tian's information well hidden, otherwise, with such popularity, Lin Tian's information would definitely have been exposed.
Who is Master Lin? Before long, a new hot search was pushed to the top.
10 hot searches on Weibo, and Lin Tian alone accounted for 4 of them.
Damn! Some celebrities bought traffic and wanted to be on the hot
search list, but they were quickly pushed down by Lin Tian.
Even with 20 million followers, he is just an internet celebrity.
He still wears a mask, which probably scares off many fans. Some celebrities are sour in their hearts.
Chapter 54, Luo Bingning's grandfather is here.
Lin Tian didn't care too much about what people said online, how many hot searches he was on, or how many fans he gained. He didn't care after the live broadcast.
For him, nothing is more important than opening treasure chests. There are videos to be posted every day, and there are still treasure chests to be found? Lin Tian thought to himself. He arrived at a neighborhood in the city with a lot of people.
Driving around in his car, Lin Tian saw tens of thousands of people in 2 or 3 hours, but he didn't see any treasure chests. Tomorrow, I'll look around a university campus. The day after tomorrow, I'll go to the subway station with the most people.
Oh, and there's also Disneyland.
There are a lot of people going to Disneyland every day, so I can go to the entrance of Disneyland and see if I can find a treasure chest.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
If he still couldn't find the treasure chest, then he would have to give up and concentrate on fleecing Luo Bingying.
Drip! The phone rang, and Luo Bingying called. Lin Tian parked the car on the side before answering the phone. Lin Tian, do you have time? Can you go to the airport to pick someone up?
I can't leave because I have a very important meeting here.
Luo Bingying said with some embarrassment. Lin Tian smiled and said, didn't I tell you that I'm in sales and have a lot of free time? Who do you have to pick up? My grandfather.
He didn't even tell my dad, and he bought a plane ticket to S City.
He probably came to S City mainly to see you. Luo Bingying said. Lin Tian's heart tightened slightly. Grandpa Luo Bingying?
Grandpa Luo Bingying was very supportive of them being together, but his support was somewhat influenced by the events of that year. Now that they are really married, Grandpa Luo Bingying may even regret it.
Bingying, doesn't your grandfather have a bodyguard? Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone.
Luo Bingning said, usually, he would have bodyguards with him when he went out, but this time he left quietly and deliberately avoided the bodyguards. He was a scout in his youth, and although his health is not good, if he deliberately avoids them, the bodyguards really have no way.
Lin Tian, don't worry. Grandpa is very supportive of our marriage. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, are you worried? If we really get married, your grandfather might regret it. What do I have to worry about? I'll send you the flight information. You go pick up Grandpa.
I'll get off work early and you can pick up Grandpa and bring him home for dinner.
After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly hung up the phone.
After hanging up the phone, she was a little lost in thought.
They are married now. Will her grandfather really regret it now? She didn't really want to divorce Lin Tian now.
She would have to wait 3 years to see. It shouldn't be, probably my grandfather came to see how we were doing and whether I was being mistreated.
Luo Bingning thought to herself. She quickly sent Lin Tian the flight information.
Lin Tian drove to the airport, but by the time he arrived, the flight was about to land.
Alas! When the plane landed, Luo Bingning's grandfather, Luo Yongqian, sighed slightly.
His expression was a bit complicated. Back then, he and Lin Tian's grandfather had arranged a marriage for their grandchildren, and after what had happened, he felt that he owed the Lin family.
He was determined to let Luo Bingning marry Lin Tian.
But since Luo Bingning and Lin Tian had married and moved in together, he had been unable to sleep for more than a week, and his sleep quality was very poor. Luo Bingning is his precious granddaughter.
If Luo Bingning and Lin Tian are not happy in their marriage, what can he do?
Lin Tian is a bit ordinary, but he is a good boy.
I hope he and Bingning don't have any conflicts. Luo Yongqian muttered to himself.
He got off the plane and walked a long way at the airport before reaching the exit.
Lin Tian spotted Luo Yongqian the moment he got off the plane.
Of course, Luo Bingning had also sent him a photo of Luo Yongqian.
Grandpa Luo, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Tian approached Luo Yongqian. Luo Yongqian was stunned. He looked at Lin Tian with disbelief. He had Lin Tian's information and a photo of him.
Lin Tian's height was about the same as in the information, but Lin Tian's appearance was quite different from the photos he had received. Lin Tian used to be a bit handsome, but when he wasn't groomed, he was barely even handsome. Now, Lin Tian is a handsome guy.
Shaolin, where is Bingying? Luo Yongqian suppressed his surprise and asked.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingying had an important meeting and couldn't get away, so she asked me to come pick you up. She'll be back to cook after the meeting, and we should be able to eat when we get home.
Luo Yongqian nodded. Lin Tian took Luo Yongqian to the parking lot. Lin, how is your driving skill? It's best to drive a little faster. My whereabouts may have been exposed. Someone is watching here.
After getting in the car, Luo Yongqian frowned.
Lin Tian was surprised. Luo Yongqian was indeed an old scout.
He was a martial arts master.
He discovered that Luo Yongqian had also discovered it.
Grandpa Luo, things are different these days. Nowadays, when a cell phone is not turned off, it is a locator. Also, when you buy a plane ticket, it is very likely that hackers will intercept the information. Lin Tian said as he started the car.
I was careless. You have to try to shake off the people who are following us. If you can't shake them off, don't go back yet. Let's find a hotel and stay there. Luo Yang said. Grandpa Luo, as long as you don't get carsick. Lin Tian stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly sped out. A few dozen meters away, another car followed them out of the parking lot. Boom!
It's now a little after 5, and the traffic is a little heavy, but Lin Tian presses the accelerator hard and the car quickly weaves through the traffic.
Shit! The person following them soon gave up in frustration. Lin Tian, you're a good driver. How many years of driving experience do you have? Luo Yongqian asked with some surprise.
The information he had received did not contain this information.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, I don't have many years of experience. I've only had this car for a week, and I've only had a week of driving experience. Luo Yongqian silently grabbed the handrail next to him. Grandpa Luo, the people who are following you secretly are trying to kidnap you? If so,
they are really very bold. Luo Yongqian shook his head slightly. Probably not, it's hard to say for sure. The mall is like a battlefield, with a lot of chaos. If you can avoid it, you should. The Luo family has billions of assets, so it's inevitable that tigers, leopards, and wolves will be watching. Lin, you and Bingning have been married for more than a week. How do you feel? You and Bingning haven't had any conflicts, have you? Lin Tian smiled. Bingning and I are fine. Grandpa Luo, you should take a bodyguard with you when you go out in the future. Better safe than sorry. Yes. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. I've been retired for a few years, but I never thought that someone would still be eyeing this old man, trying to get confidential information from me. Shaolin, you can slow down a little. Lin Tian slowed down, and Luo Yongqian was slightly relieved. Shaolin, are your parents doing well? You should talk to your father and ask him to stop being so stubborn like your grandfather. Luo Yongqian said with some helplessness. When Lin Tian's grandfather died, he wanted to help Lin Tian's parents, but Lin Tian's father refused, not taking the money or the job he had arranged. Lin Tian smiled. Grandpa. Luo, I can't persuade him. Let Bingning persuade him later. It should have a good effect. Luo Yongqian sighed. Your father and your grandfather are both stubborn mules. When your grandfather died, I was sick and hospitalized, so I couldn't go over there. I had someone bring a check for 5 million yuan to express my condolences, but he just wouldn't take it. Chapter 55, Luo Yongqian's shock. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. His own father didn't accept such wealth. There are not many people who can resist such a large sum of money. If his father had accepted the money, it was very likely that he and Luo Bingning's marriage would not have happened, and he would not have been able to open the treasure chest. Shaolin, did Bingning tell you about the 3-year marriage? Luo Yongqian asked. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yes, I told him at the beginning. Lu Yongqian pondered. Xiaolin, if you two like each other, Grandpa Lu will fully support you. If you two don't like each other, Grandpa Lu will give you 10 million yuan a year earlier. Lin Tian shook his head. Lu Yongqian frowned. Lin Tian said, Grandpa Luo, I really like Bingning, but if she thinks we're not a good match, she can divorce me at any time. I don't want the money. Lu Yongqian was stunned. He said helplessly, I just said that your grandfather and your father are stubborn mules. Well, you are the same. If you really don't get along, you should have left a couple of years ago and taken 10 to 20 million yuan. Your life with your parents would have been much better. Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, I can make my own money. Luo Yongqian. Your grandfather said the same thing back then, and so did your father. When I said I was going to give your grandfather $1 million, he grabbed a pole and was about to beat me up. Luckily, I was fast. Luo Yongqian's eyes revealed a sad look of memory. Lin Tian said with a smile, Grandpa Luo, my grandfather and I are different. If I really get together with Bingning, I'll be happy to eat soft rice. Soft rice is so fragrant. You can just give me the money. Luo Yongqian was speechless for a moment. After a while, Luo Yongqian said, Lin, what do you think about Bingning's parents opposing your relationship? Lin Tian smiled and said, that's normal. As parents, they definitely want their daughter to marry well. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. It's good that you think this way. Don't be together anymore, because this affects family harmony. You concentrate on driving. I'll take a nap because I didn't sleep at noon. After more than an hour, Lin Tian drove back to the community. As soon as he and Luo Yongqian entered the door, they smelled a strong fragrance. Grandpa. Lu Bingning was overjoyed to see Lu Yongqian. She is the only child in the Luo family for 3 generations, and she is definitely the apple of Luo Yongqian and their family's eye. Luo Yongqian has loved her dearly since she was a child. Little Ning. Luo Yongqian was beaming. He wasn't feeling well, and it was hard for him to fly here alone. Seeing that Luo Bingning wasn't so tired anymore, he said, Dear, you must be tired. Dear, you must be tired. Lu Bingning smiled at Lin Tian. Luo Yongqian felt a little strange. Luo Bingning actually called Lin Tian so affectionately, and she didn't seem to be very uncomfortable. It's not hard to drive and pick up Grandpa Luo. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning smiled coquettishly, then you should wash your hands and eat. Soon the three of them sat down at the table. Luo Bingning made 5 dishes, which was quite a feast for the three of them.
Binging, is there something missing? Luo Yongqian coughed lightly. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, Grandpa, you're missing the wine, right?
Mom and Dad specifically called to remind me not to let you drink.
Luo Yongqian sighed helplessly. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, bring out a bottle of wine.
I'll drink a couple of glasses with Grandpa.
Oh. Lu Bingning obediently got up and went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of wine. Luo Yongqian widened his eyes. What's going on? Why is it that Lin Tian's words don't seem to have any effect on me? Bingning, it seems that Grandpa has been pampering you for so many years for nothing.
You've been married for less than 2 weeks, and you actually listen to Lin Tian even more.
Luo Yongqian said with a hint of resentment. Luo Bingning said in a grumpy tone, Grandpa, are you going to drink or not? Of course I will.
Luo Yongqian hurriedly said, at home, his son and daughter-in-law, and the healthcare doctor did not let him drink. He did not like alcohol, but liked to have a drink or two.
Luo Bingning quickly poured wine for Luo Yonggan and Lin Tian. Grandpa, why do you think I listen to Lin Tian?
He is a very skilled doctor.
He said that I can drink with you and I feel at ease. Lu Bingning smiled. Luo Yongqian said in surprise, Lin Tian, you are very good at medicine? I know a little.
Lin Tian smiled lightly and said to Grandpa Luo, I'll toast you.
I'll drink it. You can drink 2 cups, but don't drink too fast.
Lin Tian said and drank it all in one gulp. The glass was not very big, and there was probably only a little more than a half cup of wine in it.
Luo Yongqian took a small sip.
Lin, your medical skills should be more than just a little bit.
The family doctor is good, but Bingying seems to trust you more. Luo Yongqian said thoughtfully.
Luo Bingying said, Grandpa, don't listen to Lin Tian's nonsense.
He doesn't just know a little bit.
The experts at the big hospitals may not be as good as him. If you hadn't come, I was going to go to the imperial capital with Lin Tian.
Luo Yongqian was even more surprised. Lin Tian's medical skills are better than those of the experts at the big hospital? Lin Tian, how is my grandfather's health?
Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian and asked. Lin Tian smiled, I haven't taken Grandpa Luo's pulse yet, but from his breathing and complexion, I don't think he has any major problems.
Let's talk about it after dinner. Luo Bing nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yongqian was surprised.
Luo Bingning actually believed in Lin Tian's medical skills so much that she was relieved when Lin Tian said there was no problem.
Grandpa, try this. Lin Tian, you try it too. Luo Bingning served food to Luo Yongqian and Lin Tian. After the meal, Luo Yongqian was quite surprised. In just over a week, Luo Bingning had become so close to Lin Tian. Did the two of them sleep together? If a man and a woman have sex, their relationship will progress quickly and normally. Grandpa Luo, sit down.
I'll take your pulse.
Lin Tian smiled.
Luo Yongqian coughed lightly. Lin, I only drank 3 taels, and you just drank 7 taels of white wine.
Let's take your pulse tomorrow.
Next to him, Luo Bingning giggled and said, Grandpa, don't worry.
Lin Tian has a very good tolerance for alcohol.
He can drink 3 or 4 gin without any problem. 7 taels of white wine should have no effect on him.
Luo Yongqian secretly licked his lips.
Good guy, Lin Tian has a huge capacity.
Shaolin, I'm counting on you. Lu Yongqian held out his hand. Lin Tian placed his finger on Luo Yongqian's pulse point.
He removed his hand after half a minute. Grandpa Luo, you were injured in your youth, and the old injury has weakened your body. When the weather changes, you will feel pain all over your body, and your hands and feet will be numb at times. Apart from that, there is nothing major to worry about.
Luo Yongqian nodded, that's true. Lin Tian, can you cure it?
Next to him, Luo Bingning said nervously.
Lin Tian smiled and said, I already said it's not a big problem, so of course it can be treated. But the treatment for old injuries will take a little longer. How long? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment, it will take about a month.
You will need a few acupuncture treatments, then 2 courses of medication, and some exercise.
Lin, R. You sure it will be cured in a month? Luo Yongqian said in surprise, where is the long part of a month?
In the past 20 years, he has had to take medicine every year for treatment, and even so, his health has continued to deteriorate and he has become increasingly weak.
Lin Tian nodded. Your illness is not a big problem. Chapter 56, Ice Crystallization. You can call me a good husband. Lu Bingning said happily. Lin Tian, can you treat Grandpa now? Lin Tian said, let's start tomorrow. Grandpa Luo should rest first. It takes a lot of energy to recover. It's been a long journey for Grandpa Luo. It's not an urgent condition, so it won't be a problem starting tomorrow. Luo Yongqian nodded. As long as he can recover in a day or two. Bingning, you talk to Grandpa Luo. Lin Tian finished speaking and got up to wash the dishes. It was agreed that Luo Bingning would cook and he would wash the dishes. Bingning, you accompany Grandpa downstairs for a walk. Today I've been sitting on a plane and in a car, my butt is numb. Luo Yongqian and Luo Bingning left the house. When they got downstairs, Luo Yongqian said with a smile, Bingning, tell me, how likely is it that Lin Tian will become my grandson-in-law? Luo Bingning blushed and said in a coquettish tone, why are you asking this? We're married now, isn't he already your grandson-in-law? You know what grandpa means. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, if you don't tell me, I'll be confused and won't know whether I should continue to support you. Your parents are still very opposed. Half and half. Lu Bingning whispered. Ha? Luo Yongqian looked at Luo Bingning in surprise. Lin Tiankai and Luo Bingning have been married for 10 days, and Luo Bingning actually thinks that there is a 50-50 chance that the two of them will go all the way? Bingning, you haven't had sex with Lin Tian, have you? Luo Bingning's face instantly turned red. Grandpa, how could that be? It's not true. We just held hands. I'm married to him, so I can't not hold hands. Luo Yongqian was puzzled. It's impossible for their relationship to progress so quickly just by holding hands. Grandpa, although Lin Tian is ordinary on the surface, he is very good. He can run at the level of a first-class athlete, and he is also very fast in swimming. A few days ago, he saved a child in the sea. He has reached the 10th level in the Guqin. His medical skills are even more amazing. At the orphanage, he treated 3 children, and later in the hospital. Lu Bingning helped Luo Yongqian walk forward slowly, and she told him in detail about Lin Tian. Luo Yongqian was stunned. This is so different from the information he has learned. Are you sure it's the same person? Bingning, Lin Tian is really good, just as you said. Luo Yongqian said. Binge nodded, your granddaughter is not bad either. Whether we will be together in the future depends on his performance. Lu Yonggan thought to himself, Lin Tian, this grandson-in-law, he estimates that there is no way he will run away, it's only been 10 days. Luo Bingning is now quite curious about Lin Tian. A woman's curiosity about a man is often the beginning of a relationship. Bingning, on the way here, Grandpa told him that if you don't get along, you can divorce a year early, and Grandpa will give him 10 million, and 2 years early, he will give him 20 million. Lu Bingning's heart tightened. Lin Tian wouldn't just take the 30 million and leave, would he? With so much money, he could find a lot of pretty girls. Grandpa, don't do anything rash. We'll handle our own affairs. Luo Bingning said in a sullen tone. Luo Yongqian smiled. Lin Tian refused. He said that if you want a divorce, you can do it at any time. He likes you anyway. He doesn't want money if we get divorced. A hint of depression in Luo Bingning's heart was instantly swept away. Grandpa, I promised for 3 years, and I definitely won't divorce within 3 years. You don't have to worry about me, I'm fine. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, you get along well, so I'm relieved. Don't blame me for this marriage contract. No. Luo Bingning shook her head. This is my own choice. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. After breakfast, Luo Bingning did not rush to work. She looked at Lin Tian expectantly, waiting for Lin Tian to treat Luo Yongqian. Bingning, look, Grandpa Luo is your grandfather, so I don't want to charge you. How about you call me a good husband to cover the cost of the medicine? Luo Yongqian went to the bathroom. Lin Tian whispered. You're taking advantage of a man in distress. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a cold look. Lin Tian smiled and said, if you call me, I'll feel better. I'll be able to treat your grandfather better when I'm in a better mood. You're a bad guy. Bingning, Grandpa Luo is probably coming out soon. Luo Bingning looked angry. Good husband.
She still called, her voice not much louder than a mosquito's.
Lin Tian shook his head. Did you call out? I didn't hear you.
Bingning, you're not such a shy person.
Good husband, okay?
Lu Bingning said coquettishly.
Luo Yongqian came out of the bathroom.
He looked at Luo Bingning with a puzzled expression.
Why was Luo Bingning's face so red?
Lin Tian, you better hurry up and treat Grandpa. I'll finish watching you treat Grandpa and then rush off to work. Lu Bingning hurriedly said.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, lie down on the bed. Soon, Luo Yongqian was lying down.
Lin Tian took out a long silver needle and inserted it deeply into Luo Yongqian's body. Next to him, Luo Bingning watched in horror.
The deepest needle penetrated 3 or 4 inches into his body. Grandpa Luo, you have qi stagnation in your body.
Qi stagnation is originally only a virtual illness, but if it is not treated for a long time, the virtual illness will turn into a real illness, and your symptoms will become more and more obvious.
This kind of qi congestion cannot be detected by any medical equipment. When qi congestion turns into a real illness, it will manifest in various ways.
Western medicine can only treat the symptoms, but it cannot truly eradicate the cause of your illness.
Lin Tian explained while flicking the silver needles. Luo Bingning said, Lin Tian, I've seen many traditional Chinese doctors. If Western medicine can't find it, can traditional Chinese medicine find it either?
Lin Tian smiled. Grandpa Luo's symptoms are really not found by traditional Chinese medicine, and even if they are found, they may not be able to solve them.
At first, some TCM doctors might be able to solve it, but at that time, Luo Yongqian was still young and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him.
Later, the disease worsened, and the difficulty of treatment increased exponentially.
Hey, Lin Tian, why is this silver needle still vibrating?
Lu Bingning looked at the silver needle that Lin Tian had just pinched.
Lin Tian said, this is a vibrating needle, which is normal.
He has infused a trace of internal energy into the needle, which greatly enhances the effect of acupuncture.
It feels numb. Luo Yongqian said.
Lin Tian laughed and said, Grandpa Luo, after one acupuncture treatment, you will feel much more relaxed and will no longer feel numb. After 4 or 5 acupuncture treatments, 2 weeks of medication, and a few days of walking every day, you should be fine. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian used acupuncture and internal strength to help Luo Yongqian expel a lot of stagnant qi and unblock some meridians.
Ice, get some paper. Lin Tian ordered. Lu Bingning quickly brought some paper towels. Lin Tian withdrew the needles.
His internal strength attracted a drop of black blood, which followed the silver needles out. Most of the 10 or so silver needles had been able to draw out the blood clots.
Grandpa Luo, get up and move around to feel it. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian got up and moved around a bit. He was shocked.
He felt that his body was much lighter, and his hands and feet no
longer felt numb. Lin, you are amazing.
With your acupuncture skills, you deserve the name of healer.
With this skill, you can easily gain fame and fortune. Luo Yongqian exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 57, Creating the Go-Wang Persona. Lin Tian shook his head, Grandpa Luo, it's not that easy to be a doctor. Not to mention that I don't have a medical license, even if I get one, how much should I charge for treating others? If the fees are high, many people who can't afford to pay will complain. If the fees are low, not only will I be exhausted, but I will also easily get into trouble. Patients may die for various reasons, but as long as they are treated by me, the chances of suing me will not be low. Luo Yongqian sighed slightly. These days, there are indeed many stories of farmers and snakes. Even if you help someone on the road and have surveillance video to prove your innocence, you will still be cheated. I can eat soft food. There's no need to earn this money. Bingying, you agree, right? Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingying and smiled.
Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a cold look. Lin Tian, you say that, making it seem like eating soft rice is a very honorable thing.
It depends on what kind of soft rice you eat. If I'm looking for a 60-year-old girlfriend, it's not very honorable. If you eat soft food, others can only envy you.
Lin Tian said with a straight face.
Lu Bingning. Lu Yongqian looked at Lin Tian and the others with a smile. With Lin Tian's cheeky attitude, he knew that Luo Bingning would definitely not escape. Being thick-skinned is a sign of shamelessness, but Lin Tian is really capable.
He is capable and has a thick skin, he is simply invincible.
I'm going to work now.
You said you have a lot of freedom at work, so you should spend some time with Grandpa.
When you've cured Grandpa, he'll give you a raise. Luo Bingning turned and left the room.
Lin Tian followed her out of the room.
A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. Bingying, you said you wanted me to examine you, but I haven't done it yet. How about I examine you now?
Lin Tian deliberately leaned closer to Luo Bingning and asked in a low voice.
His head hit the bronze treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. Grandpa is still here. When Grandpa leaves, I'll let you check it.
Luo Bingning hurried out of the door with a blush on her face. Lin Tian now has the ancient medical skills of a master, so he can probably check her pulse, but why would he need to check her pulse by pressing on her stomach? He still wants to take advantage of his wife's cheapness.
Ding, the bronze treasure chest is opened.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining master-level foreign language skills. This includes 9 major foreign languages: English, Russian, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Portuguese, and Spanish. The system voice rang in Lin Tian's mind. A huge amount of information poured into his head, and even though Lin Tian was a martial arts master, it was not easy for him to receive it.
Phew! After 5 minutes, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief.
Good boy, he has suddenly acquired 9 foreign languages.
Lin Tian's eyes showed a look of joy. This is very practical. With these 9 foreign languages, he can now do simultaneous interpretation without any problems. It seems that if he wants to get the treasure chest, he still has to find a way to get it from Bingning. If he occasionally teases her, the treasure chest explosion rate will increase significantly. Lin Tian thought to himself. Lin Tian, I'm going downstairs to exercise. Is that okay?
I haven't felt this comfortable in the last 10 years.
Luo Yongqian came out of the room and asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, of course, there's no problem. Grandpa Luo, why don't I take you around S City? With your physical condition, you probably haven't had a good tour in recent years. That would be great.
Luo Yongqian said with a smile.
Lin Tian took Luo Yongqian to many places during the day.
He met many people, but still didn't find the treasure chest. Lin Tian was basically disheartened by this situation. The chances of finding the treasure chest from the rest of the people were slim.
Lisha, it's up to you now.
Lin Tian drove home, and a man in the car behind him said in Japanese, and then he turned on the turn signal to prepare to turn.
Mr. Amaki, Luo Yongqian is just a bad old man.
It's unlikely that he's a member of the Dragon Group. Lisa, never doubt the organization.
Luo Yongqian rarely comes out. Record everything you see and hear. Understand? I understand.
Another car on the side of the road started up and followed Lin Tian's car.
Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a gleam of light.
The other party thought that he was very vigilant and would definitely not be discovered, but he was a master of the martial arts. They spoke with the windows closed, but Lin Tian could hear them clearly. If it were before today, Lin Tian wouldn't have been able to understand even if he heard it, but this morning he had just acquired the skills of a master in foreign languages.
Japanese is also included. Grandpa Luo is a member of the Dragon Squad? Lin Tian thought to himself. Luo Yongqian was just an ordinary person. If he really was a member of the Dragon Group, this Dragon Group should not be the kind of military organization in the novel. It might be similar to the American Skull and Bones Society. What kind of power does the Dragon Group have, and what is its purpose? The little book and the Republic of China have a blood feud, so they must be very vigilant and worried.
Shaolin, it's been a long time since I've been able to go around like this.
Thank you for today.
Driving into the underground parking lot of the residential area, Luo Yongqian said with a smile.
Grandpa Luo, we're family, what's there to be thankful for? Lin Tian laughed. Ha, you're right.
I think the chances of you and Bingning going on forever are very high.
Luo Yongqian laughed heartily. The two went upstairs to go home.
Luo Bingning had already returned.
She was cooking. Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian went into the room after putting down their phones. Grandpa Luo, do you know the Dragon Group? Lin Tian asked. Luo Yongqian's pupils shrank slightly and his heartbeat quickened.
His face did not change, but Lin Tian was almost certain that he knew. Or, Luo Yongqian is a member of the Dragon Group.
Shaolin, how do you know about the Dragon Group?
Luo Yongqian stared at Lin Tian and said in a low voice. Lin Tian said, Grandpa Luo, someone was following us today, and someone mentioned the Dragon Squad in Japanese. They suspect that you are a member of the Dragon Squad. Perhaps they want to use you to identify the other members of the Dragon Group. Luo Yongqian said in a low voice after a moment of silence, Shaolin, the Dragon Group is a patriotic organization with great power. There are some things that the country is not very convenient to come forward, and the Dragon Group has done some things in secret, naturally offending some countries and forces.
Don't ask anymore, don't get involved.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, I'm just reminding you to be careful when you're out and about in the future.
I'm not interested in getting involved in this kind of thing.
Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. Now that I know I'm being watched, I'll definitely be more careful when I go out in the future.
Lin, do you speak Japanese?
Lin Tian smiled lightly. I know a little bit of most foreign languages.
Luo Yongqian looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Which ones?
English, German, French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Spanish and Portuguese. I only know these 9 languages.
Luo Yongqian. Lin Tian used this word very well. Can you reach the point of normal conversation? More or less.
Luo Yongqian was amazed that Lin Tian could speak 9 foreign languages, and with his medical skills and his mastery of the Guqin, he was a genius.
Does Bing know that you speak 9 languages? Lin Tian shook his head. She doesn't even know I speak foreign languages. Let her get to know me slowly, it's more novel that way. If he directly tells her what he can do, will he get other abilities in the future?
It's better to create a fake persona, and if he gets other abilities in the future, Luo Bingning won't suspect it when it comes out.
No one would suspect it if they knew. Isn't it normal for Go Wang to hide some abilities? Are you hiding other abilities? Luo Yongqian asked curiously.
Lin Tian said sheepishly, yes, I still hit a little. He doesn't know about firearms, martial arts, arrow, or anything else. He is a master of the Guqin, and a master of driving, but Luo Yongqian doesn't know.
Grandpa Luo, don't ask anymore. There's been enough exposure lately. Chapter 58. Dean sure asks Lin Tian for help. Lu Yongqian looked at Lin Tian strangely. It seems that you are hiding more than one thing. Why are you so low-key?
Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, I'm afraid I'll be caught and sliced up. The situation has changed a bit now.
I'm married to Bing Ning. It's not a big deal to be exposed.
Lu Yongqian nodded slightly after a moment of thought. Your caution is not without reason.
Top geniuses are easily assassinated by foreign countries.
Western countries, Japan, etc., have done this many times.
You can gradually increase your influence. When your influence is great enough, no force will dare to move you lightly. Lin Tian smiled.
Increasing his number of fans is one way to increase his influence. However, Lin Tian does not rely solely on this to protect himself. He had only been with Luo Bingning for 10 days, and he had already gained a lot of benefits. In the future, he would definitely get more treasure chests. It is entirely possible that his combat power will be even higher. As a Grandmaster, light weapons like pistols are not much of a threat to him, but things like sniper rifles and bombs are still very dangerous. But if he becomes a Grandmaster of martial arts or even a cultivator in the future, these things will pose a much lower threat to him. Shaolin, this time I came over, maybe someone will notice you.
Luo Yongqian was a little worried.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, don't worry. Our country is relatively safe. What I've shown so far is not enough for someone to use assassination to deal with me.
Lu Yongqian nodded slightly.
Luo Bingning's voice rang out from outside the door, Grandpa, Lin Tian, it's time to eat.
What are you doing locked in your room?
Lin Tian and the others walked out. I'm giving Grandpa Luo a shot in the butt, so it's not convenient for you to watch.
Lin Tian laughed. Luo Yongqian. After dinner, Luo Bingning said, Lin Tian, shall we go to the hospital to see Uncle Tang? Uncle Tang has been transferred from the intensive care unit. Uncle Tang wants to see you and thank you in person.
You are a great doctor, so why don't you take a look at him again and see how he is doing?
Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, Bingning, you go ahead.
I'll clean up the dishes. In the past, your grandmother cooked and I washed the dishes.
I've recovered quite a bit, so I'll be moving around more. Lu Bingning nodded, Grandpa, then we'll set off.
Half an hour later, Lin Tian and the others arrived at the hospital. Tang Pangyuan was awake, and his condition seemed to be okay.
Shaolin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead. Tang Pangyuan said gratefully. Without Lin Tian's help, the chances of him dying in the operating room were not low. Even if he survived, he would probably be assassinated by the murderer. Uncle Tang, it was nothing. Shall I take your pulse again? Lin Tian smiled. Tang Pangyuan quickly said, then I'll trouble you. Lin Tian quickly took Tang Pangyuan's pulse. He said, Uncle Tang, you're recovering well. You should be able to get out of bed and walk around in 3 or 4 days. You will be able to return to normal life in half a month, but it will take about 2 months for your strength to fully recover. Tang Pangyuan hesitated a bit and said, 2 months to fully recover is a bit slow. Can you find a way to speed it up? Uncle Tang, I'll prescribe you some tonic medicine. If you insist on taking it, it should be shortened to about a month. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said. Tang Pangyuan's eyes lit up, you really have a way, then it's a problem. At this point, Tang Pangyuan looked at his aunt, Tang Yin.
Shaolin, there is 300,000 yuan in this card, it is a little token of our appreciation, the password is the last 6 digits of the card number.
Auntie Tang Yin took out a bank card. Lin Tian shook his head, Auntie Lu, you should know that I am married to Bingning. Bingning and Tang Yin are best friends. I can't take this money. Tang Pangyuan persuaded him, Xiaolin, you take it. Even brothers have to be clear about their accounts. You saved my life. My life is worth at least 1.8 million, and giving you 300,000 is a good deal. Lin Tian shook his head, Uncle Tang, if you say that, I'll leave, and I won't prescribe any medicine for you. You can slowly recover. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Auntie Lu, you should put the bank card away. It's really a bit too formal for family members. Well, then. Auntie Tang Yin put the bank card away. Tang Pangyuan said thoughtfully, Xiaolin, how about I introduce you to a patient? You can earn a lot from that patient. Lin Tian shook his head, Uncle Tang, forget it. I treat patients based on fate. I don't like rushing to treat people. I don't even have a medical license, and if something happens to someone I treat, I can't take responsibility for it. At this time, Dean Sher walked in from outside the ward. Lin, I can help you get your medical license. With your skills, it won't be difficult to get a medical license. Dean Sher said. Lin Tian shook his head, Dean Sher, forget it. It's good not to have a medical license. I have a reason to refuse when others come to the door. President Sher was a bit speechless. There are people who deliberately don't want a medical license. Shaolin, there is a patient in our hospital who has not been cured for a long time. I recommended you to him. I wonder if you can take a look at him. Dean Sher said with a light cough. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and Dean Sher said helplessly, Lin, can you help? That patient is giving us a headache. He first came to us for treatment, but we couldn't cure him. He went around and came back, because this place is close to his home. He's not the type of troublemaker, and he's generous with his money, but the problem is that we've tried to find various experts to consult with him, but we can't. Lin Tian sighed and said, Dean Sher, I can go and have a look, but in the future, please don't recommend me to patients, okay? I'm not a doctor. Dean Sher nodded repeatedly, I'll try my best. A doctor's heart is kind. Sometimes when I encounter some patients, I can't bear to see them suffer. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning smiled, Lin Tian, you go ahead. I'll stay here and keep Aunt Lu company. The swallow will be here soon. Okay. Lin Tian followed Dean Sher out, and soon they arrived at another ward. This one was a luxurious VLP ward. Dean Sher, is he the famous doctor you were talking about? A man in his 50s or 60s in the ward asked in a puzzled tone. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He recognized the old man in the ward. This man was definitely a super rich man in China. He is one of the top 20 richest people in the country. Zhao Dong, that's him. Don't be fooled by his youth. Deputy Director Tang was in critical condition,
but he easily resolved the crisis.
President Shi smiled and said, I had to beg him to come.
Zhao Shanglin, the chairman of the board, got out of bed and extended his hand. Hello, Dr. Lin.
My name is Zhao Shanglin. Thank you for your help.
Lin Tian looked at Zhao Shanglin. He said with interest, Director Zhao, your illness is quite
interesting. Chapter 59, Earning 5 million easily. Zhao Shanglin looked at Dean Shi.
Dean Shi hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, I have not disclosed your condition to Xiaolin.
Your condition is strictly confidential. Zhao Shanglin nodded. Dr. Lin, I have consulted many hospitals and even had treatment abroad, but I still don't know what's wrong with me. You figured it out at a glance? Zhao Shanglin was a little puzzled.
Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, Mr. Zhao, your illness is quite obvious to me. I can tell at a glance, and I don't even need to take your pulse. But if you don't believe me, I'll leave. Zhao Shanglin hurriedly said, Dr. Lin, I believe you.
Of course I believe you.
I'm just a little surprised that I haven't been cured after so long. Dr. Lin, if you can cure me, I will give you 5 million yuan in consultation fees.
What is my illness?
Lin Tian smiled lightly. Your illness in the countryside is just a case of being possessed, but your case is more serious.
You can see ghosts. Zhao Shanglin's face turned pale. That's true.
It is said that there are no ghosts in the world, but I really saw them. Some of them looked okay, but some were very scary. Lin Tian smiled and said, Zhao Dong, there really are no ghosts in the world.
Ghosts are just spiritual energy bodies.
Humans have a high level of intelligence, so after death, their spiritual energy bodies are strong and can exist for a little while.
Pigs and dogs have very few ghosts.
Fish and bugs, on the other hand, are completely absent. Zhao Shanglin's eyes showed fear. Some of them will still pounce on you, and sometimes they will lie on top of you when you are asleep.
The dean of the hospital, Shi, was also scared.
Lin Tian said, the cause of death affects the spiritual energy body, and the various influences of the surrounding environment are normal.
The environment is actually the same for them as it is for us with dilute sulfuric acid. People entering dilute sulfuric acid will also become very scary. As for them getting close to you, or even lying on top of you, it's because of the magnetic field. Your magnetic field attracts them to you. Zhao Shanglin said in a trembling voice, Dr. Lin, can you solve it?
You don't know, sometimes I wake up and see them and I'm scared half to death. It's much better to live in a hospital, where there are no such things. Lin Tian laughed. The chances of encountering such spiritual energy bodies in a hospital are higher, but the magnetic field in a hospital is chaotic. The chance of them getting close to you is low, and the chance of them sleeping with you is even lower.
President Shi said, Zhao Dong, no wonder you like to be hospitalized. Can you solve it, Xiaolin? Lin Tian nodded slightly.
Ancient medical techniques include the art of healing, and ancient medical techniques are also related to ancient witchcraft.
The ancient medical techniques he obtained contain information in this regard.
Dr. Lin, if you can solve it, 5 million will be transferred to you immediately.
By the way, Dr. Lin, I haven't had this before.
Zhao Shanglin hurriedly said.
Lin Tian smiled lightly, it's normal.
Maybe you were scared, or maybe you came into contact with something that slightly changed your magnetic field. Let me help you solve it first. But I have to say, I don't know what you've come into contact with, and after I solve it, you may come into contact with it again and it may recur.
Zhao Shanglin nodded, as long as the diagnosis fee is settled, it will definitely not be small.
Lin Tian looked at Dean Shi. Dean Shi, I need a brush, fresh chicken blood, and some white paper.
Dean Shi nodded and quickly called someone to prepare it.
It didn't take long for the items to be delivered. Lin Tian picked up the brush and began to concentrate on drawing the talisman. After drawing half of it, Lin Tian felt a subtle fluctuation in energy. He was a martial arts master and was sensitive to energy.
Pop!
Suddenly, the paper ignited and burned to ashes.
Master Lin, this.
Master Shi and the others were dumbfounded.
How did the paper suddenly burst into flames?
Lin Tian coughed and said, I haven't drawn for a long time, so I'm a bit rusty. He opened the treasure chest and gained knowledge and experience at the same time, but drawing this talisman requires a high level of skill, and even a master has a chance of failure. Soon, Lin Tian started again. This time he finally succeeded in drawing it.
Zhao Dong, put this on your body for 2 or 3 days.
It will change your magnetic field a little bit, and you won't see those things anymore.
In fact, it doesn't matter if you see them. They can't hurt you. Lin Tian smiled.
Zhao Shanglin was overjoyed. Dr. Lin, they may not be able to harm my body, but they are seriously tormenting my spirit.
Dr. Lin, what's your card number?
Lin Tian said his card number. Zhao Shanglin quickly transferred 5 million yuan to Lin Tian's card.
Lin Tian received a text message alert. Mr. Zhao, the effect has not been verified yet.
Lin Tian said with some surprise. Zhao Shanglin said, I believe in Dean Sure.
From what you just did, I also believe what you said, Dr. Lin. Mr. Zhao, you won't encounter this situation for the next 2 or 3 days if you wear this. After 2 or 3 days, it doesn't matter if you don't wear it. Please keep my medical skills a secret, Mr. Zhao. Lin Tian said and left. President Sure smiled and said, Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. You solved a problem, and I won't have to worry about your business in the future.
Lin Tian is a strange person. Unfortunately, he didn't want to take the medical license I offered to help him get. I hope he will join our hospital, but he is not interested at all. Zhao Shanglin put the talisman close to his body. How long will it take to earn 5 million in your place? You can't treat a master with the eyes of an ordinary person.
Thank you, Dean Sure. Please discharge me from the hospital. I can finally go home and sleep. Lin Tian returned to Tang Pengyuan's room. Tang Yan came over and chatted with Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, how are you? Asked Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled and said, It's settled. Uncle Tang, we won't disturb you while you're resting.
I'll have Bingning send the prescription to Tang Yan later.
One each in the morning and evening will be fine.
Soon Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left, but Tang Yan did not. She is the niece and needs to stay with Tang Pengyuan and the others. Yenner, you are Bingning's best friend, but don't get involved in her and Lin Tian's affairs. Don't think that Lin Tian is not good enough for her.
Tang Pengyuan said. But. Tang Yan frowned slightly. Tang Pengyuan interrupted her, there is no but. Only you know whether the shoes fit or not. Bingning is not dissatisfied. They are already married. It is better to destroy a temple than to ruin a marriage.
Lin Tian is very young and has already achieved so much.
Tang Yan looked sullen. Tang Yan's aunt, Lu Qin, took Tang Yan's hand. Yenner, you don't like Bingning a little bit, do you? That's not good. Ah. What are you saying, auntie? How could I possibly like Bingning? I'm a girl, and she's a girl too. Tang Yan said hurriedly. Tang Pengyuan and Lu Qin exchanged a glance. Tang Yan might really have such a tendency. She practiced martial arts since she was young and has a somewhat masculine personality. Luo Bingning is also very beautiful.
Yenner, Bingning is your good friend, but she is now married. As her friend, you should wish her happiness.
Lu Qin smiled and held Tang Yan's hand, saying, Lin Tian saved your uncle and you too.
He is a great benefactor of our Tang family. Tang Yan said weakly, Auntie, I really am not a lesbian.
I like handsome guys. Lu Qin mumbled, so in your case, bisexual? Tang Yan. Chapter 60 Zhao Shanglin came to give a small gift. Bingying, should we hire a nanny?
Driving away from the hospital, Lin Tian asked.
Lu Bingning was surprised. Lin Tian, you just left. For half an hour, did you make 100,000 or 80,000? Lin Tian smiled and said, the scale is small. Luo Bingning turned her head and asked, did you make another 1.8 million? 5 million. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. Goodness, Lin Tian left for half an hour and actually made 5 million. Is it that easy to make money these days?
The patient was on the Forbes list, but I won't say who it was.
5 million is pocket change for him. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning was surprised. It was a Forbes list figure. To the other party, 5 million was really not much.
It was worth spending 5 million to cure a long-term illness that had been bothering her. If someone could guarantee to cure her grandfather's illness, even if it cost 50 million, her family would be willing to pay.
Do you need a nanny? Lin Tian asked. Are my dishes not delicious? Luo Bingning snorted.
Lin Tian shook his head, that's not it, but you have to go to work and then come home to cook dinner.
You must be tired. Luo Bingning shook her head. Cooking is my hobby, and I'm not tired of doing what I like. But I don't like cleaning.
Since we have money, we can have the property management company come in every other day to clean.
Lin Tian was a little surprised. Does the property management company provide this service?
Lu Bingning nodded. The property management company has a professional cleaning team that comes to your home every other day for a fee of 10,000 yuan per month.
Lin Tian was secretly shocked. It's so expensive.
In the past, he didn't earn enough to cover half of the cleaning fee in a month.
Then let the property management company arrange it. Lin Tian smiled.
He didn't like cleaning either, and he spent 10,000 yuan a month.
He left the professional work to the professionals. Lin Tian, why didn't you use your medical skills to make some money?
Lu Bingning said with a strange tone.
Lin Tian smiled and said, I didn't before, but since I got married, I suddenly had an epiphany. This shows that Bingying is a lucky wife. Nonsense. Luo Bingning's face turned red. Did you have an epiphany with your Guqin? Lin Tian nodded seriously. Of course, it's just that amazing.
Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. Lin Tian was basically telling the truth, but the more he said it, the more Luo Bingning felt that Lin Tian's words were not credible, not even the punctuation marks.
Zhao Shanglin returned home.
He had a villa in S City, which cost him 120 million yuan to renovate. But since the renovation, he hasn't lived in the villa much. Every time he stayed here, he ran into that guy.
Master. Zhao Shanglin came over, and the two nannies bent over and called out.
He was scared, and his family doesn't live here anymore.
Zhao Shanglin nodded. He went upstairs to his room.
The driver and bodyguard stayed downstairs, and with the two maids, the whole villa wasn't too empty.
Hopefully it will work.
Zhao Shanglin muttered to himself. Based on past experience, if the talisman Lin Tian gave him didn't work, he would probably encounter it tonight. After tossing and turning on the bed for an hour, Zhao Shanglin fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was already the next morning.
It feels good.
Zhao Shanglin stretched and felt refreshed. Last night, he didn't feel the heart palpitations he used to feel when he fell asleep. This was the most peaceful sleep he'd had in recent years.
Zhao Shanglin was overjoyed.
He estimated that his problem had probably been solved by Lin Tian. He was young, and his medical skills were so good.
Dr. Lin was amazing. He quickly called Dean Shi, and from Dean Shi, Zhao Shanglin got Lin Tian's WeChat signal, and he added Lin Tian. Mr. Zhao, how was last night? Lin Tian sent a message to Zhao Shanglin after accepting his friend request. You are truly a miracle doctor. Last night was the most comfortable night I've had in recent years. The problem should be solved. That's good.
Lin Tian replied with these three words and then ignored Zhao Shanglin.
Zhao Shanglin was a little uncomfortable.
Given his wealth, in the past, when he sent messages to others, they would generally reply enthusiastically, unlike Lin Tian, who was so stingy with his words.
A true master is a true master.
Zhao Shanglin thought to himself.
Lin Tian didn't fawn over him, which made him even more impressed. In a few days, it will be determined whether it is really solved. If it is, why not just give the villa to Dr. Lin?
Zhao Shanglin thought to himself. His family lives elsewhere, and he can't stay in this villa more than a few times a year, so it would be a good choice to give it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian is a great doctor who can save lives, and if he doesn't do him a big favor, he may not take care of him in the future. In Zhao Shanglin's opinion, Lin Tian is still young and has not yet made a name for himself.
Giving him the villa now and later will definitely have different effects.
If he gave the villa to Dr. Lin, his family or friends could still ask for his help if they fell seriously ill.
Zhao Shanglin had made up his mind.
As long as he was sure that there was really no problem, he would give the villa to Lin Tian.
Lin Tian didn't know that Zhao Shanglin was so generous.
He had given him 5 million yuan in consultation fees and was still thinking of giving him the villa.
Grandpa Luo, how do you feel? Lin Tian smiled and gave Luo Yongqian another acupuncture treatment.
I feel great.
I felt much better after yesterday's treatment, and I feel even better today. My hands and feet are much stronger than they were yesterday. Luo Yongqian moved around a bit and said in surprise. Lin, can you come with me to the imperial capital? Lin Tian asked with a puzzled look. Grandpa Luo, what are you going to the imperial capital for? Bingying's parents are in the imperial capital, and they don't like me now. He doesn't want to leave. If he leaves Luo Bingning to go to the imperial capital and misses the treasure chest, what should he do?
Missing a treasure chest would be more painful for him than missing 100 million.
Lu Yongqian said thoughtfully, I want you to see an elderly man who was over 90 years old and a veteran of the revolution. He, like me, has long been tormented by illness and injury. Lin Tian said, Grandpa Luo, the person you are talking about is probably not a lowly person, right? He can be treated, but only quietly. This kind of character is probably the leader of a certain family, a powerful family, and there may be equally powerful opponents. Even if he is a martial arts master now, he is still small in stature. Shaolin, so you're saying yes? Luo Yongqian's eyes lit up.
Lin Tian nodded, you said that the other party is an old revolutionary, and I have no reason to refuse.
Our ancestors shed blood to make China what it is today. I'll send you back in a few days. I'll show it to him then. I can't guarantee it will work.
After all, he's over 90 years old, and his body functions are seriously deteriorating. Even if he is not in pain, it is not easy to live to be over 90 years old.
Good. Lu Yongqian nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Yongqian's physical condition was better, so he didn't need to get acupuncture anymore.
He just needed to take some medicine and do some light exercise.
Do.
Zhao Shanglin called with a voice message.
Lin Tian answered with a puzzled tone, Mr. Zhao, is there another change?
Zhao Shanglin said cheerfully, Dr. Lin, no.
I'm sure that my illness has been completely cured by you. I'm at the entrance to your neighborhood, I'm here to give you a little gift. If you like it, please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you very much. Chapter 61, Arrow Skills Have Improved.
Lin Tianxia arrived at the gate of the residential area.
A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. Seeing Lin Tian approaching, Zhao Shanglin's driver quickly opened the door.
Lin Tian sat in the car. Zhao Shanglin took out a document and smiled, Dr. Lin, I have a house in S City.
I haven't lived there for a few days. If you sign on this, the house will be yours. I'll have someone send you the new house deed in a couple of days. Lin Tian glanced at the document. Goodness, the floor area is more than 900 square meters.
This is not an ordinary house, but a large villa. Dr. Lin, I had this house carefully renovated by someone.
It took 3 years to renovate it, and I'm a bit reluctant to sell it. It's a good thing to give it to you. Lin Tian smiled, this villa is worth over 100 million, right? You wouldn't sell such a valuable villa, but you're willing to give it to me? Zhao Shanglin nodded.
Of course. I, Zhao Shanglin, am not really good at business, but I can tell people apart.
I feel that this villa is worth giving to Dr. Lin. Lin Tian's eyebrows raised. Zhao Shanglin's vision is indeed very sharp.
Although he has shown good ability, most people would not dare to bet as big as Zhao Shanglin did.
It's not easy to give away a villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan.
Dr. Lin, if I sell this villa, I will get a little over 100 million yuan in capital.
I don't need that much money right now. Dr. Lin, you're married to Luo Bingning, so you'll need a place to live together, right? My house is quite suitable for young people like you. Zhao Shanglin said sincerely.
Lin Tian said lightly, Mr. Zhao, you found out that I married Bingying.
Dr. Lin, my subordinates found out. I ordered them to keep it a secret, so I won't say anything if you don't announce it.
Zhao Shanglin hurriedly said.
Lin Tian thought for a moment. A villa would be nice.
If his parents wanted to live in the city, he could bring them over later. The garden of such a large villa is probably not small, and if his parents are not idle, they can plant some vegetables or something.
Mr. Zhao, what do you want?
Lin Tian said calmly. Zhao Shanglin's eyes lit up, Dr. Lin, I just want to add an extra layer of protection to my life and that of my family. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and said, I can help you or your family 9 times, and once for your friends or business partners.
Thank you. Zhao
Shanglin said in surprise. Being able to help his friends or business partners once, that alone made this villa worth the price.
Zhao Shanglin is a person on the Forbes list, and he knows many big bosses. Their generosity is more than 100 million?
He or his family still has 9 more times, which is basically enough.
He won't bother Lin Tian for minor illnesses or pains. Ha, you're giving me a villa and thanking me? Lin Tian smiled. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the transfer agreement. Of course. I feel like I've made a huge profit, huh? Zhao Shanglin smiled broadly. He knew very well that Lin Tian had accepted the villa he had given him, and that it was very unlikely that Lin Tian would accept another gift from him in the future. Lin Tian doesn't have a house now, but in the future, if Lin Tian has a house and money, even if he is offered 100 million, he may not sell it once. Dr. Lin, let's have dinner together. Zhao Shanglin asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No, I'm going to the imperial capital later. Your family lives in S City, right? If they live in another city, they may not be able to arrive in time in case of an emergency. They live in Hangzhou, not far away. Since you are going to the imperial capital, let's get together again next time. The property ownership certificate should be ready for you in 2 or 3 days. Zhao Shanglin smiled. It normally takes a lot of time to transfer a house, but he is Zhao Shanglin, so it is a piece of cake to complete the transfer within 2 or 3 days. Lin Tian, when you return to the imperial capital, don't go see my parents. Lu Bingning said with a little nervousness. She was really afraid that Lin Tian would meet her parents and get a cold shoulder. Although she has not fully accepted Lin Tian, in Luo Bingning's heart, Lin Tian has undoubtedly already taken a place. She didn't want Lin Tian to fall out with her parents. I'm already in the imperial capital, I should go see my in-laws, right? Otherwise, they might think I'm rude. Lin Tian whispered. He didn't think about meeting Luo Bingning's parents at all. He was just teasing Luo Bingning. No, you mustn't. I haven't even approved of you yet, why would you go see them? Luo Bingning hurriedly said. A black iron treasure chest slowly appeared above her head. Ha ha! Lin Tian was secretly delighted. Yesterday, they went to the orphanage for the second time and didn't get the treasure chest. Today, after a little scare, Luo Bingying finally laid an egg. Bingying, then give me a hug. If you hug me, I won't have to see your parents-in-law. Otherwise, I'll have to meet them, and maybe they'll approve of me after seeing me. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. You bad thing. Lu Bingning snorted, and she walked forward and gently hugged Lin Tian. Lin Tian reached out with both hands and held Lu Bingning tightly in his arms. Luo Bingning's face turned red as if visible to the naked eye. Her heart also began to beat rapidly. Hugged so tightly, her chest was pressed against Lin Tian's chest, and the two bears' chests were pressed against each other. This had never happened before. Lin Tian was surprised to discover that the original black iron treasure chest had changed color, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a bronze treasure chest. Ding, the bronze treasure chest is open. Congratulations, the host's master level arrow skills have been upgraded to master level. Lin Tian's head hit the treasure chest, and the voice of the system rang in his head. The treasure chest can actually be upgraded. The skills you get can also be upgraded. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This was good news for him. If the skills cannot be upgraded, it means that his martial arts skills, which are already at the master level, may remain at the master level in the future. Since it can be upgraded, the future of martial arts will definitely be able to improve. Ahem. I didn't see anything. Luo Yongqian packed up his things and came out of the room. He saw Lin Tian and Luo Bingning holding each other tightly. Grandpa, we're fine. Lin Tian let go, and Luo Bingning quickly got out of Lin Tian's embrace. Luo Yongqian said with a smile, it's fine, even if you have something, it doesn't matter. You have a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. Luo Bingning blushed. She gave Lin Tian a wide-eyed glance. Grandpa, it's not what you think. I'm ignoring you. Lin Tian, you're going to the imperial capital with Grandpa. You have to take care of Grandpa. After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly hid in her room. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, Shaolin, have you packed? If you're ready, let's go. You'll have to carry him back and forth. Grandpa. The voice of Luo Bingning's shame and anger came from the master bedroom. Please give 5 stars of praise. Chapter 62, The Dying Boss. Boom! With the loud roar of the plane's engine, the passenger plane carrying Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian landed safely at the Imperial Capital Airport. Grandpa Luo, don't tell me that Bingning's parents are here to pick them up? Lin Tian coughed lightly. Luo Yongqian shook his head. They are not in the imperial capital.
They have a lot of business and often travel around. It was my bodyguard, Huang Xia, who came to pick them up. After leaving the airport, Lin
Tian and the others got into an ordinary Hongqi sedan. The bodyguard and driver is called Huang Kai. When Lin Tian and the others got into the car, Huang Kai started the car and smiled bitterly. Mr. Luo, if you sneak away again, I'll be so embarrassed that I'll have to resign.
Luo Yongqian smiled and said, after all, I was in the reconnaissance platoon back then, and you weren't watching all the time, so it's not your fault.
But I blame myself, old Luo. What if something happens to you? Huang Kai said helplessly. Luo Yongqian said, that's enough. If I take you out with me in the future, I'll introduce you to him. His name is Lin Tian, my grandson-in-law. Hello, Mr. Lin. Huang Kai quickly said. Lin Tian smiled, I'm not Lin Xiao. You're older than me, so you can just call me by my name. I'll make a call. Luo Yongqian dialed the number and the call was quickly connected. Brother Luo, you're back in the imperial capital? If you have time, come and see my father. He probably won't last much longer.
A man in his 60s on the other end of the line said bitterly.
What happened?
A few days ago, Mr. Yang was still in good health.
Luo Yongqian's face changed. My father fell. Luo Yongqian was silent.
A fall is basically nothing for a young person, but for an elderly person, it can be a big problem.
I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yongqian let out a long sigh. Although he had brought Lin Tian over, a fall at the age of 90 meant that the chances of Lin Tian being able to help were much lower. If he died after Lin Tian's treatment, then Lu Yangzhe was now somewhat torn about whether to let Lin Tian intervene.
Xiao Huang, go to the Tianshui sanatorium.
Go a little faster.
Luo Yongqian said in a low voice.
Okay. Huang Kai pressed on at the upper limit of the speed limit.
His driving skills were not bad, and he smoothly overtook one car after another along the way. After an hour and a half, Lin Tian and the others arrived at the entrance to the Tianshui sanatorium, where armed police were standing guard. After careful verification, Lin Tian and his party entered the sanatorium. Lin, this nursing home is not very crowded, but everyone here is of high status, so you should be careful with your words and actions.
Luo Yongqian reminded him.
The Luo family has tens of billions of assets, and he has other identities, but in this sanatorium, he also has to be careful with his words and actions.
Okay. Lin Tian nodded.
Luo Yongqian said hesitantly, the old man we are going to see now is the one I want you to help, but his situation may be very bad now.
If you are not sure, don't say anything.
Lin Tian is after all son-in-law, so Luo Yongqian still favors him a little.
Lin Tian nodded slightly. After parking the car, Luo Yongqian and the others headed for the main building of the sanatorium. The main building of the sanatorium has a very elite team of doctors and the world's top equipment, making it very convenient for examinations or treatment. In addition to the main building, there are also individual houses in the nursing home.
Those houses have different styles, and usually, Mr. Yang and the others live in those houses. Now that Mr. Yang is in critical condition, he is naturally being treated in the main building.
Brother Luo, you're here.
Not long after, Lin Tian and the others arrived at the ward.
The ward was quite large, but there were no patients in it, only their families and some people who had come to visit them. Jiheng, what is the current condition of Mr. Yang? Luo Yongqian asked. Yang Jiheng said bitterly, the hospital has no way. The two famous doctors from outside the province are in the intensive care unit. If they can't do anything, my father will be out of the ICU. He wants to see us one last time. Lu Yongqian's expression darkened.
At this moment, the door to the ward was pushed open and two doctors from outside the area came in. One was a Western doctor and the other was a Chinese doctor.
General Yang, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do.
General Yang, your father is too old to undergo surgery.
He can still last a day or two without surgery, but if he does undergo surgery, I'm afraid that. Both doctors shook their heads. They were unable to help. Thank you. Yang Jiheng nodded slightly.
This situation was within his expectations.
After all, the medical capabilities of this nursing home were extremely strong.
If they declared that they were unable to help, the chances of the rest of the people being saved were very, very low.
Ziheng, come here for a moment. Luo Yongqian beckoned Yang Ziheng outside. Lin Tian followed him outside. Brother Luo, what's the matter?
Luo Yongqian pointed to Lin Tian. Lin Tian is a very good doctor.
He basically cured me in the past few days. Do you want him to try?
But I have to make it clear that he is my grandson-in-law, so if you let him try, he won't take any responsibility.
You have to keep his identity a secret too. Yang Ziheng looked at Lin Tian, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought Lin Tian was just a follower of Luo Yongqian.
Xiao Lin, I'll trouble you. Brother Luo, don't worry, no matter what happens, Xiao Lin will not be implicated.
Yang Ziheng said in a low voice.
Soon, Yang Ziheng arranged for Lin Tian to be admitted to the intensive care unit.
Brother Luo, are you really recovered?
Outside the intensive care unit, Yang Ziheng said in surprise. According to Lin, he should be fully recovered in a month.
Luo Yongqian said.
A glimmer of hope flashed in Yang Ziheng's eyes, but soon he sighed inwardly. His father's condition was too serious. In the intensive care unit, Lin Tian saw the old man in the ward.
Yang was still relatively lucid.
Lin Tian had already understood the cause of the illness. The fall had caused a cerebral hemorrhage, which was not very large, but the location was very unfavorable for surgery.
In addition, given his age, if he underwent a craniotomy, the chances of him coming out of the operating room alive were close to zero. Old Yang, let me take a look. Lin Tian placed his fingers on Yang Lao's pulse points. He quickly got a general idea. The other problems are not serious, but the main problem is with the brain. The brain is still slowly bleeding, and he is still conscious for the time being, but he will probably be in a coma by tomorrow. If we don't do anything, he won't last through tomorrow. Dr. Lin, here are the X-rays.
There is bleeding near the brainstem. There are 2 nurses in the intensive care unit, and one of them handed Lin Tian a film, on which the bleeding site can be seen.
This can be cured. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, yes, I can treat it. The nurse who handed him the film was stunned. Dr. Lin, you said you could treat it? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Prepare a 1-foot-long silver needle for me. On the hospital bed, Mr. Yang said in a hoarse voice, Lin, from your voice, you sound very young. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't take any risks. I have lived for more than 90 years, I have lived enough. Lin Tian smiled and said, Old Yang, I can really solve your situation, and I can solve it very quickly. Dr. Lin, we have silver needles here, but for the treatment plan, you may need to communicate with your family first, and then confirm with the hospital. Another older nurse reminded him. Lin Tian shook his head in private. This is really troublesome. But Mr. Yang's status is very high, so it's normal to have trouble. Lin Tian arrived outside the intensive care unit. General Yang, I can treat old Yang's illness. I can do it in 5 minutes, but I don't want to communicate with the hospital staff. Do you want to treat him or not? Lin Tian asked. Yang Ziheng looked at Lin Tian in shock. Really? Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian coughed lightly and said, Xiao Lin, how confident are you? If you're not very confident, you should be more cautious. 99%? It's not a big problem. Lin Tian said with a relaxed expression. Chapter 63, 9 Revolutions of the Silver Needle, Bringing the Dead Back to Life. Yang Ziheng was overjoyed. A 99% chance is different from a 100% chance, isn't it? Kobayashi, please. You don't need to discuss it with other doctors. You can start treatment directly. The other doctors don't have a good treatment plan. Yang Ziheng took a deep breath and said. Nowadays, even if someone said that there was a 10% chance, he would happily accept it, let alone Lin Tian saying that there was a 99% chance. Okay. Lin Tian nodded slightly and closed the door to the intensive care unit. You just heard what General Yang said. Prepare the silver needles. Lin Tian ordered. Yes, Dr. Lin. The senior nurse quickly took out the needle box, which contained short needles only an inch or 2 long and long needles over a foot long. Doctors generally don't use such long needles. They are soft and it is difficult to control their direction when they are so long. Sterilize. Lin Tian ordered. He went to the bedside. Mr. Yang, it will be a little bit painful. Can you bear it? Otherwise, I'll have to put you under. But it will be more effective if you are awake. Mr. Yang nodded slightly, yes. He was an old revolutionary. It was common for him to get injured in the past. A little pain is nothing to him. That's fine. Don't worry, this problem is only a minor one. It can be solved in 3 minutes if you're quick, or 5 minutes if you're slow. Lin Tian took the sterilized silver needle and smiled. Soon, Lin Tian inserted the silver needle into Yang's neck. His inner strength entered the silver needle, and the needle turned and advanced nimbly. Only a master can control the needle to turn once or twice. Yang's bleeding point was in his brain, so the needle had to avoid all the blood vessels and nerves without damaging the brain in the slightest. This is not something that can be done with a single or double turn. Lin Tian used his inner strength to explore the way, and the silver needle followed like a snake. In just half a minute, the silver needle made 9 turns and reached the bleeding point in Yang Lao's brain. Lin Tian's internal strength was attached to the bleeding point. The internal strength had a healing effect, and the bleeding, which was already only slight, stopped in less than 10 seconds. The next step was to get the blood to come out. Without internal strength, even if the silver needle reaches the bruise, it is difficult to guide the blood out, but for Lin Tian, this is not a problem. The silver needle had already pierced a channel, and when Lin Tian flicked his finger, the silver needle kept vibrating, and the channel that had been pierced had a gap. Lin Tian's inner strength attracted the blood clot, which was drawn away along the needle. Soon, a dark red bruise appeared on the outside of the needle. The 2 nurses next to him were wide-eyed. They were watching a miracle. Sterilized cotton balls. Lin Tian ordered. Oh. One of the nurses quickly took out a disinfectant cotton ball and carefully wiped the blood that had been drawn out by the silver needle. The bleeding was not heavy, and soon all the blood was drawn out. It's done. Lin Tian quickly withdrew the needle. It took less than 3 minutes in total. How do you feel, Mr. Yang? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Yang raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. Young doctor, you're amazing. My head was hurting before, but now it doesn't hurt at all. Mr. Yang, you should pay more attention in the future. Lin Tian was quickly released from the intensive care unit. Luo Yongqian and Yang Jihong were outside, looking nervous. Lin Tian smiled and said, General Yang, it's solved. If you're still worried, you can have old Yang take another X-ray. Old Yang's old injury can also be treated, so let's wait until he recovers. Yang Jihong was overjoyed. Shaolin, thank you so much. Yang Jihong shook Lin Tian's hand. He didn't think Lin Tian was lying to him. There was no need to lie about such things. General Yang, I don't have a medical license, so please don't introduce me to any other patients. If anything goes wrong, we'll all be in trouble. Lin Tian smiled and said. Yang Jihong was stunned. Lin Tian doesn't have a medical license? Brother Yang, Xiaolin doesn't have a medical license, but his level is no problem. I guarantee it with my life. Luo Yongqian coughed lightly. Grandpa Luo, you'll probably have to sit here for a while, so I'll leave first. I've never been to the imperial capital, so I'll go around and take a look. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian nodded, and Lin Tian left soon after. Yang Jihong and Luo Yongqian entered the intensive care unit. Yang Jihong clearly saw that his father's complexion had improved a lot. Jihong, that little doctor is amazing. After he treated me, my headache went away. Yang Lao, who was lying in the bed, said. Soon several doctors from the nursing home arrived, and Mr. Yang had another CT scan, which came out a few minutes later. The blood clot in Yang's brain had disappeared and the bleeding had stopped. How was this treated? One of the older doctors couldn't believe it. The older nurse said, Dr. Lin only used a silver needle. The needle was inserted into the neck, and the blood clot came out quickly. This is impossible. The silver needle enters the neck, has to be turned 10 times to get to the bruise, and even if it gets there, how does the bruise come out? The other doctor shook his head. The young nurse said, we saw it very clearly. Dr. Lin only used a silver needle, and it took less than 3 minutes. An old Chinese doctor next to him muttered to himself. The ancient books record the 9-turn method of acupuncture, and it is true. Everyone looked at him. The 9-turn acupuncture method?
Yes, the silver needle can be controlled to turn more than 9 times. I have been studying acupuncture for decades and can only do 4 turns with the silver needle. The old doctor looked at him with admiration. 9 turns of the needle, such a realm, even if I were given another 100 years, I could never reach it.
Everyone was shocked. Yang Zhiheng said in a deep voice, "Since father has recovered, this matter is over. You all should stop discussing it. You must keep the secret of how your father was cured." The people around him nodded. Since it concerns Mr. Yang, they dare not say anything. The crowd dispersed, and Yang Zhiheng looked at Luo Yongqian. "Brother Luo, you said that Xiaolin is your grandson-in-law, and he is Bing Ying's boyfriend?" Luo Yongqian shook his head. "Not a boyfriend. They're already married, but this hasn't been made public." "Don't tell anyone." "Why not?" Yang Zhiheng asked in a puzzled tone.
Luo Yongqian said, "They had a marriage contract before, and now although they have a marriage certificate, their feelings are not yet in place."
Yang Zhiheng said with a strange look, "The engagement you gave Bingning?" Luo Yongqian laughed. "Isn't that great?" Yang Zhiheng nodded slightly. "You're lucky. Xiaolin is really good, and he already has such a high level of medical skills at such a young age. He's going to be great in the future. Brother Luo, I owe you and Xiaolin a favor this time." Luo Yongqian waved his hand. "Don't involve me. Given our relationship, it's only right that I bring Xiaolin here. It's his skill that cured Mr. Yang. You just owe him a favor. I'm half buried in the ground, what do I need your favor for?" Yang Zhiheng smiled. "Okay, then I only owe Xiaolin a favor. He is your grandson-in-law, so there is no way to get out of it." Chapter 64, Ice. Cry You Kiss Me. After leaving the nursing home, Lin Tian took a taxi to Peking University. Lu Bingning is a top student at Peking University, and Lin Tian is a bit suspicious. Will the treasure chest appear to have anything to do with academic qualifications or IQ? Without an appointment, he couldn't enter the campus.
Lin Tian wasn't in a hurry, so he just stared at the students entering and leaving near the gate.
Alas! 2 hours passed, and Lin Tian sighed.
He saw many students coming and going, and some beautiful girls, but none of them had a treasure chest on their heads.
Drip! His phone rang. It was Luo Bingning calling. "Lin Tian, where are you?" Lin Tian answered the phone and Luo Bingning asked.
Lin Tian smiled, "I was looking at the beauties at the entrance of your alma mater.
Unfortunately, after 2 hours of looking, none of them were prettier than you." Luo Bingning snorted lightly. "What nonsense! Lin Tian, can you help me with something?" Lin Tian asked. "What kind of help?"
Luo Bingning said, "I have a teacher's wife who is very good to me. She is not in good health.
Can you go see her?"
My teacher is a professor at Peking University, and both the teacher and the teacher's wife are very nice, but they can't afford to pay you 5 million yuan for a consultation."
Lin Tian said seriously, "Bingying, am I that greedy?" "Bingying, I'm a little angry that you think of me like that.
I have to make it clear to you that I am not greedy, only lustful."
Luo Bingning. "How about this, when I come back, you can kiss me. Or I can kiss you. How about not on the lips, but on the cheek or forehead?"
Luo Bingning's face turned red on the other end of the phone. She said coquettishly, "Lin Tian, you're just thinking about taking advantage of me."
"Hey, that's the way a man should be. You are my wife, if I don't have any sexual desire for you, it would be terrible."
Lin Tian said with a smile.
"How about just a kiss on the cheek or forehead? It's not that difficult. I don't charge them, so I should get something in return." Luo Bingning pouted. "You have a lot of twisted logic. My teacher's wife lives in the school, so I'll ask my teacher to come pick you up." After that, Luo Bingning quickly hung up the phone.
She touched her face, which was a little warm.
A black iron treasure chest slowly appeared on top of her head. "Lin Tian, wait at the main entrance.
I'll send you a picture of my teacher.
He'll be out in 10 minutes.
Lu Bingning sent a message to Lin Tian.
Do.
Lin Tian initiated a video call, and soon Luo Bingning connected.
She asked in a puzzled tone, "Lin Tian, do you have any more questions?" Through the video, Lin Tian saw the black iron treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. He just thought that a treasure chest might appear on Luo Bingning's head, so he called Luo Bingning on video to confirm. First, to confirm whether there was a treasure chest, and second, to confirm whether he could see the treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head through the video. Bingying, I just want to remind you not to forget what you just promised. Lin Tian laughed. Lu Bingying rolled her eyes and immediately hung up the video. The treasure chest should have just appeared. It's just in time to test whether the treasure chest will disappear tomorrow. Lin Tian thought to himself. If the treasure chest is still there tomorrow, it means that the treasure chest can last for a long time, and Luo Bingying will not miss the treasure chest when she goes to work during the day. If the treasure chest disappears in 3 or 5 hours or even less than an hour, he will have to consider whether he should keep following Luo Bingning. After 6 or 7 minutes, Lin Tian saw his target. Lin Tian approached. Professor Dai, I am Bingying's boyfriend, Lin Tian. I know a little about ancient medicine, and Bingying wants me to show it to her mother-in-law. Professor Dai took a quick look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Bingying is very kind, but her mother-in-law's illness is not easy to cure. I have taken her to many hospitals and have achieved very little. Professor Dai did not have much confidence in Lin Tian. Lin Tian is too young. How much can he know about ancient medicine? Lin Tian smiled. Should I first take a look at Bingying's mother-in-law? Even if there is nothing I can do, I can still visit her on behalf of Bingying. Yes, good. Professor Dai nodded. With him leading the way, Lin Tian naturally entered the campus easily, but the students saw a lot along the way, and there was still no treasure chest. Shaolin, please come in. You don't need to take off your shoes. We're doing some cleaning today anyway. Professor Dai took Lin Tian to the faculty building where they lived. He was a professor, and so was his wife, Luo Bingning. They lived in a nice place. Old man, is Lin Tian here? Bingying just called me. I haven't seen her in a long time, and she already has a boyfriend. Mrs. Luo Bingning's voice came from the bedroom. Lin Tian and Professor Dai quickly entered the bedroom. Mrs. Luo Bingning was sitting on the bedside. Her health was not very good. Not bad, not bad. Shaolin, you are a handsome young man. You must be talented to be Bingying's boyfriend. Mrs. Luo Bingning smiled and said. You're too kind. Let me take your pulse. Lin Tian Dao. Through breathing and the color of his face, Lin Tian had already made a rough judgment, but by taking his pulse, he could make an even more accurate judgment. Good. Mrs. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian took her pulse for 2 minutes, which was rare. Even when he took Yang Lao's pulse, it only took him half a minute. Mrs. Luo, are you involved in sensitive research work? Withdrawing his hand, Lin Tian asked. Mrs. Luo Bingning frowned slightly, and Professor Dai said in a deep voice, Xiaolin, is this the kind of question you need to ask in order to treat someone? Lin Tian explained, it's like this, your condition is very special. Your wife has high blood pressure, cirrhosis of the liver and other symptoms. But the cause of her illness is poisoning. It's not a poison that can kill someone quickly, but a poison that only makes her body worse. If her body gets worse, she can't work. Professor Dai's face changed drastically. Someone poisoned her? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yes, and it was a long-term poisoning. This poison cannot be administered in large doses at once, otherwise it will be detected. Mrs. Luo Bingning said, Shaolin, why do you suspect that I am engaged in sensitive research? Why not suspect that it was done by an enemy? Or maybe the old man wants to poison me and find a younger one. Professor Dai said in a bad mood, what are you talking about in front of the younger generation? Lin Tian said in a low voice, Madam, the poison you have is not simple. It is very difficult for ordinary people to obtain such poison even if they have money. Mrs. Luo Bingning frowned. I was indeed involved in sensitive cutting-edge biological research. Later, I fell ill and the project was delayed. The following year, similar research was conducted abroad and various patents were applied for. Lin Tian said, then it's almost certain. Madam, is there anyone who will definitely meet you in 2 or 3 months? Professor Dai, think carefully. Mrs. Luo Bingning said, in the past, we had to meet every 2 or 3 months, and then 2 or 3 months later, we still had to meet? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Mrs. Luo Bingning quickly thought of someone. Her face became extremely ugly. In the past, she had very few contacts as a researcher, and after she fell ill, she had even fewer contacts as she lay in bed. Madam, it seems you already have a suspect in mind. You should know how to handle it. I only treat illnesses. Lin Tian smiled and said, your illness is quite complicated. I can't completely cure it in the short term, but I can still help you recover a little. Chapter 65, Madam, Bingning has paid the consultation fee. Soon, Lin Tian began treatment. Yang's illness was fatal but easy to treat, but Luo Bingning's illness was not fatal but very troublesome, so Lin Tian could only be patient and take things slowly. Madam, you can't move your hands and feet now. The first step is to restore your basic self-care ability. The second step is to stimulate your body's potential to detoxify. The third step is to fully restore your body's functions. Lin Tian smiled as he explained while treating her. Shaolin, can my wife really recover? Professor Dai looked hopeful. Lin Tian nodded, Professor Dai, of course, but it will take a long time, probably 3 to 5 months. The first step is easy, but the second step takes time. The body needs time to detoxify. If it is too fast, it will not be able to withstand it. Professor Dai and Mrs. Luo Bingning were both overjoyed. 3 to 5 months is not a long time for them. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Madam, you should be able to get out of bed and walk a little. You should be able to walk to the bathroom and use the toilet on your own. Lin Tian smiled. Professor Dai quickly went over to help his wife up. Mrs. Luo Bingning slowly stood up. She felt that her legs had regained some strength. Old man, let go of my hand. Mrs. Luo Bingning slowly walked with support. Good, good. Professor Dai's eyes were filled with tears. They had been together for a lifetime, and he was sad to see his wife getting sicker and sicker. Oh. Mrs. Luo Bingning slowly made her way to the bathroom. The bathroom door closed, and soon Lin Tian and the others heard a faint cry. Mrs. Luo Bingning was very emotional. Shaolin, Mrs. Bingning is so happy, I am very happy too. Let her cry for a while, we will talk outside. Professor Dai took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. Lin Tian and Professor Dai went into the living room. Professor Dai said, Lin Tian, you are so skilled in medicine. Are you interested in applying for a graduate program at Peking University? I can try to get you in as a special case. Lin Tian shook his head. Professor Dai, I have no intention of becoming a doctor, and I don't have a medical license. I'm sorry to trouble you with this treatment, but I need you to keep it a secret. Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine. Western medicine can now avoid occupational risks with various tests, but in Chinese medicine, if something goes wrong with the patient, I may not be able to explain it clearly with 8 mouths. If you treat too many patients, you will definitely encounter disgusting things. I am not a doctor, and I can't say that I have no professional ethics if I don't treat others. Professor Dai sighed slightly, as you wish. At your level, it would be a waste to treat ordinary patients. If you treat some difficult cases, the probability of a doctor-patient dispute is indeed not small. It would be much better if you could choose your own patients. Shaolin, how much do you need for the consultation fee? Lin Tian smiled and said, Professor Dai, you can pay me when the ice melts. You are a couple, how can she give you money? Professor Dai shook his head. Mrs. Luo Bingning then slowly walked out. Xiaolin, we still have some savings, and we can afford a consultation fee of 300,000 to 500,000. This money was originally intended for my treatment. Lin Tian smiled and said, Madam, you really don't have to. Bingning said, go back and kiss me. This is much better than you giving me the consultation fee. Tomorrow I will come again to treat you. Your legs will be stronger and your body will start to detoxify. Mrs. Luo Bingning nodded, Xiaolin, thank you. When you and Bingning get married, you must give us an invitation. Okay, Mrs. Lin. Lin Tian smiled and agreed. Soon Lin Tian left, and Professor Dai said in a low voice, Madam, you have to contact the higher-ups and get the comrades from the National Security Bureau to get involved. Alas! Mrs. Luo Bingning sighed. It's a pity that the project back then, if it had continued, the patent in that area would have been ours. I was blind. Mrs. Luo Bingning's expression was complex. The problem is most likely a former graduate student of hers. She had always thought that the other person was very nice. Call her. We can't let the country suffer anymore. Mrs. Luo Bingning nodded slightly and quickly dialed the phone. Do. In the evening, Lin Tian called Luo Bingning on videophone. Soon, Luo Bingning answered. Lin Tian saw that Luo Bingning's black iron treasure chest was still on her head. Lin Tian, what's wrong? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian hadn't called her on video before. Lin Tian said with a smile, I miss you. Lu Bingning's heart was slightly sweet, but she snorted lightly, I knew you were talking nonsense. Are you trying to say something about my mother-in-law's illness? No. That's your wife, not mine. If you want to know, you have to call me good husband first before I tell you. Lin Tian said with a smile. He tricked Luo Bingning into calling him more and more, and she got used to it. Lu Bingning said slyly, my teacher must know. I don't need to ask you, I can just ask my teacher. Lin Tian shook his head. Are you sure they know all the results? Lu Bingning's face changed slightly. Good husband. What is the situation with my teacher's wife? Lin Tian smiled, what's their situation? You can just ask them. I'm not hiding anything from them. Luo Bingning. She clenched her teeth, Lin Tian, when you come back, I'll show you how powerful I am. I didn't practice martial arts for nothing. When I come back, you have to kiss me first. Lu Bingning hung up the video call angrily. Lin Tian smiled. Before Luo Bingning hung up the video call, he saw a change in the black iron treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. The black iron treasure chest had turned into a bronze treasure chest. Looks like I need to tease Bingning more. Lin Tian thought to himself. It's fun to tease Luo Bingning, and you can get a treasure chest. Why not? Oh Yang, where are you? Lin Tian dialed another person's phone number. The person on the other end of the line was Ouyang Fei, his good friend. Ouyang Fei's family is from the imperial capital, and he returned to the imperial capital after graduation. Lin Tian, you're in the capital? Ouyang Fei said in surprise. Lin Tian smiled and said, yes, do you have time? Let's get together tonight? Chapter 66 Luo Bingning is your girlfriend? An hour later, Lin Tian met Ouyang Fei. He was surprised. With his master-level martial arts cultivation, he could tell that Ouyang Fei actually had some internal strength. Although his internal strength was not very strong, it was very powerful to have internal strength. Only when one reaches the mid-stage of the dark energy will the qi in the body be transformed into internal strength. Ouyang Fei's cultivation level is at least the mid-stage of the dark energy. Good guy, you're hiding it pretty deep, you're actually a martial artist. Lin Tian thought to himself. Ha? Lin Gu, have you gone to the United States? It's only been so long since you graduated, how come you're even more handsome than me? Ouyang Fei walked up to Lin Tian and stared at him in amazement. Ouyang, you've gone crazy. You used to call me Godfather. Lin Tian said with a smile. Damn, now I've even got a diploma, and you're still thinking about this. Ouyang Fei said angrily. Lin Tian had good grades in high school, but he only got into a regular university because he was sick during the college entrance exam. His grades were much better than Ouyang Fei's. Ouyang Fei often skipped class and needed Lin Tian to help him answer questions. He also needed Lin Tian to highlight the key points for him during exams. When he needed something, Ouyang Fei would lick his face and call him Godfather. Lin Tian didn't have many friends in college, and Ouyang Fei was his only good friend. They hadn't seen each other for a year, but they were still as close as ever. Boss, these are the skewers. 2 cases of ice-cold beer. The two sat down and Ouyang Fei quickly ordered the food. Okay. The boss left, and Ouyang Fei said, Lin Gu, do you remember that fight? The first year? I remember. A few punks came to our dormitory to make trouble, and the 2 of us beat them down. Lin Tian laughed. It was also the beginning of a close relationship between them. Ouyang Fei's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. That time we were both punished, and after that I was severely punished by my father. Lin Tian smiled and said, I don't remember beating you up. Fuck you. Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. After that, my father cut off my allowance and forbade me from fighting with others. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows, so you're saying that you've shown your hand, and you're actually a rich second generation or a martial arts master? Ouyang Fei was blocked and felt very uncomfortable. He really wanted to say that, but Lin Tian said it first. It felt like he had punched an empty space. Yes, I've shown my hand. I'm a rich second-generation heir. I'm also a martial arts master.
Yang Fei glared at Lin Tian and said.
Lin Tian smiled and said, in that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm actually a martial arts master. Damn. I'm telling you the truth.
If you are a martial arts master, I am a grandmaster of martial arts. Yang Fei said with a sneer. The ice-cold beer was quickly delivered. It was hot, so Lin Tian and Yang Fei finished a bottle of ice-cold beer.
Are you saying this to take care of me? Lin Tian smiled.
Yang Fei said seriously, Lin Gu, I didn't tell you after I graduated from college, but maybe you can make a name for yourself.
I know you are a very strong person.
It's been a year now, and society is not so easy to get by in.
Let me help you find a better job? Lin Tian looked at Yang Fei with a smile.
He knew that Yang Fei was not pretending with him, but was genuinely trying to help him.
Friends are not about quantity, but about quality. Lin Gu, give me your opinion.
This society is very realistic. If you don't have a good job, it won't be easy for you to find a good girlfriend.
Lin Tian didn't say anything, and Yang Fei frowned. Take a look at this. Lin Tian took out his phone and opened a text message, handing it to Yang Fei. 5 million in income? Holy shit! Yang Fei's eyes widened.
This text message was the one Zhao Shanglin had transferred, transferring 5 million, and showing that his balance was over 6 million.
Yang, I have a girlfriend.
Yang Fei looked at Lin Tian blankly for a long time, then he coughed lightly and said, Lin Gu, your girlfriend is not 60 years old, is she?
What are you thinking? My girlfriend is very beautiful and younger than me. She didn't give me the money, I earned it myself.
Lin Tian said in a bad mood.
Yang Fei looked unconvinced.
Lin Tian took out his phone and opened a photo of him and Luo Bingning.
This photo was taken in the welfare institution. Luo Bingning's face was filled with an innocent smile, absolutely beautiful. Oh my god, isn't that Luo Bingning? She became your girlfriend? Yang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Tian said in surprise, you know Bingning? Yang Fei took a deep breath. In the upper echelons of the capital, most of the younger generation probably know Luo Bingning.
She is very beautiful, and that goes without saying. There are many beautiful girls in the imperial capital, and there are also those who are comparable to her. But she is the only one in the Luo family for 3 generations, and the billions of assets of the Luo family will all be hers in the future.
Moreover, there are rumors that the Luo family has funds overseas, and the overseas funds may be even more.
The total assets of the Luo family are likely to exceed 100 billion.
Lin Tian's eyes showed surprise. The Luo family has funds overseas?
Thinking that Luo Yongqian is probably a member of the mysterious dragon group, it makes perfect sense that he has hidden assets overseas. If you want to target overseas forces, it's much more convenient to use overseas funds.
With Luo Bingning's looks and the Luo family's 100 billion assets, do you know how many young talents in China are eyeing her? Is she really your girlfriend?
Yang Fei said seriously.
Lin Tian nodded, is there any doubt? I have no need to lie to you. Yang Fei frowned, you haven't been together for long, have you? Otherwise, you might have already run into trouble.
There are 2 top young masters in the imperial capital who want to chase Luo Bingning.
Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, which 2? Yang Fei said, one is Zheng Guangyao.
The Zhang family has assets of over 100 billion and is involved in many industries.
The other one is Chen Jianfeng.
His family is not in business, but Zheng Guangyao has to call him Chen Gu when he sees him.
You should be able to guess what his family is like. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The Red family. Compared to these 2 top young masters, Li Feng and the others are just small fry. They are still thinking that they might be able to pick up a bargain. Lin Gu, have you considered breaking up with Luo Bingning?
Yang Fei said worriedly.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Yang, this is a society ruled by law. The Luo family is not weak. Do you think they would dare to do anything? Yang Fei frowned, they won't act lightly.
This will give the rest hope, and the rest will act.
For a few 100 million, many people would dare to trample the law. 100 billion in assets is too great a temptation.
Brother Lin, although it is said that death under the peony flower is a romantic death, you should not take such a risk.
Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang, didn't I tell you?
I'm a martial arts master, I don't need to be afraid of them. Ouyang Fei felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood.
Then let's find a place to practice after we finish the wine. If you can't beat me, I think it's better for you to break up.
2 hours later, Lin Tian and the others finished their wine.
I'll take you somewhere.
Half an hour later, Ouyang Fei took Lin Tian to a half-finished building.
I often come here to train. It's a big place and no one bothers you. Go ahead, Lin Gu. Ouyang Fei said with a relaxed expression.
He is in the middle stage of internal strength training, which is very impressive for his age.
Then you better be careful.
Lin Tian said, and punched Ouyang Fei in the chest.
Ouyang Fei concentrated his inner strength.
He was prepared to withstand a few punches from Lin Tian, so that Lin Tian would know how strong a martial artist of the dark power level was.
Pang! A dull sound rang out. Ouyang Fei's body flew out 5 or 6 meters.
He was completely stunned by Lin Tian's punch.
Ouyang, are you okay? Lin Tian walked up to pull Ouyang Fei up.
Ouyang Fei said in disbelief, Brother Lin, you really know martial arts. How come I didn't know that in our 4 years of college?
Lin Tian smiled and said, there are many things you don't know. Again? Ouyang Fei nodded.
Although Lin Tian had beaten him into the air, he did not think that he was weaker than Lin Tian.
Ha!
Ouyang Fei punched out swiftly.
Pawn, pawn. The two quickly exchanged blows. Ouyang Fei's attacks were easily blocked by Lin Tian. No more fighting.
Brother Lin, you are stronger than me, but don't talk nonsense. There are no martial arts masters in our country.
Now. Ouyang Fei retreated and cried out. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. No martial arts masters?
Brothers, some brothers don't feel very good. The plot of the previous chapter was deleted, and the main theme is to listen to advice.
Chapter 67, The Sad Ouyang Fei. Ouyang, is there really no martial arts master in China? Lin Tian asked. Ouyang Fei nodded. As far as I know, there are none.
Of course, I don't know if there are any martial arts masters living in seclusion near the bigwigs or in the mountains. My father is a martial arts master, he said so. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Your father is a martial arts master, no wonder you have reached the level of dark energy.
Ouyang Fei shrugged. So what?
You are probably already in the late stage of the dark energy, and you may become a martial arts master before you turn 30.
Ouyang Fei was stunned when he heard this. My father often said that if you can become a martial arts master before the age of 30, you will have the potential to become a martial arts master for the rest of your life. Old Lin, you really have the potential to become a martial arts master in the future. Lin Tian smiled and said, then I'll take care of you in the future, so your adoptive father didn't call in vain. Do I not have to break up with Bing Ning? Ouyang Fei stared at Lin Tian.
Old Lin, you should have a great master in the late stage of your dark power.
Your master must be a top martial arts master, right? In that case, you don't need to be afraid.
If they don't follow the rules and act recklessly, I'll ask my father to step in and let him and your master reason with them.
Lin Tian smiled lightly. What if I don't have a master? Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. Old Lin, do you think you can reach this level by buying a secret manual at a street stall and practicing it casually? Don't be ridiculous.
Lin Tian said seriously, I really don't have a master.
Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian blankly for a long time before he said, if you don't have a master, you are a demon-level genius. You will become a master in the future.
Old Lin, if that's really the case, I suggest you make up a master.
It's good to make up a powerful master. Lin Tian thought about it. There are no masters in China now. If he says he is a master, will it be too much of a blow to Ouyang Fei? Master, let's not talk about it for now.
The strength of a martial arts master can be discussed first, so as to avoid this guy worrying blindly.
Lin Tian thought to himself. Ouyang, take a look at what kind of strength I have.
Lin Tian said, and then practiced a set of palm techniques. A roar of thunder sounded, and the surrounding sand and stones flew, and the wind blew in his face. Ouyang Fei stepped back a little, watching with half-closed eyes. After half a minute, Lin Tian stopped.
Godfather! Ouyang Fei shouted. Lin Tian. Good boy.
Later, your godfather will buy you some candy on the street.
Ouyang Fei instantly raised a middle finger. Damn, after you said that, your image of a great man in my heart instantly disappeared.
You're a martial arts master, and you're actually letting your inner energy flow outward.
Ouyang Fei was a little disbelieving.
Lin Tian smiled and said, actually, I'm a top martial arts master, but I'm afraid I'll scare you, so I'll show you my martial arts master skills first.
Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes.
You are now a martial arts master, and it is possible that you will become a top martial arts master in the future, but the possibility is now zero. With such strength, you don't need to deliberately make up a powerful master.
Others will definitely help you make it up.
Who would believe that a young man like you could become a martial arts master without the help of a master?
Are you still worried? Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Fei shook his head. I'm not worried about you at all. I'm worried about myself.
You're a martial arts master, but I'm only in the middle of the dark power stage.
I feel like I've lived a dog's life. Ouyang Fei felt a bit frustrated.
He was often praised for his talent and worked hard at his training. Compared to Lin Tian, his pride was gone. Lin Tian reached out and patted Ouyang Fei on the shoulder.
Don't be discouraged. After all, I am your adoptive father. Damn it. Ouyang Fei pushed Lin Tian's hand away. Hearing Lin Tian say this, he was no longer depressed. Ouyang, think about it this way.
If your father becomes a Grandmaster in the future, and your adoptive father is also a Grandmaster, how powerful your backing will be.
Ouyang Fei.
Old Lin, you are a martial arts master, so you should try to hide this as much as possible.
Don't show it unless you absolutely have to. Ouyang Fei looked solemn. Lin Tian Dao, why is that?
Ouyang Fei said in a low voice, you are a martial arts master, and others will think that you have a powerful master behind you and will not act rashly.
But this is for people in China. If you were from the United States or a small country, would you want a martial arts master to appear in China? Lin Tian shook his head.
Although a martial arts master cannot resist heavy weapons like a sniper rifle, the threat of a pistol to a martial arts master is quite low. If a martial arts master really assassinates someone in a war, the enemy country will definitely suffer a lot. Ouyang Fei said with a hint of meaning, back then, Li Xiaolong became a martial arts master before he was 30, and died at the age of 33.
The cause of death is unknown. You are only 23 years old. If it is revealed that you are a martial arts master, you will be on the hit list of some organizations overnight. The world is not that simple. Lin Tian was surprised. Li Xiaolong was an international superstar. Is there a hidden reason for his death? Does your family know the cause of Li Xiaolong's death? Lin Tian asked.
Ouyang Fei shook his head. Hong Kong had not yet returned to China at the time, and he died in Hong Kong.
How could we know the cause of his death?
It's just that his death was really strange.
How many young people die suddenly at the age of 33? He wasn't poor and couldn't afford an examination. There is no need to delve into this.
The truth has long been buried in history. Just be careful to protect yourself.
Lin Tian nodded.
Ouyang Fei sighed. I have endured for several years without saying anything, and finally I managed to act like a big shot, but you shot me dead on the spot.
You're still asking me to treat you. Lin Tian smiled and said, what am I embarrassed about? It's only right that you honor your adoptive father. Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. Have you booked a hotel? If you haven't booked a hotel, you can stay with me. You and Luo Bingning haven't reached the point of meeting your parents yet.
Lin Tian shook his head. No, but I won't bother you at your place tonight. It's not appropriate to go to your place at this hour.
I'll be back tomorrow. Ouyang Fei was stunned. So soon? I'm living with Bingning, so why would I stay here? Ouyang Fei covered his chest. You're just here to beat me up.
I don't even have a girlfriend yet, and you're already living with Luo Bingning.
Friendship is over.
Although he said that he was finished with friendship, Ouyang Fei still arranged a luxury hotel for Lin Tian.
Old Lin, if there is any movement in the upper echelons, I will let you know.
You should be careful yourself. Even a martial arts master can't stop a bullet.
I'm leaving. Ouyang Fei left, and Lin Tian was full of emotion. This friend of mine is no ordinary person. If he hadn't been so lucky, the gap between him and Ouyang Fei would have been unbridgeable.
Ouyang Fei, who had left, was also full of emotion. He was only in the middle of the dark power stage, while Lin Tian was already a martial arts master. He only has a few 100,000 in his bank account, while Lin Tian has millions. Damn it, next time I'll play the arrow with old Lin. At least I've got half of Grandpa's true legacy, so I can beat him in that area.
Ouyang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 68, Yang Lao's Reward for Lin Tian. Tianshui Sanatorium. After a comprehensive examination, Mr. Yang was transferred out of the intensive care unit.
His condition was much better than before.
Jiheng stays, the rest of you can go home, Yang Lao said. The rest of the people left one after another. Only Yang Jiheng and Yang Laoran were left in the ward. Yang Laoran said, Jiheng, who was the young doctor who treated me today?
Yang Jiheng smiled and said, Dad, his name is Lin Tian. He's not really a doctor, he doesn't even have a medical license, he only knows ancient medical techniques. Yang Lao said in a deep voice, as the great man said, a white cat or a black cat, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. You have to find a way to get him a medical license. Yang Jiheng shook his head, he doesn't want to do it himself. Yang Lao said with a deep look in his eyes, he is still too young.
If something really happens, that medical license will still be useful.
In that case, you should quietly get him one without telling him.
If anything really happens, it will come in handy.
Yang Jiheng nodded, okay, Dad. He is a big shot in the military, but he is not in charge of medical affairs. But with his connections, it is not difficult to take care of such a small matter.
What did you pay him? Old Yang asked.
Yang Jiheng shook his head, Dad, no, I told Brother Luo that we Yang family owe Lin Tian a favor for this matter.
That's confusing. Yang's brow furrowed. Even if you paid him, does that mean we don't owe him a favor? A favor is a favor, and payment is payment.
Dr. Lin is young and has such strong medical skills.
It is very likely that the Yang family will ask him for help in the future.
Yang Jiheng coughed lightly, Dad, it's not good to pay him.
He is Luo's son-in-law, and our Yang family's money is not even a fraction of the Luo family's. He has no intention of entering politics or the military.
Yang Lao thought for a moment and said, I'm worried about his safety. Young people like guns, so you should arrange for him to have a position where he can carry a gun. I'll give him my gun. Before giving him the gun, train him in the use of firearms.
Yang Jiheng exclaimed in surprise, Father, you're giving him your pistol? That pistol was given to you by a great man.
Mr. Yang said with a smile, if it weren't for Xiaolin, I would soon be meeting the great man.
What's wrong with giving the gun to Xiaolin?
Giving him the gun can protect him. But you should tell him clearly that guns are a dangerous thing.
Yang Jiheng was still a bit reluctant. Why, is that gun more important than my life? Dad, of course not.
Yang Lao said in a grumpy tone, then you just do a good job. By the way, you should ask Xiaolin to buy a better safe to store it in. Carry it when you feel in danger, but don't carry it normally.
Yang Jiheng nodded.
It's not difficult for him to get a gun license for Lin Tian, but it's not easy either. You take care of this personally.
After saying that, Mr. Yang lay down and prepared to rest. After leaving the sanatorium, Yang Jiheng called Lin Tian. He got Lin Tian's phone number from Luo Yongqian. Who is this? Lin Tian asked.
He was getting ready to practice after taking a shower.
Yang Jiheng said, Dr. Lin, I'm Yang Jiheng. I don't know if you're interested in firearms.
If you are, I'll have someone take you to a place to have some fun tomorrow.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up.
Of course he is interested in firearms. Most men are very interested in guns.
If guns weren't banned in China, many people would definitely collect them.
He had previously acquired master-level firearms skills, but had never touched a gun, only seeing the guns of robbers in the hospital.
General Yang, of course I am interested. Lin Tian said. Yang Jiheng smiled and said, Where are you? I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow morning. There's enough ammunition, so I guarantee you'll have a great time. General Yang, I won't be rude. I'm at.
Lin Tian said his location. The next day, a military vehicle arrived at the hotel early in the morning.
Lin Tian quickly went downstairs and got into the military vehicle to leave. Hello, my name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian said hello.
The driver was a woman in her 20s, not as pretty as Luo Bingning, but still a beauty.
Tan Xin.
The woman driving the car looked cold. She was originally assigned to other tasks, but was suddenly sent here to teach Lin Tian how to shoot.
Teaching a rookie how to shoot is no easy task. Tan Xin's reaction was cold, and Lin Tian didn't chat with her much.
At this point, Luo Bingning must have already gotten up, so he sent a message to Luo Bingning.
Bingying, I miss you. Send me a selfie. No. Lu Bingning was eating breakfast and she quickly replied. Honey, don't be so stingy.
Lu Bingning saw Lin Tian's message and her face turned red.
She snorted, Who is your wife? I'm not, knocking on the head, yet. Bingying, if you don't send a picture, I'll just come back to see you.
Your wife's illness can wait until you get back to the capital.
Lu Bingying.
Soon, she sent a picture of herself with a puffed-up face. Lin Tian's face changed slightly.
The photo showed Luo Bingning's head but no treasure chest. Damn it! Lin Tian felt the sadness in his balls. Lu Bingning's black iron treasure chest yesterday turned into a bronze treasure chest. After sleeping, his bronze treasure chest disappeared? Black iron treasure chests are precious, not to mention bronze treasure chests. Do. Lin Tian dialed Luo Bingning's video. Lu Bingning answered quickly. Lin Tian was secretly relieved. The photo he took didn't have it, but it was in the video. A bronze treasure chest floated above Luo Bingning's head. Lin Tian, I sent you a photo, why are you sending me a video? Hey, you're not sitting in a regular car, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled and said, It's a military vehicle. The driver is a beautiful woman. I can't show you what she looks like. After a few casual conversations, Luo Bingning hung up the video. What are you doing, you rotten bastard? Is the driver really a beautiful woman? Lu Bingning whispered, and the little wontons in the bowl didn't seem as appetizing. After more than an hour, Lin Tian and the others had left the city and arrived at a military shooting range, where there were all kinds of firearms. There were all kinds of heavy sniper rifles. Lin Tian, the order from above is that you can use all kinds of firearms, but you must first be proficient in shooting with a pistol. Tan Xin said. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Why did he have to be proficient in using a pistol? What was General Yang up to? Lin Tian nodded. He didn't ask Tan Xin, and Tan Xin was only following orders to teach him. She couldn't possibly know what General Yang was thinking. What kind of gun do you want to play with? I'll go get the gun. Tan Xin asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, all kinds of guns. The more bullets, the better. Tan Xin turned and left, and soon she came back in a car with a lot of different guns. Let's start with the pistol. 15-meter electronic target. My mission is to make you hit the target 6 times out of 10. Tan Xin said, picking up a pistol and handing it to Lin Tian. Type 92, 5.8mm pistol. An empty magazine weighs 760 grams, and a full magazine weighs 879.2 grams. This is obviously lighter. There are no bullets in it. Lin Tian took the pistol and smiled. Chapter 69, A Powerful Talent for Shooting. Tan Xin's eyes showed surprise. Lin Tian, are you a military fan? Lin Tian shook his head, not really, I just have a good memory. Besides, I'm more interested in these firearms. Tan Xin nodded slightly. She handed Lin Tian a magazine. Lin Tian deliberately acted a little clumsily to load the magazine. Here is the safety. After you aim, try 2 shots first, and then I'll teach you the correct way to hold the gun. Tan Xin instructed. Lin Tian nodded and turned on the safety. He pointed the pistol at the target with one hand. Tan Xin frowned, but she didn't say anything. The recoil of the pistol is not small, and novices usually hold the pistol with both hands. Lin Tian deliberately aimed for a while. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lin Tian's hand shook a little, but not much, and the bullet hit the target accurately. Tan Xin was stunned. Lin Tian's strength is not bad. He hit the target with his first shot, even though it was only 2 rings. Tan Xin had no idea that Lin Tian actually had master-level shooting skills, and he could compete with the king of soldiers without any falsehood.
It's quite difficult to hit only 2 rings.
I'll try again,
Lin Tian said with a smile.
Bang, bang.
Soon, Lin Tian had fired 10 rounds. He deliberately missed 2 shots, and the other 8 shots hit the target. One of them even hit the 10 ring.
Tan Xin couldn't believe it.
The task he was given was to hit 5 out of 10 targets at 15 meters with 10 bullets.
Is Lin Tian a shooting genius discovered by the authorities? Tan Xin thought to himself. Lin Tian, you've just started shooting.
You'll have better accuracy if you hold the gun in both hands. Now I'll teach you the correct way to hold the gun in both hands.
Tan Xin picked up another pistol and demonstrated. Try again. You still have 10 bullets in the gun.
Lin Tian nodded and began shooting with both hands. He quickly shot all 10 bullets, all hitting the target. 4 of the shots scored 8 rings.
Tan Xin was a little speechless.
She was assigned to teach Lin Tian to shoot, and she was quite good at it. She has a lot of talent in this area. But her initial shooting results were far inferior to Lin Tian's. Lin Tian, you've never touched a gun before? Tan Xin asked. Lin Tian said, I met a gunman a while ago.
Does that count? Tan Xin shook her head, of course not. If you've never touched a gun before, that means you have a natural talent for shooting. Let's continue.
Time passed by, and under Lin Tian's control, Tan Xin saw his shooting level improve at the speed of light. In an hour, Lin Tian had fired hundreds of rounds, and he could already hit 80 out of 100 with a 15-meter target. The pistol has a low shooting accuracy, and this score is very good for a 15-meter target.
Lin Tian, let's stop here with the pistol. You can try whatever you want next. Tan Xin didn't know what to say.
He thought today would be a more difficult task, but he didn't expect that in such a short time, Lin Tian's pistol shooting was not worse than hers.
Okay,
Lin Tian said with a smile. Soon, Lin Tian played with the rest of the firearms.
In the time that followed, Tan Xin saw Lin Tian's powerful shooting talent. Lin Tian, that's enough for today. You've already fired a lot of bullets, your body can't take it anymore. 2 hours later, Tan Xin said.
Lin Tian reluctantly let go of the sniper rifle in his hands. He didn't know when he would be able to touch a gun again.
Report, Lin Tian has completed his firearms training with excellent results. Tan Xin returned to the base and reported back. Excellent results? The officer in front of Tan Xin was surprised. Tan Xin said seriously, yes, he has excellent marks in pistol and rifle shooting, and almost excellent marks in sniper rifle shooting.
He only trained for 3 hours.
If he had received more training, his results would have been even better. The officer in front of Tan Xin was shocked. 3 hours of shooting training to reach this level? Return to your unit,
the officer said in a low voice.
Tan Xin left, and he stood straight and dialed Yang Jihan's phone. General, I report to you. Lin Tian's shooting training is over. After listening to the report, Yang Jihan's eyes showed surprise. Lin Tian actually has a demon-level shooting talent.
You've worked hard. After hanging up, Yang Jihan quickly called Lin Tian. Lin, let's have lunch together at noon.
I have something to tell you. General Yang, what is it that you want to talk to me about? Lin Tian asked. Yang Jihan arrived first and had already ordered the food. Yang Jihan, Xiaolin, I had your family background checked. Your grandfather was a veteran and did a lot for the country. With the merits your grandfather has, he could have asked for better treatment from the country. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Grandpa knew, but he said that many of his comrades died, and he was very happy to have returned alive. He said that the country was also in trouble before. Yang Zhihong sighed. The country owes a lot to unsung heroes like him. Xiaolin, my father wants to give you a gift. He took out a wooden box. When he opened the box, there was a beautiful pistol inside. This pistol was given to my father by a great man. My father is giving it to you as a token of his gratitude and to protect you. Lin Tian was shocked. This was the pistol that the great man had given to General Yang. Its value and commemorative significance were extraordinary. General Yang, you can't do that. This pistol must be Yang's favorite, and a gentleman does not take what is not his. Besides, it's illegal for me to hold it. Lin Tian quickly said.
Yang Jiheng smiled lightly. What my father meant was to give you an identity and a gun license, so that you can legally own it, but you can't just take it out casually.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Get him a gun license. Legally own a gun? This is a big temptation. Who doesn't want to have this? The identity and gun you are given are to ensure your safety. If you agree, I will get you an identity with the National Security Bureau. Lin Tian coughed lightly. General Yang, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yang Jiheng shook his head. There is nothing bad about it.
Your superb medical skills are worthy of such special treatment.
Lin Tian thought about it.
He is a martial arts master, and it is entirely possible that he will take action in the future if he sees something that displeases him.
Having such an identity will be much better. General Yang, I want the identity. But you can keep the gun.
Just give me an ordinary gun when the time comes.
Lin Tian said seriously. Are you sure?
Yang Jiheng said with some surprise.
Lin Tian nodded. I'm sure.
I'm afraid to use this gun, so I'll have to buy a safe to hide it in when I get back.
Yang Jiheng smiled. Then I'll give you an ordinary pistol. You'll still need to buy a good safe to keep it in. I'll give you an extra magazine of bullets.
With the spare magazine, there are 40 bullets, which is more than enough for normal use.
Chapter 70, The Cheating Luo Bingning. After having dinner with Yang Jiheng, Lin Tian went to Peking University again. He gave Luo Bingning's mother a second treatment. After this treatment, your body will start to detoxify. Eat lightly and move around as much as possible every day.
Lin Tian smiled as he collected the silver needles.
Shaolin, thank you. Mrs. Luo Bingning said gratefully. Professor Dai said, Shaolin, thanks to your reminder, yesterday the comrades from the National Security Bureau caught the person who harmed my wife. Lin Tian smiled. Professor Dai, this is what I should do. Soon he will enter the national security system and eliminate internal spies. In the future, this kind of thing will be his job. Madam, I will come again in a month. As long as you
take the medicine according to the prescription, your health should improve significantly.
Not long after, Lin Tian got up and left. He still had to catch a plane back to S City.
It had been almost a day since Luo Bingning had been standing on top of the treasure chest.
He had to hurry back to collect it.
It would be very upsetting if the bronze treasure chest disappeared. A few hours later, Lin Tian returned to S City. He rushed back to the community at top speed. Luo Bingning had already returned home, and before he had even opened the door, Lin Tian could smell the aroma of stewed cuttlefish and meat coming from the room.
Some people are back so soon. Why don't they hang out with the beautiful woman a little longer? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luo Bingning came out of the kitchen. Lin Tian was stunned.
The treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head had suddenly turned silver. My goodness, it was a bronze treasure chest in the morning video, but now it has turned into a silver treasure chest.
Could it be because I told Bingying that the person driving the car was a beautiful woman? Lin Tian thought to himself.
If so, it might be a good idea to occasionally make Luo Bingning jealous, and the quality of the treasure chest might improve. Of course, this doesn't mean that he's going to mess around. Occasionally making Luo Bingning jealous is also a way to deepen their relationship.
Bingying, are you jealous?
Lin Tian said with a smile.
Luo Bingning snorted, am I jealous? What are you thinking? I want to kiss you. Lin Tian walked towards Luo Bingning step by step. Luo Bingning took a step back.
Her face turned red. Lin Tian, your wife is still not well.
It's too early for you to kiss her.
Lin Tian said in a bad mood, Bingying, you are being a bad sport.
That's not what we agreed on. We said we would kiss you when we got back. Luo Bingning pretended to be dumb. Really? I don't remember.
We agreed that we would kiss you when your mother-in-law recovered.
Lin Tian laughed and continued to approach. Bingying, if you keep on being a brat, I'll kiss you on the mouth. Luo Bingning turned around and hurriedly entered the kitchen.
As she turned around, Lin Tian reached out and touched the silver treasure chest.
Ding, the silver treasure chest is open.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired 27 cubic meters of system space. The system space is a cube with a side length of 3 meters. No living things can be placed in the system space. The system voice rang in Lin Tian's mind.
Lin Tian's eyes lit up.
He had previously only received skills, but this time he had actually obtained system space, 27 cubic meters, which was not bad at all. In some novels, there are some amazing systems that have a huge amount of system space when activated, but systems are not the same. His system is a small piece of trash. While others give the blood of Pangu and the power of chaos, his system can only give a few small skills. Of course, these are enough for him to take off. One should not be too greedy. The side length of the silver treasure chest system is 3 meters, the bronze treasure chest is estimated to be 2 meters, and the black iron treasure chest should only be 1 meter.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
If there are any more black iron treasure chests in the future, I'll test them to see how long the treasure chests can exist on Luo Bingning's head.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
Even if the black iron treasure chest disappears, it is worth testing how long the treasure chest can exist even if it loses a black iron treasure chest.
Lin Tian, don't stare at me from behind. It makes me feel uneasy.
Luo Bingning said coquettishly, and she could see Lin Tian in the corner of her eye.
Lin Tian finally looked at Luo Bingning's seductive figure and turned away. Luo Bingning's figure was definitely very attractive in a cheongsam.
Who?
Luo Bingning let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian looked at her from behind, a little nervous.
Retract. Retract. In his own room, Lin Tian tested it. He could put in things that he could touch with his hand and that were not oversized.
It's not okay to see with just one eye.
With the system space, there is a place to put the gun license and the pistol. Guqin, arrow, silver needles, etc. can also be placed in the system space.
Lin Tian smiled.
He had originally thought about buying a safe when he returned, but now it seems that he won't need to. A safe is not as safe as the system space. If it is placed in the system space, he can use it and take it out at any time.
Soon, Luo Bingning finished cooking. Bingying, this is especially rich today.
Lin Tian said with a smile. There were 5 dishes on the table, and it was estimated that Luo Bingning had come home from work early to start cooking.
You cured my wife's illness, I have to show my appreciation.
Lu Bingning said as she served the rice. Lin Tian laughed and said, Bingying, this is an extra gesture.
You promised me that you would not be stingy. Considering that you are a cheater, you will have to kiss me twice.
Lu Bingning gave Lin Tian a white look. You said you would kiss me once, but now you want to kiss me twice.
You can't do that.
Now, just 1 kiss, and after the treatment, 2 kisses. Which do you choose?
Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning snorted, if I had known this, I wouldn't have cooked dinner tonight.
I'll just eat 2 steamed buns together.
I choose to kiss after the treatment is complete.
In Luo Bingning's opinion, there is not much difference between kissing once and twice in the future. There is a big difference between kissing now and kissing later.
Okay, you can't go back on your word. Otherwise, he. Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning's delicate lips.
Don't stare.
Lu Bingning blushed slightly and said.
Lin Tian took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. Bingying, we can't waste the food you made, let's drink a little red wine.
Lu Bingning took out 2 wine glasses. Do you have any candles at home? Lin Tian asked, it was already dark outside.
Yes.
Luo Bingning quickly brought 2 short, chunky pink candles.
The candles were lit and the lights were turned off, and the atmosphere immediately improved. Candlelight, fine wine, good food, and beautiful women.
The wine doesn't make you drunk, you make yourself drunk.
Cheers. The 2 clinked glasses, and Luo Bingning's face revealed a faint smile. Since she married Lin Tian, she has smiled a lot more.
Lin Tian, Uncle Tang is out of the hospital. Auntie Lu invited us to his home for dinner. In addition, Director Tan also invited us to his home for dinner. Luo Bingning said.
Lin Tian said in surprise, it's normal for Auntie Lu to want to invite us to dinner after Uncle Tang was discharged from the hospital, but why would Director Tan invite us to dinner?
Luo Bingying said, didn't you catch the murderer?
You also prevented Uncle Tang from getting into trouble, so Commissioner Tan has to thank you. Brothers like trouble, give a 5-star review, thank you very much.
Chapter 71 Luo Bingning's massage.
Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Tan Juji can be promised, but let's wait a little longer with Uncle Tang.
He can't drink now. Lu Bingning nodded lightly.
Where did you go today?
Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Bingning, are you asking if the woman who drove me today was a beauty? You can ask me directly if you want to know. You are my wife, isn't it normal to ask?
Luo Bingning said coquettishly, if you want to say it, if you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter if the driver is a beauty or not.
Then I won't say anything. Lin Tian shook his head and said. Humph. Luo Bingning wanted to ask but held back.
Lin Tian smiled and said, your grandfather and I went to the imperial capital. Old Yang was dying, and I happened to save his life.
Luo Bingning hurriedly said, the military world's Yang Lao? Lin Tian nodded. Lu Bingning's eyes showed shock.
Yang Jun has a lot of power in the military world, especially now that old Yang is still alive, and the elders have to express their condolences during the New Year and other holidays. General Yang had me brought to the shooting range to practice my marksmanship. He wanted to give me a legal identity to carry a gun and protect myself.
Luo Bingning exclaimed in admiration, the Yang family is really good to you. This is not just giving you a gun, it's also giving you a tiger skin. But that's normal.
You saved old Yang and helped the Yang family a lot.
If he lives for another 2 years, General Yang might be promoted again.
In ordinary families, an elderly person in his 90s might be considered a burden, but in a family like the Yang family, the elderly are a treasure.
Lin Tian nodded slightly. He understood this truth. When people leave, the tea cools.
For someone like Yang Lao, as long as he is still alive, even if he is lying there unable to move, others will have to respect the Yang family even more. It is very difficult for ordinary people to get close to a family like the Yang family, but you have done so easily.
Lu Bingning was full of emotion.
Lin Tian shook his head, Bingning, Yang Lao is a patient, and I am a barefoot doctor who treats him.
Don't say anything else.
The wind on the mountain is strong, so let's ordinary people not get involved.
Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes and smiled, Lin Tian, it's good that you think this way. We just make a little money.
Lin Tian, something is strange lately.
Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone, what's strange?
I used to run into Auntie Wang in the elevator, but today I ran into her downstairs and she actually tried to avoid me. Lin Tian smiled and said, she used to want you to be her daughter-in-law, but now that her son is in jail, they must have come to their senses.
Song Kaifeng was scared by him last time and should have moved out. She's dreaming. Her son, Song Kaifeng, is no good.
Lin Tian, when I had someone look up your information, I found out your parents' birthdays.
Is your mother's birthday coming up? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian nodded, yes, it's only about 10 days away. Luo Bingning looked a little embarrassed. Lin Tian, why don't you invite them to come to S City to play for a few days?
I'll take Auntie to buy some gifts.
Lin Tian smiled, how much money do you have?
Luo Bingning said coquettishly, you can lend me some money first, and I'll pay you back later when my dad unfreezes my credit card.
She really doesn't have much money left.
She used to spend more than 100,000 yuan a month. After buying clothes for Lin Tian, she only had 10,000 yuan left.
Lin Tian shook his head. No. But I'm tired after going out. If you can give me a massage, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan per minute. Lu Bingning glared at Lin Tian.
She said angrily, Lin Tian, I'm lending you money to buy a gift for your mother, and you're still asking me to give you a massage.
Lin Tian smiled and said, how about the other way around?
I'll give you a massage and I'll give you 1,000 yuan an hour.
Luo Bingning. That's even more of a loss.
Lu Bingning thought to herself, buying a birthday gift for Lin Tian's mother, she couldn't afford less than 10,000 yuan. It should be at least 10,000 yuan.
Then it would have to be 120 minutes.
Lin Tian, you have money now, so you can pay me back the money I spent on buying you clothes and shoes.
Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly, how can that be? You bought me a gift, that's your thoughtfulness. How can you return thoughtfulness?
I will buy you gifts in the future, absolutely more than less.
Luo Bingning pouted.
She was short of money. Very close people, like Tang Yan, her mother had told her not to give her money, and she couldn't borrow from people she wasn't close to.
The daughter of the Luo family is a bit embarrassed to ask for money. 3,000. Said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian shook his head, not to mention 3,000, I can't even give you back 300. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood, can you give me 3,000 for a minute of massage? I'm not asking you to pay back 3,000. It's too expensive. 2,000. Lin Tian bargained. Lu Bingning gritted her teeth. Deal, I'll give you a 10-minute massage later. After washing the dishes, Lin Tian lay down on the sofa. Binging, hurry up. Press my shoulders, neck and waist. Lin Tian said with a smile. Close your eyes and don't look around. Luo Bingning said with a slight blush. She was going to give Lin Tian a massage, and she was very close to Lin Tian. In the summer, she was wearing a skirt. The skirt wasn't very short, but her thighs were visible. I'm not looking around. I'm looking at you with a clear goal. Binging, I don't think you'll be able to earn this money. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Bingning snorted, I'll get nervous if you don't close your eyes. When I get nervous, I'll push harder. You'd better close them. No, I'm more resilient. Lu Bingning reached out and pressed her hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. She practiced martial arts and had more strength than an ordinary girl. But Lin Tian is a martial arts master, and he can easily withstand this amount of force. Luo Bingning pressed harder and he was more comfortable. Lin Tian, if you can't stand it, turn your head away quickly. Lu Bingning snorted. Binging, just look at my legs, I can still take it. Luo Bingning's face turned red as if visible to the naked eye. You bad thing. She increased the pressure on his hand a little, but even so, Lin Tian didn't say a word, and his eyes naturally didn't close. At the end of the massage, Lin Tian suddenly discovered that a black iron treasure chest had appeared on Luo Bingning's head. She had been in a fierce mood for the past 10 minutes. Heh, for just 20,000 yuan, I got to enjoy the massage of the Luo family's golden girl, and I'll get a treasure chest in return. It's worth it. Lin Tian quickly handed Luo Bingning 20,000 yuan. Bingning, lie down, I'll check your lower abdomen. Lin Tian said. If Luo Bingning were a martial artist with internal strength, her meridians would be wide, and he could check them by pressing his hand on her wrist. But Luo Bingning is just an ordinary person, with narrow and blocked meridians. He can only check better by pressing his hand on Luo Bingning's stomach. Chapter 72, People who are popular have a lot of trouble. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, I feel fine now, so there's no need to check. I've been through all these years, so there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Tian frowned slightly, you have problems with your lower abdomen, so you can't take it lightly. We'll talk about it another day. Luo Bingning quickly went into her room. She had given Lin Tian a massage and had been looked at by him up close for so long that she was now very shy and did not want to have her stomach rubbed by him. If this black iron treasure chest is not upgraded, it is just the right time to test it. Lin Tian thought to himself. If the black iron treasure chest is upgraded to a bronze treasure chest or even a silver treasure chest, then he will definitely have to accept it. He is not that generous. Back in his room, Lin Tian first opened the Huayin app and took a look. His fans have already reached nearly 25 million. The live broadcast room last time brought him a lot of traffic, and naturally it also brought him a lot of new fans. Even though it was 4 or 5 meters away, the sound attack shattered the thick wooden board, and even after a few days, many people were still discussing it. Lin Tian froze for a moment. He saw that his account had been officially verified. It clearly stated that he was a master of the arrow, guqin, and martial arts. Each of these three aspects has more than one master to confirm. But they didn't know that Lin Tian had actually reached the level of master in all three areas. Arrow was not a master before, but it was later upgraded to the master level. He didn't realize that he had so many fans. Tomorrow, I'll just do a simple live broadcast. Lin Tian thought to himself. Tomorrow, there will be a live broadcast at 9 o'clock, 1 hour each for the guqin and arrow. Lin Tian sent a message. When they saw this message, many of Lin Tian's fans immediately spread the news, and they were very much looking forward to Lin Tian's live broadcast. Master Lin is finally broadcasting again. Master Lin is good at everything, but he is too lazy. He only broadcasts live once a week, while others would love to broadcast live 3 times a day. Right, he made millions on the first 2 broadcasts, and over 10 million on the other, and yet he's still so boring. Many fans started chatting in the comments section. Drip. Before long, Zhang Han called. What's up, Zhang Go? Lin Tianxiao asked. Zhang Han said, Master Lin, the thing is, we've been asked to encrypt your information, so don't reveal your identity. You are a young triple master, and some people may harm you. Lin Tian said, I understand. He had realized this problem before, and after listening to Ouyang Fei, he knew even more about the seriousness of the matter. If his identity is exposed today, he will be on the hit list of some organizations tomorrow. Master Lin, you don't have to worry about leaking secrets within Huayin. Someone from the state has approached us and all those who know the information have signed a confidentiality agreement. Zhang Handao.
Lin Tian guessed that Yang Jihan had found out about him.
Given Yang Jihan's status, it's not surprising that he found out. Master Lin, many manufacturers want to work with you on advertising. Look. Lin Tian smiled, Brother Zhang, didn't I say that?
I'll talk about it when my fans reach 30 million.
It hasn't happened yet. Okay, you'll have 30 million followers soon when you go live tomorrow. Zhang Han laughed.
It is difficult for others to increase their number of fans, but Zhang Han has no doubt about Lin Tian's speed of increasing his number of fans. He has nearly 25 million fans in half a month. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian began to practice.
I am the masked hero and the girlfriend of the now famous Master Lin.
I am reporting Master Lin for starting a relationship and then abandoning me.
Master Lin is much older than me, but I admired his talent and stayed with him. After I got pregnant, he disappeared. I didn't get married and had no choice but to have an abortion. Aborting the baby damaged my body and I lost my job. When I heard that he became famous, I thought I would ask him for a little compensation. But he was so cruel that he wouldn't even give me 100,000 yuan. With his phone on silent, Lin Tian silently practiced.
A video on the internet spread like wildfire, in which a woman in her late 20s or early 30s, holding her ID card, tearfully accused him.
I never thought Lin would be such a scumbag. I spat. I even liked him. Even if you are talented, if you have bad character, you are not a good person. I suggest that the state block such bad-mannered internet celebrities. There are many comments under the video that has been spread. Huayin has blocked many videos like this, but as soon as one group is blocked, another group pops up. This one is extremely popular right now. On other platforms, not only are they not blocked, but they actually attract a lot of traffic. Shocked, the masked man is actually a scumbag who plays with emotions. A woman reported Master Lin by her real name, and it turned out that the three-time master was a scumbag. Soon the news was trending on Weibo, and it was trending on more than one topic. I believe that Master Lin is not that kind of person. I believe so too. There were also many people supporting Lin Tian in the video. But there were more people who were scolding him. His fan base has plummeted. 24 million, 23 million, 22 million. In just 3 hours, Lin Tian's fan base fell below 20 million. 5 million fans were lost. The speed at which his followers dropped was simply staggering. In contrast, the woman who opened an account on another platform saw her number of fans skyrocket thanks to her good looks. In 3 hours, she gained more than 3 million fans. Lin Tian finished his training and picked up his phone. He was stunned. There were hundreds of missed calls on his phone. When he opened it, he saw that Zhang Han had called the most, followed by Feng Zhengming. Wu Laoshi, who knew his identity, had also called him a few times. Zhang Guo, what's up?
Lin Tian called Zhang Han back. Zhang Han had called him a few minutes ago, so he must still be awake.
Thank goodness, Master Lin, you finally answered the phone. How could you sleep through something so big?
Zhang Han hurriedly said.
Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone, Brother Zhang, what happened?
Zhang Han quickly summarized the situation.
Master Lin, there are a lot of people blacking you on the internet right now.
Your fan base has plummeted, and the woman who slandered you has seen a huge increase in her fan base.
She is still broadcasting live right now.
She has already received hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts.
Zhang Han said angrily.
They have already issued a statement asking netizens to remain calm and not be deceived, but unfortunately many smart netizens don't believe it. In their view, it is normal for Huayin to defend Lin Tian. Master Lin, you could have clarified the situation by coming forward, but you had to keep your identity a secret, which is a bit awkward. Zhang Han smiled bitterly and said that you have to think of a way to turn the situation around quickly. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. He didn't care if his fans left, because they could still come back. But the other party actually smeared him for making money dishonestly.
Zhang good, thank you. I'll handle it.
Lin Tian hung up after he finished speaking. Brothers, if you like it, please help me increase the rating.
Thank you very much. Chapter 73, Are You My Ex-Girlfriend?
Lin Tian searched online and found a lot of videos that were critical of him. These videos had a lot of traffic and there were a lot of comments in the comments section that were critical of him.
There were even 3 hot searches for the microblog. It seems that I do have some influence now. Lin Tian thought to himself.
When Zhang Han said that, he was very angry at first, but as he watched, he calmed down. Within a few hours of live streaming, he had already received hundreds of thousands of rewards. If he continued to work hard, he would probably break 1 million by tomorrow. Then let the bullets fly for a while. Lin Tian smiled coldly. Defaming others and damaging their reputation to extort huge sums of money should be enough to put them in jail for years.
Mr. Wu, the phone is muted. I just saw the message. Thanks for your concern. It's not a big deal. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Lin Tian sent a message to Mr. Wu.
Worried about him, Wu Lao was still awake at midnight and soon saw the message from Lin Tian. I'm getting old, but I'm not as calm as young people like Lin Tian.
Having strength means having confidence.
Mr. Wu muttered to himself. He didn't believe a word of the online comments that smeared Lin Tian.
Sweetie Bunny didn't even know Lin Tian's age. Lin Tian is only 23 years old.
Sweetie Rabbit is 27 or 28 years old.
And she said that Lin Tian is several years older than her. Is she lying? To someone like Wu, who is an insider, it's obvious.
Mr. Wu also spoke in support of Lin Tian, but he could not expose Lin Tian's identity and could not produce evidence that would completely shut others up.
Go to bed. Let's see how Lin Tian handles it tomorrow. Lin Tian fell asleep, but many netizens did not.
An online storm caused by the sweet and cute rabbit intensified. The number of fans of the sweet and cute rabbit continued to rise.
Family, I used to go to bed early.
Since the baby in my belly died, I can't sleep at night.
I'm afraid to fall asleep, afraid of nightmares.
In the live broadcast room of Sweetie Rabbit, she looked desolate and said, and as she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, which flowed silently.
Don't be afraid, sweetie. You have us. Yes, we will be with you and fight to the end with that scumbag. He abandoned you, causing you to get injured, and now that he's become rich, he won't even give you a mere 100,000 yuan in compensation.
Many comments kept popping up in the live broadcast room. Various gifts were also sent out. It's already 2 or 3 in the morning, and the amount of gifts has exceeded 1 million.
Thank you all. If you haven't already, please follow me. Your concern and attention will give me infinite courage.
After all, the other person is a master, and a triple master at that. He has connections that far surpass those of a weak woman like me.
I only have you. The sweet, jade rabbit sobbed.
There were hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, and her number of fans had risen rapidly.
Family, tomorrow, no, it should be today. At 9 a.m. today, the scumbag Lin should be broadcasting live. I won't sleep.
I'll wait until he starts the broadcast.
If you're tired, go to bed. If you're not, I'll keep you company.
The live broadcast room maintains hundreds of thousands of people, and the number of fans is skyrocketing. Sweetie Jade Rabbit doesn't want to turn off the live broadcast and go to sleep at this moment. The night passed, and Lin Tian slept soundly. He checked his phone and found that his fans, Sweet Jade Rabbit, had already reached 5 million, and the rewards had reached 1.5 million.
He didn't sleep all night, he really worked hard. Lin Tian smiled faintly.
The other party is now as happy as he will be miserable.
Lin Tian, breakfast is on the table. I've already eaten breakfast. I'm going to work first.
Seeing Lin Tian come out of the bedroom, Luo Bingning said.
After that, Luo Bingning quickly left the house. After washing up, Lin Tian went to the dining room. I'm going. Is this breakfast? Lin Tian's eyes widened, and 10 yuan was placed on the table.
You're so stingy. I just gave you a massage and looked at your legs.
I'll give you a massage in return. Lin Tian mumbled as he took the money. 10 yuan is enough for him to eat a bowl of vegetarian noodles.
It was almost 9 o'clock when Lin Tian arrived at his studio. He changed into his Hanfu and put on his mask, then slowly opened the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, many people quickly flooded in. His fan base had dropped to only 15 million, a loss of nearly 10 million, but this time there were more people streaming in than before.
Scumbag, go to hell. Do you want to be a romantic like the ancient scholars? Being romantic is not being indecent. It's disgusting to get someone pregnant and then abandon them. He must have made tens of millions from the last 2 live broadcasts, right? He won't even give 100,000 yuan in compensation. No wonder he had to wear a mask to come out. Countless barrage of comments poured out of the live broadcast room. Some of them were defending Lin Tian, but the proportion of those who were cursing him was 70 to 80%. Lin Tian looked calm.
He has reached the level of a master in martial arts, guqin, arrow, and ancient medicine, and these have given him a very strong foundation.
Sweetie, Jade Rabbit should be in the live broadcast room, right? Please connect me to her.
Lin Tian smiled calmly. Sweetie Jade Rabbit was naturally in the live broadcast room. There were several super managers in the live broadcast room, and one of them immediately contacted Sweetie Jade Rabbit. Even though Lin Tian's fans have fallen a lot, he still has 15 million fans, and Sweetie Rabbit quickly agreed.
Lin Tian's fans made her jealous. Especially some of the super local tyrants, attracting one of them, the amount of rewards may exceed her yelling for a night. Soon the live broadcast screen was split into 2. Sweet Jade Rabbit had not slept all night, but she had carefully retouched her makeup half an hour ago, and with the beauty effect, she really looked pretty. Lin, our fate is completely over. I don't want your compensation, I just want you to sincerely say sorry. This sorry is for the child that was aborted.
Sweet Jade Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she said.
Lin Tian smiled and said, You said that we were once boy and girlfriends, and you were pregnant. How many years were we together? 3 years. I gave you my best years.
Sweetie, the rabbit said sadly.
Lin Tian nodded slightly. 3 years, that's a long time. I think you should know me pretty well. I have a large birthmark on my upper body, on my chest or back, on the left or right, upper or lower? A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the sweet little rabbit. It's hard to guess. First of all, it may not even exist. If there is, it could be on the front or back, on top or bottom, on the left or right. The chances of guessing correctly are very low. I forgot. After I had the abortion, I tried desperately to forget you.
Sweet and tender Jade Rabbit said with a sad look. The barrage of insults directed at Lin Tian in the live broadcast room quickly decreased. Many netizens are easily incited, but they are not stupid, and Sweetie Jade Rabbit's answer seems very suspicious to them. After 3 years together, where is the birthmark on your boyfriend's body?
Lin Tian smiled lightly. I know a foreign language. We've been together for 3 years. You should know which one I know. He speaks 9 foreign languages, so he can speak whatever the other person says. Sweetie Jade Rabbit's heart tightened. The most likely possibility is English, but if Lin Tian knows English, wouldn't it be easy for her to be fooled by him if he asks like this? I don't know, you haven't shown it before. Maybe you don't really love me, you haven't shown yourself completely.
Sweetie, the rabbit said cautiously.
It's better not to guess blindly. More netizens realized that something was wrong. After 3 years together, it's hard to imagine that your boyfriend doesn't know a single foreign language. It's easy to hide it for 3 days, but it's possible to hide it for 3 months. It's too hard to hide it for 3 years. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Sweetie, you don't know this or that, but you don't know what I know about you?
My name, mobile phone number, address, age, photo, where I used to work, you can expose all of it.
Sweetie, you're crying, why do you want me to remember all this? I don't know, I don't want to know anything. I just want you to say sorry. If you don't even want to say sorry, there's nothing more to talk about.
Sweetie Rabbit turned off the live broadcast directly after she finished speaking.
I'm going. Is that it? He's just running away. Could Lin be her ex-boyfriend? Countless comments popped up in Lin Tian's live broadcast room. Chapter 74 Arrow, a master level?
Lin Tian sneered in his heart.
Just turning off the live broadcast?
If she doesn't punish her for this, Lin Tian estimates that it won't be long before he has other ex-girlfriends popping up.
This is still good. Maybe even his parents will come out. For the sake of fame and profit, many people have no bottom line. I said that Master Lin would definitely be fine. What happened to the sweet Jade Rabbit? Anyone with eyes should know.
A barrage of messages supporting Lin Tian appeared. There were fewer people spewing abuse at Lin Tian. Everyone, I've been pretty low-key, but I didn't expect to cause trouble. I didn't expect to have an ex-girlfriend show up overnight. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's all listen to the music quietly. After this, there may not be another chance. I'm afraid that if I become even more famous, more ex-girlfriends will come out. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Countless people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Master Lin, please don't. We look forward to your live broadcasts every day. Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept silent when you were being wronged. Please don't stop streaming. I'll go and spray Sweet Rabbit later. Master Lin. Countless barrage of comments popped up. Lin Tian picked up his arrow, and the National Security Agency helped him hide the information. Now it's okay for him to expose his masterful arrow skills. Everyone, I'll play a song for you. The sound of the arrows soon began to play. It sounds even better. I feel the same way. Has Master Lin made a breakthrough recently? Many people made such comments. Lin Tian has now demonstrated his masterful arrow skills, but he has still held back a lot and not given it his all. Lin Tian's arrow is top-notch. This. Ouyang Shun's eyes widened. He is a top-notch arrow master, only one step away from becoming a master, but it is by no means easy to take this step. A master, this is definitely a master-level performance. Ouyang Shun was deeply moved. Although he is not yet a master, he can clearly tell that this is a master-level performance. However, just one song is not enough to determine that Lin Tian has reached the level of a master. Ouyang Shun listened quietly. It wasn't long before Lin Tian played the second piece, which was Moonlight on the Second Spring. Ouyang Shun had played this classic piece countless times. Lin Tian has definitely reached the level of a master. Ouyang Shun's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He didn't know Lin Tian's exact age, but he was definitely under 40, and he was already a master of the arrow at such a young age. Drip! Ouyang Shun's phone rang. It was another arrow master calling. President, are you watching Lin's live broadcast? How come I feel that Lin's level has reached the level of a master? It's a pity it's a live broadcast, it would be clearer if it was a live performance. The arrow master on the other end of the phone said excitedly. Ouyang Shun took a deep breath. You are right. Xiaolin's level has indeed reached the level of a master. From now on, it's not appropriate to call him Xiaolin anymore. The wise are our teachers. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Grandmaster Lin. The arrow master on the other end of the phone said in surprise, Chairman, if you say so, then Xiaolin must already be a master. He has been hiding it from us for so long. Chairman, what should we do? Xiaolin just said that this might be the last time we hear him play. Ouyang Shun's face changed. They are in the same group as Lin Tian, so they might still be able to hear it, but this is a great opportunity to spread the theory of arrow music. We should all find connections. The internet is not outside the law. Those who slander others for profit should be punished. Ouyang Shun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Okay, President. These arrow masters, don't look at them as if they were nice gentlemen. Which one of them is not related to someone? Which one is not a troublemaker? An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian put away the arrow. Fan Old Naughty Boy sent a spaceship asterisk 200. Fan Liang sent a spaceship asterisk 100. Fan Ouyang Shun sent a spaceship asterisk 10. Countless gifts popped up. Oh, isn't Ouyang Shun the president of the Arrow Association? It's him. I've seen Mr. Ouyang before. Many barrage came out. Ouyang Shun's words floated across the screen in the middle of the live broadcast. Master Lin, the Arrow Guild will definitely help you get justice. Oh my, Grandmaster Lin? Did Chairman Ouyang make a typo? Fan Wu sent a spaceship. Fan Era Su Gang sent a spaceship. Congratulations to Master Lin for breaking through and becoming a master of the arrow. Congratulations to Master Lin. The following spaceships were sent by the Arrow Masters.
After they sent congratulations one after another. Wow, Master Lin has really become a master. Wow, Master Lin has become a master, and he is the only arrow master. No wonder it sounds better. I just listened to it and cried. Countless barrage came out. Many people who study and like the arrow were overjoyed. With an additional master, the arrow will have a much greater influence. Ding! Lin Tian played the guqin.
Arrow has demonstrated the level of a master, but he hasn't demonstrated it yet with the guqin.
There is already a master of the guqin. Another hour passed without anyone noticing. Everyone, thank you for your gifts.
I will donate all the gifts I can't keep to the children's welfare homes in the central and western regions. Depending on the size of the orphanage, the donation ranges from 30,000 to 100,000 yuan. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Hearing Lin Tian say this, countless people watching the live broadcast were stunned.
Today, Lin Tian's live broadcast rewards were even more than before.
It exceeded 20 million. Some local tyrants gave a lot of rewards, and ordinary people also gave a lot of rewards.
Master Lin, are you sure?
A super moderator asked in the live broadcast room.
Yes. Lin Tian nodded, stood up and bowed. Everyone, thank you for your support. We will meet again if we are destined to.
After saying this, Lin Tian turned off the live broadcast.
It's over. Is Grandmaster Lin really not going to do the live broadcast? He donated so much money, and if Sweetie is really Master Lin's ex-girlfriend, would Master Lin be unwilling to give away even 100,000 yuan? She must go to jail for defrauding over 1 million.
Lin Tian turned off the live broadcast, and the live broadcast room went black, but many people didn't leave right away, and the barrage and gifts in the live broadcast room took off.
How could this happen? Sweetie Jade Rabbit was dumbfounded.
Lin Tian had been broadcasting for 2 hours, and her fan base had dropped by more than half, and the number of fans was still dropping at an alarming rate.
Well, let it go. After all, she had made 500,000 yuan, and she should be able to make some more in the future. Sweetie Jade Rabbit is called Luo Zicheng.
She looked at her bank card balance and smiled. She had received more than 1 million in total, but that was all she could get.
She had already withdrawn the money. Chapter 75, Sweet and Innocent Jade Rabbit. No, I have to try to save it. I still have 2 million fans. As long as I can keep my fans above 1 million, I can still eat and drink well in the future.
Luo Zicheng turned on her live broadcast. Many of her fans immediately rushed in, and upon hearing the news, many of Lin Tian's fans also quickly rushed into her live broadcast room.
Family, there are some things I don't want to say, but I can't say them. Someone has already warned me not to say anything. The world has always been the domain of the strong. A weak woman like me is lucky to be able to survive. Luo Zicheng's acting skills exploded.
When she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, and her eyes also revealed a hint of innocence and fear. There was also a hint of a silent accusation against the world.
I said there was a problem, and someone must have said hello for Lin. So that's how it is. Sweetie, don't be afraid. You still have us to support you. When Luo Zicheng said this, many people in the live broadcast room suddenly realized that they only believed what they wanted to believe. Thank you all. There is a lot of darkness in this world, but you are like rays of sunshine, lighting up me and many others like me. I won't respond, and I can't respond to Master Lin, no, I should say Grandmaster Lin. Don't speak for me, either, or you'll get into trouble. We can't afford to offend Grandmaster Lin. I don't know how to repay you. I can sing. I'll sing for you in the future. Everything is in the song. Luo Zicheng said bitterly. Of course, she wasn't bitter. She had received over 1 million in rewards that night, and had withdrawn 500,000. She was overjoyed. Seeing that many people in the live broadcast room were still giving rewards, Luo Zicheng's heart was even more beautiful. They were long-term meal tickets. Luo Zicheng was a little disappointed that she didn't attract the attention of the super local tyrants. It was too comfortable to have one person reward her millions of dollars. An invisible wing is sent to everyone. Luo Zicheng turned on the accompaniment and started singing. She is not a professional singer, but she is still okay. With a very good sound card, the effect of the live broadcast is very good.
There were still a few tears in her eyes, and the live broadcast effect was even better.
I was a little confused. Was it Master Lin who was being discredited, or was it Sweetie who was being suppressed by the bigwigs and afraid to speak the truth?
Lin smiled the whole time, looking like he had the upper hand. Sweetie cried many times, and I believed her more.
We are her invisible wings, supporting her.
Many fans of Lin Tian were spewing abuse at Sweetie's live broadcast room, but many fans of Sweetie also came out to defend her. The rate at which her fans are dropping has slowed down significantly.
That's great.
After the song was over, Sweetie Jade Rabbit was overjoyed. If she performs well, maybe her fan base will increase. If the number of fans can be maintained at 2 or 3 million, with her acting skills, she believes she can definitely make a lot of money.
That's pretty impressive.
Lin Tian stayed in the live broadcast room of Sweetie Rabbit as a tourist for a while, and Sweetie Rabbit quickly stirred up the water. Her methods and acting skills are not bad.
Unfortunately, her cleverness backfired.
The more reward she gets now, the heavier the sentence will be when the time comes. The impact will be so bad that she could be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Lin Tian has no doubt that Sweetie Jade Rabbit will be arrested.
The Arrow Association and Guqin Association are not there for show.
He has so many fans, and this is a powerful force of public opinion.
The authorities will certainly handle it objectively and fairly. Do. The imperial capital, Yang Jihung's private phone rang. Old Song, have you finished with Lin Tian? Yang Jihung asked.
The person on the other end of the line was an old friend of his named Song Jinru, a high-ranking official in the National Security Bureau and a real power player. Old Yang, something happened to Lin Tian.
Song Jinru told him what happened over the phone. Yang Jihung doesn't usually watch short videos, so he didn't know about this.
Old Song, you know Lin Tian's age, and you should know his specific information better than I do.
You know very well whether Luo Ziqing is lying or not. Does this affect Lin Tian joining your National Security Bureau? Yang Jihung said doubtfully, I'm telling you, if he joins your national security, you might get some benefits in the future. Song Jinru said, what good is there?
Yang Jihung smiled and said, you are a martial arts master, so you are unlikely to get sick, but if you leave in the future, he will play the era to send you off.
Song Jinru. Thank you.
Song Jinru said in a bad mood. Yang Jihung said, Old Song, don't blame me for not reminding you. Just because you are in good health doesn't mean that your family will never be sick or in pain. My father was pronounced dead, but he was saved in 2 minutes. My father only helped because he owed Luo a favor.
Don't come to me if you have any problems in the future. I don't have that kind of face. Song Jinru said in surprise, how could he not give you face?
Yang Jihung said calmly, he is now a hidden dragon in the abyss, and in the future, he will soar to the sky.
He may not necessarily need to give me this face. Okay, you're saying that, but aren't you worried that I'll be stuck with him? I'd be more than happy to have a demon like him join us.
Song Jinru said in a bad mood, I was asking for your opinion.
Yang Jihung said coldly, opinion? What opinion can I have?
The country has its own laws, and those who break the law will be punished according to the law.
Considering the bad influence of this incident and Luo Ziqing's unrepentant behavior, the sentence should be heavy, not light.
Song Jinru said, I will communicate with the relevant parties.
After hanging up the phone, Song Jinru immediately made a call. The other party was a big shot in the police force. The National Security Bureau and the police have different responsibilities. Luo Ziqing is a police matter, and it is inappropriate for the National Security Bureau to directly interfere in this matter. Director Song, what are your instructions? The police boss, LV Shanha, laughed on the other end of the phone. Song Jinru smiled and said, I'm not qualified to give you instructions. There is a case, and I'll give you some information. It's about Master Lin, who has attracted a lot of online attention. Lu Shanha said in surprise, did you also call him? I just received 3 calls in a row. Song Jinru said, Master Lin is one of our national security people.
I'll send you his information, but you mustn't pass it on.
This case has a bad influence, so it's best to investigate it strictly and quickly. Soon, LV Shanha received a file. 23 years old.
Arrow Master level, Guqin, Martial Arts Master level, Ancient Medicine is extremely good, saved Yang Lao in less than 3 minutes.
He has saved children in the sea and treated many children in the orphanage. He is married to Luo Bingning, the daughter of the Luo family. After reading the information, Lu Shanhe was stunned. What a demon!
His medical skills may even be at the level of a master. If so, at the age of 23, he is already a master of 2 schools and 2 masters.
No wonder his information needs to be kept secret.
Lu Shanhe thought to himself.
After thinking for a while, LV Shanhe made a phone call. I know who Master Lin is, and he's fine.
But his identity needs to be kept secret. You should start with Luo Ziqing and dig up all her illegal activities as soon as possible.
Lu Shanhe said in a deep voice.
Chapter 76 Luo Ziqing, you are a ruthless person.
Upon receiving Lu Shanhe's call, the H province police quickly mobilized. Nowadays, it is the era of big data.
If you want to find out something, it is not a difficult thing to find out.
Director Liang, this is our harvest.
It was confirmed that the sweet and pretty jade rabbit was named Luo Ziqing, 28 years old, and she had never had a boyfriend, only being a lover for 4 years. The other party is married, 51 years old, and is the owner of a shoe factory. Luo Ziqing has received millions of dollars over the past 4 years, most of which she has spent on plastic surgery and luxury goods. It was found that Luo Ziqing had unusual financial activity in the last 6 months, and had money exchanges with multiple men, which was suspected to be prostitution. With the above phone number, the police in H province were extremely fast in solving the case.
In just 1 hour, they found out a lot of things.
Liang, our men are already near Luo Ziqing's home and can arrest her at any time.
Liang nodded slightly. Act immediately. Such behavior is a serious corruption of social mores and must not be tolerated. Yes. Luo Ziqing is still broadcasting live.
She is in a good mood, her fans have mostly calmed down, and she has received a lot of rewards in the past few hours.
Family, thank you all.
Although I have been wronged a little, I am not afraid of anything as long as I have you guys.
Luo Ziqing smiled sweetly. Knock, knock.
At this moment, the door rang, and Luo Ziqing stood up. Family, please wait a moment, my takeout seems to have arrived. She had ordered takeout half an hour ago.
Click.
When she opened the door, Luo Ziqing's face changed. There were several policemen outside the door.
Handcuff them. The leading police officer Zhou Liang said unceremoniously. Luo Ziqing cried out in protest, "You've made a mistake. I'm the victim. Why are you arresting me? You should arrest Lin." Click. The police officers cuffed Luo Ziqing without any further ado.
They took her computer and cell phone as evidence.
Zhou Liang said in a low voice. Okay, Captain Zhou.
Luo Ziqing's live broadcast room now has more than 100,000 people.
They were stunned.
They saw the police through the camera.
Team leader Zhou, Luo Ziqing is still broadcasting live. The police officer who entered the room shouted out. Bring her over. Zhou Liang said in a low voice.
He entered the room, and Luo Ziqing was also handcuffed in. The people in the live broadcast room were even more dumbfounded.
Hello, netizens.
Sweet and tender Jade Rabbit, whose real name is Luo Ziqing, is 28 years old. It was verified that Luo Ziqing became the mistress of the owner of a shoe factory at the age of 24. Zhou Liang announced the situation of Luo Ziqing in the live broadcast room. Luo Ziqing maliciously spread rumors to smear the masked hero Lin Disher, seeking huge profits. The police have now arrested her according to the law.
She will be severely punished by the law.
Zhou Liang said with righteous words. The family members in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. The Luo Ziqing they supported was actually a liar and had been someone else's mistress. She even prostituted herself several times in the last 6 months.
I'm numb. This can't be true, can it? The police even dared to arrest her directly, so how could it be fake? I'm a fucking idiot. I rewarded this bitch with 300,000 yuan. Countless barrage of comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Zhou Liang looked at Luo Ziqing. Luo Ziqing, what I just said, is there any part that is unjust to you? If there is, you can refute it. I remind you that your words and deeds will affect your sentence. We have complete evidence and we also have multiple witnesses. Luo Ziqing's face turned pale. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The evidence is conclusive, and there are witnesses. If she lies now, she will only end up in jail for longer.
Luo Zicheng, there are more than 100,000 people in your live broadcast room.
If you are innocent, you can just say so directly. Now please answer me, are you being wronged?
Zhou Liang said in a stern tone.
No. No. Luo Zicheng shook her head after a few seconds of silence. Turn off the live broadcast,
Zhou Liang said in a low voice. Soon the live broadcast screen went black, but for the time being, they could still chat.
I'm laughing to death. This is the sweetness of your fans.
Luo Zicheng, you are a ruthless person. You cheated Big Brother Bang for 300,000 yuan.
Where is Big Brother Bang? Uncle, please have some tea. What's going on? Lin Tian didn't know about any of this for the time being.
He didn't care much about this. Even if his fans fall to zero, or even if he retires from the internet, it will only have such a big impact on him, and his abilities will not disappear.
Master Lin, I was wrong.
I blame myself for not believing in you.
Grandmaster Lin, you can't abandon us. Master Lin.
There were a large number of comments under Lin Tian's video, and the news that Sweet Jade Rabbit had been captured spread rapidly on the internet.
Lin Tian's fan base quickly rebounded. Dr. Lin, you've finally come.
Zhao Shanglin said with a smile. Lin Tian closed the car door and looked at the large villa in front of him. Mr. Zhao, this villa of yours looks really good. Zhao Shanglin smiled and said, Dr. Lin, this villa cost 100 million to buy and 20 million to renovate.
Let's take a look inside.
Zhao Shanglin took Lin Tian on a tour of the villa. With 20 million yuan spent on renovation, the villa was naturally decorated without any problems, and everything was the best.
Lin Tian also liked the villa's decoration style. Dr. Lin, here is the property ownership certificate. This villa is now in your name, and you can move in at any time.
Zhao Shanglin handed Lin Tian the property ownership certificate and smiled.
Lin Tian opened the property ownership certificate and saw that it was clearly in his name. The world is truly a wondrous place.
Lin Tian muttered to himself. Just over half a month ago, he was just an ordinary laborer, renting a small single room of 20 square meters and earning a meager salary of more than 4,000 yuan. Now he owns a luxury villa worth over 100 million.
Xiaodong, you should have no problems behind you, right? Lin Tian smiled. Zhao Shanglin said gratefully, not once. You are amazing, Dr. Lin.
I have consulted many doctors, but none of them could solve my problem.
Recently, I have been sleeping well and eating well, and my weight has increased. Dr. Lin, let me show you the garage.
Soon Zhao Shanglin took Lin Tian to the garage. The garage attached to the villa was not small, and there was no problem parking 4 or 5 cars. Inside the garage was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Lin Tian has master-level car skills and naturally knows a lot about cars. He knows more about the specifications of this car than the salesperson at the 4S store.
Dr. Lin, a friend sold this car. He owed me money and gave me this new car in exchange. I wrote your name on it. Zhao Shanglin smiled.
Lin Tian looked at Zhao Shanglin and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, what a coincidence.
It's just a coincidence.
Zhao Shanglin coughed lightly. Lin Tian nodded, okay, you've already taken the villa, so this car is not a big deal.
Zhao Shanglin was relieved.
He smiled and said, Dr. Lin, don't be polite with me.
If you need anything, just let me know.
Lin Tian shook his head, I don't need anything, and you don't have to buy me anything anymore, I won't accept it.
Chapter 77 Mom, my girlfriend is binging.
Lin Tian accepted the house and car, and Zhao Shanglin left contentedly. He had made many investments in his life, some of which had yielded amazing returns, but his intuition told him that giving Lin Tian the car and the house might be the best investment of his life.
Drip. Lin Tian dialed his mother's phone. What's wrong, son? Mom Chanwan's voice quickly came through.
Lin Tian smiled and said, Mom, it's only 10 days until your birthday. Why don't you and Dad come to Shangzhou for a few days? I have a surprise for you.
Have you found a girlfriend? Chanwan guessed. Almost. He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has a wife. Chanwan said in surprise, Son, you really found a girlfriend?
You said that your work was improving, and now you found a girlfriend.
It seems that your prayers to the Bodhisattva have been answered. Your father and I won't come over.
You haven't been together for long, and your father and I are both from the countryside, so don't go over there and scare the girl away. Lin Tiandao said, Mom, don't worry. She knows our family situation, and she asked me to invite you to come and visit for a few days.
Ah? Chen Wan was stunned. Son, in that case, we can't come.
It seems a bit strange that she wants to meet us just when you two have just started seeing each other.
Could it be that Luo Bingning has found you a good job, and the girl is mistakenly thinking that our family is actually not simple?
You told her that our family is very ordinary, and she wanted to verify it.
Lin Tian. Son, if we go, maybe you two will break up.
Lin Tian said with a smile, Mom, you're acting like Sherlock Holmes.
It's definitely not what you think. Son, if you think the girl is really nice, then work hard. For now, we'll leave you alone. Chen Wan said seriously.
Lin Tian said in silence for a few seconds, Mom, she is binging.
Ha? Chen Wan was stunned. Luo family, Luo binging? Lin Tian said, yes, she became my girlfriend.
She knows our family situation very well, so don't worry about that.
It was Bingning who asked me to invite you to spend a few days in S City. Chen Wan said in a daze, how could you and her? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lin Tian smiled, how could I make a mistake with this?
Mom, send me your ID numbers and I'll buy you plane tickets.
I'll book your tickets for the day before your birthday. Chen Wan took a deep breath, son, don't worry about the plane tickets. When your father gets home tonight, I'll talk to him about it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wan looked dazed. She couldn't believe it. Her son was not bad, but to be honest, he was not outstanding either. How could he be a match for a girl like Luo Bingning? Sweet and tender Jade Rabbit was caught? Lin Tian received a message from Wu Laofa.
Soon, Lin Tian found out online that Sweetie Jade Rabbit had actually been caught while broadcasting live, and more than 100,000 people had seen her being taken away by the police.
Old Wu, let's talk about it after the live broadcast. Lin Tian sent a message back to Wu Lao. When someone slanders you, you lose tens of millions of fans in a day. To be honest, it hurts a little.
He doesn't want to broadcast live anymore recently.
He doesn't lack money now. He has signed an SS-level contract with Huayin, with almost no restrictions.
He can go without streaming for 3 to 5 months without any problems.
Shocked, Master Lin is actually a master of the Eru.
The Sweet and Jade Rabbit was arrested by the police for spreading rumors and smearing Master Lin. Grandmaster Lin donated all of his 20 million rewards to a children's welfare home. Lin Tian looked at the microstrip and saw that he alone accounted for half of the top 10 searches.
Master Lin must be sad, alas.
250 million fans, and in one day, 10 million of them will leave.
Wouldn't you be depressed? Luckily, I firmly support Master Lin. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Tian opened Huayin again and took a look.
His number of fans had dropped back to 20 million, still short of the previous 25 million, but the number of fans was rising rapidly. This wave has cost him tens of millions of fans, but the incident is still very popular, and it is estimated that it will actually increase his number of fans. I'll wait to update until my fans reach 30 million.
Lin Tian thought to himself. Boom!
The 12-cylinder engine emitted a dull growl, and Lin Tian drove away from the villa in the Cullinan that Zhao Shanglin had given him. Driving to the mall, Lin Tian went to a high-end jewelry store. Lu Bingning had given him clothes and shoes before, but now that she had no money, she actually gave him a massage in order to buy a gift for his mother. It was impossible not to be moved. He and Luo Bingning had already gotten married, but they had agreed to try out the marriage for 3 years, so it didn't matter that Luo Bingning didn't buy him a gift. She gave him a massage for 10 minutes, charging 2,000 yuan per minute. For an ordinary girl, this might be a dream come true.
But Luo Bingning is the daughter of the Luo family.
Not to mention the wealth of the Luo family, the valuation of her own company is over 200 million.
Hello, how much is this necklace?
Lin Tian had his eye on a sapphire necklace that looked very good.
Sir, this necklace is priced at 880,000 yuan. Lin Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, a necklace is worth as much as a luxury car. Rich people's toys are really expensive. Forget it. All the skills I have are the result of her hard work. I'll just give her a little gift to show my appreciation. Lin Tian thought to himself. Is there a discount? Lin Tian asked. Such expensive things, a little discount can save a lot.
Sorry, sir, all the jewelry in our store has a fixed price, and there are no discounts for new or regular customers.
Would you like me to introduce you to some other models?
Lin Tian shook his head. No, just this one. Soon, 880,000 yuan was spent.
Lin Tian didn't have any strong emotions in his heart. After all, he had just donated so much money that morning, and compared to that, Luo Bingning's necklace was less than 1/10 of it. Compared to the house and car he had received, this necklace was less than 1%. Bingning, I've arrived. In the evening, Lin Tian arrived at Luo Bingning's company.
He sent a message to Luo Bingning, who smiled and prepared to go downstairs.
Boss, there is a client who is difficult to deal with. I'm having dinner with him tonight. Boss, can you come along? If you come along, it'll be fine. Wu Liang knocked on the door and entered Luo Bingning's office.
Lu Bingning frowned slightly. Manager Gua, you solve this kind of thing yourself.
If you can't solve it, then quit. Wu Liang's face changed.
Boss, as far as I know, your boyfriend is not very well off.
His family background and ability are completely incompatible with yours. Wu Liang plucked up the courage to say.
Luo Bingning said indifferently, Manager Gua, in my eyes, there is no difference between 100,000 assets and 1 billion assets.
Do you understand?
As for ability, my boyfriend's ability is 8 streets ahead of yours.
Wu Liang's face turned red. In that case, I'll withdraw my investment.
Wu Liang said with a gloomy face. At this point, he knew that the probability of his pursuit of Luo Bingning was very, very low.
There is no need to waste any more time. Withdrawal?
According to the contract, you haven't held it long enough. If you withdraw your capital at this time, you can only withdraw your original capital.
Lu Bingning frowned. Okay. Wu Liang nodded.
The company's valuation has increased, but the contract stipulates that you must hold it for a certain period of time before you can calculate it according to the new valuation.
Chapter 78 Bingning, are you afraid that I will steal your kiss?
After leaving the company, Luo Bingning looked around in confusion.
She didn't see Lin Tian's car. Bingning, over here.
Lin Tian lowered the window and shouted.
Lu Bingning walked over and, after getting in the car, she said in surprise, Lin Tian, the 5 million you got in consultation fees isn't enough to buy this car, is it?
This car wasn't bought, it was a gift from Chairman Zhao.
I'll take you somewhere. Lin Tian started the car and left.
Wu Liang upstairs saw Luo Bingning get into Lin Tian's car, and he saw clearly that Lin Tian's car had been replaced with a Range Rover.
Shit. Wu Liang was depressed and his liver hurt. In his opinion, Lin Tian's car must have been bought for him by Luo Bingning, otherwise how could Lin Tian afford it with his family's financial situation? Li Feng, do you know what I saw? Lin Tian drove a Range Rover to the company. The car must have been bought for him by Luo Bingning. Where are we worse off than him? Wu Liang called Li Feng.
He had already decided to give up, but he was still very unhappy.
In his opinion, even if Lin Tian is a 10th level Guqin major, what does that matter? Is this thing better than the hundreds of millions of assets in their family? Didn't he already buy an X5? Li Feng was stunned. Wu Liang said with a dark face, maybe Lin Tian coaxed Luo Bingning into buying him a new car?
The car is estimated to cost 8 or 9 million. Lin Tian has no academic qualifications, but we are not worse than him in terms of appearance, and our family background is much better.
How can Luo Bingning fall for him?
On the other end of the phone, Li Feng's face was not looking too good either.
He looked as if he had eaten a dead fly.
Lu Bingning bought Lin Tian a BMW X5, and they were unhappy, but they could barely bear it, because that car was worse than the one they drove.
Now Lin Tian is actually driving a Kulan.
This car is much better than the cars they are driving now. They have hundreds of millions of assets at home, but the assets are not cash, so it is impossible for them to spend tens of millions of dollars on a supercar. Li Feng, Luo Bingning said that in her opinion, a family with assets of less than 1 billion is no different from an ordinary family.
I plan to quit.
If you continue, I wish you good luck. Wu Liang said with a somewhat dejected look. He has been pursuing Luo Bingning for a long time, but there has been no progress.
You're quitting? Li Feng was a little surprised. Guo Liang said helplessly, I should have no hope, and you probably don't either. He Yuhao might have a little chance. Li Feng. He didn't think he had much of a chance. But when Guo Liang said it out loud, it still hurt a little. Brother Guo, let's go out for a drink? I'll call He Yuhao and we'll discuss it. We can't just back down like this. It's fine to drink, but it's not fine to keep chasing her. I'll just throw some money around and play with the little stars and internet celebrities. It's much more comfortable than chasing her. Half an hour later, Lin Tian drove to a villa community where the price of each villa was no less than 50 million yuan. The state has stopped approving such pure villa communities, and pure villa communities like this are now a relatively scarce resource. What's rare is that this villa community is also in a good location. Lin Tian drove the car to the front of a villa garage. The garage door opened automatically, and Luo Bingying's eyes showed surprise and doubt. Lin Tian, what's going on? Luo Bingning asked in a puzzled tone. Lin Tian smiled and said, this car and this villa were both given to me by Chairman Zhao. He got a great bargain. Luo Bingning's eyes showed shock. This villa must be worth over 100 million? Lin Tian said, he said that it cost 100 million when he bought it a few years ago, and another 20 million for the renovations. Lu Bingning said with a strange look, he gave you a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and you still say he got a great bargain. Lin Tian smiled, money is more important than life. He really got a great bargain. He and Luo Bingning have only been together for a dozen days, and now he already has master-level ancient medical skills, and he will definitely be even stronger in the future. Even if Zhao Xianglin gets cancer in the future, he is estimated to be able to cure it. His status will rise in the future. If he is not the right person, even if he is paid 100 million, he may not be able to persuade him. Lu Bingning blinked and said, it seems that your medical skills are even better than I expected. It's not just a little bit like you said. It's true that I only know a little bit, but there should still be room for improvement in the future. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, let's go and take a look at the villa. Maybe this villa will be our home in the future. Luo Bingning's heart beat faster. She bought the house for her family, and if Lin Tian had the means, they would definitely live here if they were together. Maybe this place will really be her home in the future. Luo Bingning said in a low voice. Lin Tian took Luo Bingning out of the garage. With the Luo family's assets, the Luo family is also very large and luxurious, but visiting this villa still made Luo Bingning feel pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian was also surprised. The black iron treasure chest on top of Luo Bingning's head changed color to a bronze treasure chest. Bingying, this room is the master bedroom. Zhao Dong said that the bed in the master bedroom has been replaced with a new one for me. As for the beds in the other bedrooms, no one has ever slept in them. Lin Tian took Luo Bingning into the master bedroom. Why don't we lie down on the bed and feel it? Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning jumped up and down, her pretty face turning red. She pouted and said, who wants to lie on the bed with you? Bingying, close your eyes. Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning shook her head repeatedly, no, I won't fall for your tricks. Don't think I'll close my eyes and do something bad. Lin Tian laughed and said, what, are you afraid I'm going to kiss you without your permission? Don't worry, if I kiss you, you'll definitely know. I have a gift for you. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, don't lie to me. Then she closed her eyes. Lin Tian could clearly hear her heart beating faster and faster. She must still be a little worried that Lin Tian would kiss her. However, she still closed her eyes despite her worries, which shows that she already has a deep level of recognition for Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning's cute little mouth. If he kissed her now, perhaps she wouldn't be angry. But he doesn't need to do that. The pursuit process will only make Luo Bingning more nervous. Don't really chase her, or you won't be able to open the treasure chest on her. Bingying, don't peek. Lin Tian smiled and opened a drawer. There was nothing in the drawer. The jewelry box in the system space was in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian walked up to Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning sensed Lin Tian's proximity, and her breathing became much heavier. Lin Tian, is that enough? Luo Bingning said, her voice a little nervous. Lin Tian smiled and said, it's okay. Luo Bingning opened her eyes. She felt her face was a little hot.
She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that she must have turned red.
Bingning, this is for you. Lin Tian opened the jewelry box containing the necklace.
Luo Bingning was stunned.
The sapphire necklace in the jewelry box caught her eye. Lin Tian, why did you buy me such an expensive necklace? Said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian was surprised and said, have you seen this necklace before? Luo Bingning nodded, this necklace is 880,000 yuan.
I can afford it, but I didn't want to spend this much money before.
After all, I'm still spending my family's money.
Her monthly living expenses are more than 100,000 yuan, which is a lot for ordinary people, but she is relatively frugal for her family background.
Bingning, let me put it on for you. Lin Tian smiled.
Luo Bingning hesitated a little. Lin Tian, this is too valuable.
Lin Tian smiled and said, we're married now. You're my wife. Shouldn't I buy you a nice piece of jewelry? Do you want it or not? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian.
This expensive necklace basically means accepting Lin Tian.
Yes. Put it on for me. Luo Bingning said in a low voice.
Lin Tian came to Luo Bingning's front, he put his arm around her neck, and Luo Bingning's breathing became more rapid and her heartbeat faster.
Lin Tian was surprised. The treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head changed color again. The
bronze treasure chest had turned into a silver treasure chest.
Gee, this money is well spent. Chapter 79, the first Grandmaster level skill.
How long the treasure chest can last, this can only be tested next time.
Lin Tian thought to himself.
Silver treasure chests are very precious. If you use a silver treasure chest to take a risk and it disappears, then Lin Tian will have to cry. He has only opened 3 silver treasure chests so far, and one of them has given him a master level martial art, one has given him a master level ancient medical technique, and one got a system space.
All 3 are very good. Bingning, what perfume are you wearing? It smells good. Lin Tian Dao said.
He leaned forward slightly and bumped into the silver treasure chest.
Lu Bingying said with a pout, I'm not going to tell you. Do you really need to wear women's perfume?
That's too girly.
She couldn't say it.
Because she didn't spray perfume at all. She had a faint body odor since she was a child, and you had to get very close to smell it.
Ding, the silver treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Grandmaster level hacking skills.
The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. At the same time, a large amount of information flooded in, and Lin Tian felt his head swell. He took 2 steps back and lay down on the large bed in the master bedroom.
It's pretty comfortable, Ice. Do you want to come up and take a nap? Lin Tian laughed.
No, I'm going to see if the necklace looks good.
If it doesn't look good, I'll give it back to you.
Lu Bingning quickly slipped out of the master bedroom. Lin Tian rubbed his forehead. His system was far from being as powerful as the system of the skyrocketing sky, and it did not provide enough protection for its master.
Other people can easily receive the chaos technique. The first Grandmaster level skill, wow.
Although his head was throbbing, Lin Tian felt very excited. This was the first Grandmaster level skill he had ever obtained.
And it's a hacking skill. This skill is very practical.
With the Grandmaster level hacking skills, Lin Tian judged that there was a high probability that no hacker in the world was stronger than him. His system is a little good, and once he acquires a certain level of skill, he will directly reach the top level of that level. Guqin, Eru, etc., are all at the top master level. Today's hacker skills have also reached the level of top Grandmasters. Even if there are other Grandmasters level hacker masters in the world, Lin Tian estimates that they should not be at the top Grandmaster level.
This necklace is quite nice. Luo Bingning went to the bathroom outside.
She saw herself in the mirror, saw the sapphire necklace around her neck, and her face showed a sweet smile. As the daughter of the Luo family, Luo Bingning has received all kinds of gifts since she was in junior high school. Some of those gifts were very expensive, but she never accepted them. This was the first time she had received a gift from a man, apart from her father and grandfather. And it was such a valuable gift. Her face was so flushed.
Lin Tian must have seen it.
Lu Bingjing covered her face.
Lin Tian, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me for a moment, said Luo Bingning.
After she finished, she closed the bathroom door and calmed herself down. In the master bedroom, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief.
He just needed time to digest it. Swallow, Lin Tian gave me this.
After a few minutes, her face had recovered, and Luo Bingning took a selfie and sent it to Tang Yan.
Tang Yan soon saw the message Luo Bingning had sent. Bingning, isn't this the necklace we saw last time? Tang Yan quickly sent a message.
She was surprised.
She knew Luo Bingning very well.
If Luo Bingning accepted such a valuable necklace from Lin Tian, she would basically accept Lin Tian as a person. Of course, she accepted it, but the two had only known each other for a dozen days, and now they were kissing and even sleeping together. Many people become boyfriends and girlfriends, and at first they just hold hands and hug.
Luo Bingning prefers to let things happen naturally. Lin Tian is a good guy. Luo Bingning replied to Tang Yan. Tang Yan made a defeated expression.
Okay, I understand what you mean. I promise I won't pick on him anymore, and I won't make you choose between me and him.
Hey, where are you? Tang Yan was a little confused.
It seems that Luo Bingning is not at home.
Lu Bingning thought for a moment and replied, didn't Lin Tianshang go back to treat Zhao Dong?
Zhao Dong gave him a villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan.
I'm here now. Tang Yan.
Lin Tian cured Zhao Shanglin, and Zhao Shanglin gave him 5 million in consultation fees.
She knew that, but also gave him a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Lin Tian saved her and her uncle, and they didn't give him anything. In comparison, her criticism seems rude.
Alas! Tang Yan sighed inwardly.
She understood what Luo Bingning meant by saying all this.
Luo Bingning wasn't trying to show off, and it didn't mean anything to her.
Luo Bingning was telling her that Lin Tian was very good.
Bingying, let's meet and chat. I have to go out for a bit.
Tang Yan sent the message and then threw her phone aside. She looked a little sad. It was as if her candy had been taken away by another child.
Is it true that I am bisexual, as Auntie Er said?
Tang Yan muttered. She shuddered and shook her head repeatedly. She felt that she was not, and she had never had any thoughts about Luo Bingning in that regard.
I have to hurry up and find a boyfriend. Otherwise, Bingying and Lin Tianchang will show off their affection in front of me, which will hurt my heart.
Tang Yan muttered to herself. Since Luo Bingning and Lin Tian got married, she has spent less time with Luo Bingning. She used to go to Luo Bingning's place for dinner, but now she is embarrassed to go there. Luo Bingning went home every day, and she had less time to practice martial arts.
Lin Tian, we have to go. We have a dinner appointment at Uncle Tan's.
Luo Bingning opened the bathroom door and shouted into the master bedroom.
Okay. Lin Tian came out quickly.
Although he had not fully digested the information he had obtained from the hacker, his head no longer ached, so he would be able to drive without any problems.
Lin Tian, let's take the X5 over there. It's a bit too high profile to drive the Cullinan over there. Luo Bingning suggested.
Lin Tian nodded with a smile. I didn't plan to drive this car normally, it's too flashy, and there are too many people paying attention to me on the road. Soon, Lin Tian and the others set off. After half an hour, the two of them arrived at the courtyard where Tan Jinghua lived.
It was already getting dark. Tan Jinghua got off work late, and his family's dinner was also late. Bingying, are we really going to go up there empty-handed? Lin Tian said.
Lu Bingning nodded. Uncle Tan repeatedly told us not to bring anything.
They invited us to dinner to thank you. Okay. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning quickly went upstairs. Click.
The door opened and Lin Tian saw an acquaintance.
Instructor, why are you here? Lin Tian asked in surprise.
The person who opened the door for him was none other than Tan Xin, who had taught him marksmanship.
Tan Xin said with a strange look, this is my home. Are you the guest my parents want to invite? Lin Tian smiled and said, if Director Tan hasn't invited anyone else, then it should be me. Xiner, please invite Lin Tian and Bingning in.
The voice of Yang Li, the wife of Tan Jinghua, came from the kitchen.
Chapter 80, War on the Internet.
Lin Tian and Luo Bingying entered the house. Yang Li came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, Xiner, Bingying came to our house when she was little. She is a talented girl from Peking University. Shiner, Bingying, you sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon.
Shiner's father should be back in about 5 minutes. Luo Bingning quickly said, okay, Auntie Yang. Brother Tian, why are you calling Sister Xin an instructor?
The three sat down, and Luo Bingning said with some confusion. Lin Tian smiled and said, the beautiful woman who drove the car for you that day was her.
She taught me how to shoot for 3 hours. Instructor, this is my girlfriend, Luo Bingning. Tan Xin shook hands with Luo Bingning.
She smiled and said, Bingning, before you came, I heard my mother say that you came to our house when you were little, and we even took a group photo together.
That's really a coincidence. Lu Bingning smiled. Lin Tian laughed, coincidence?
At first he thought so, but on second thought, he guessed that Yang Jiheng had made the arrangement on purpose.
There were more than just Tan Xin who were good shots in the army.
Besides, he has a girlfriend, and General Yang Jiheng knows this. Yang Jiheng's arrangement was probably to get him acquainted with the Tan family, which would be a good thing for him and for the Tan family.
He is in S-City, and Tan Jinghua is the boss of the S-City police system. Knowing Tan Jinghua will definitely be beneficial to him.
He is a skilled doctor, and it would be beneficial for Tan Jinghua to know him. Human connections are originally just lines, but when they are woven together, they form a network. A powerful network of connections has amazing power. Many things that ordinary people may not be able to do even if they run around, with a strong network of contacts, a phone call may easily solve.
Lin Tian, you are Bingning's boyfriend, so you are not a soldier? Tan Xin said with some confusion.
Lin Tian has a great talent for shooting, and she thought he was a good talent discovered by the military and would join the army after confirming his talent for shooting.
No. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Lin Tian shook his head. Tan Xin said with regret, that's a pity.
You have such a strong talent for shooting. With some training, you could definitely become a sharpshooter.
Luo Bingning said in surprise, Sister Xin, Tianga has a strong talent for shooting? Tan Xin nodded. Very strong, much stronger than me.
He only practiced for 3 hours, but his pistol shooting is not weaker than mine, his rifle is better than mine, and his sniper rifle is only slightly weaker than mine. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian and discovered another great quality of Lin Tian. However, this talent for shooting is not generally useful, and she doesn't want Lin Tian to use it in the future.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Tan Xin hurried to open the door. Dad, Uncle Tang. Tan Xin called out, there were 2 people outside the door.
Tang Pengyuan knew that Lin Tian and the others were having dinner here, so he came along too.
Tan Bureau, Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang, Uncle Tang.
Lin Tian and Luo Bingning also stood up and called out.
Tan Jinghua shook his head and said, Xiao Lin, you're wrong.
You called Lao Tang Uncle Tang, and you called me Director Tan, which makes me feel uncomfortable.
You should call him Uncle Tan, just like Bingning. Lin Tian nodded, Uncle Tan. Tan Jinghua smiled and said, that's right. Later, we'll have a few drinks, and you, Lao Tang, can eat a few more bowls of rice. Tang Pengyuan was a little helpless. Who told him that his injury had not yet healed?
Old Tan, clean up the table, it's time to eat.
Xin, you come and serve the rice. Yang Li smiled and said. Soon, dishes were brought out from the kitchen. When everyone was seated, Tang Pengyuan picked up his teacup. Xiaolin, I'll drink tea instead of wine to thank you for saving my life. After I recover from my injury in a few days, I will drink with you. Lin Tian quickly raised his glass. Uncle Tang, you are too kind. I only did what I could. We are all family. Tang Pengyuan smiled and said, Xiaolin, you said it yourself, we're all family. If you need help, don't be shy about asking me or Lao Tan. Uncle Tang, that won't happen. I have a thick skin. Lin Tian laughed. Tang Pengyuan took a sip of tea, while Lin Tian finished his glass of wine. Tan Jinghua smiled and said, Xiaolin, you're too honest. He's drinking tea, and you're drinking a full glass of wine with him. Don't drink with him, let's drink. Lin Tian nodded. Tan Xin smiled and said to Luo Bingning, Bingning, my dad has some good red wine. Would you like to drink a little red wine with me? Sure.
The host and the guests were all happy at the meal. Lin Tian drank a caddy of white wine and was fine, while Tan Jinghua was half drunk, and Luo Bingning and Tan Xin were also a little drunk.
Drip, Drip. Tan Xian's phone rang. Hello. Tan Xian, I know you're on vacation.
But there's an urgent task. One of our servers is being attacked by a powerful hacker.
You need to provide support immediately. On the other end of the line, Tan Xian's boss sounded anxious. Tan Xian was a little stunned.
She had just had a lot to drink, and she was not a big drinker.
How could she provide support at this time? Boss, I'm afraid I can't.
Although I am at home, I have just had a lot to drink, and I am not in a good state right now.
I am afraid that I will easily mess things up. Tan Xian quickly said.
You go first, I'll find someone else.
Lin Tian thought for a moment. Cyber attack? Nowadays, several major powers have mushrooms.
They dare not fight a hot war, but on the internet, several major powers are estimated to have daily encounters.
Uncle Tan, Auntie Yang, will be going back first. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning said goodbye and left. Swallow. The two of them went downstairs and saw Tang Yan before they could call for a designated driver. Tang Yan reached out and said, Lin Tian, give me the car keys. Uncle sent me a message. You've all been drinking. He asked me to come over and be the driver. Lin Tian gave the car keys to Tang Yan. Bingning, you go home first. I have some other things to do, I'll be home later. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at a nearby internet cafe.
Having just acquired hacking skills, Lin Tian is now very curious about this aspect, and he also wants to verify his own level.
The moment his hand touched the keyboard,
Lin Tian felt that every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy.
A lot of information came to his mind. I am the emperor of the network.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, and a sense of inexplicable confidence welled up in his heart.
Crackling. Lin Tian quickly tapped on the keyboard. He knew Tan Xian's home address, and soon he found traces of Tan Xian's network. Following the traces left by Tan Xian, Lin Tian soon arrived at a battlefield.
This is a battlefield without smoke. There was only endless data. Some of this data is like a mighty flood, crashing down with the force of nature.
Some are like spies, infiltrating in various ways. Some are like assassins, killing the enemy invisibly. Interesting. Lin Tian's eyes lit up.
He had acquired Grandmaster level hacking skills, and these methods were all understandable to him, which made them even more interesting. As Lin Tian observed, his skills quickly and completely digested.
Tan Xian and the others are in a bad situation. Lin Tian thought to himself. Tan Xian's side is very strong, but the enemy is well prepared and even stronger. Help them out. Lin Tian quickly mobilized. Tan Xian and his team are from the Chinese military.
If the military's server is breached, important secrets may be stolen.